Dope Comms, it's Friday.
Yo.
We're all here. We made it. LB's not here. LB's on vacation.
We survived another
Yeah, no, he
week.
was supposed to be
LB's
going
at
to the
the
zoo, but apparently it snowed like crazy up there, so I don't know if they actually got to go today. But, that being said, welcome to the weekend. Welcome to Friday.
Cheers to the freaking weekend.
Cheers to the freaking...
The
Oh, man.
freaking weekend.
Hey.
Copyrights, we should be able to have that song.
At least a clip. Like, come on. Just
I mean,
get some
man,
like
I
talented
think it's
E
less
player
than 10.
to do like a cover, and then it's like a derivative, isn't it? I don't know.
No, because even technically covered, you're supposed to have a license to do that.
Damn the man.
Yeah, there's I used to, when I was looking into it, I was there's a license for being able to just play something, and then there's a license for being able, because covering is like basically taking their composition. I think a composition license. So that's like basically you're taking their composition and changing or adding to it or doing something with it, and covering it is basically that.
Is no one gonna talk about these nameplates?
Oh shit!
I didn't notice.
So good. I did not either. Wow.
Yeah, well, we'll get to that. We will.
We're all waiting for FanFest.
That's
Yeah,
that's
we're all
choice.
waiting for FanFest.
It's been a quiet news day,
quick-
hasn't it, guys?
It's
yeah,
been a
there
it's
hasn't
been a
been
pretty
too
slow
much.
day.
Yeah.
Real quick, can
Patch notes.
I
You
was
want
just
to
gonna-
you want to know what
We're
the
not. Hold on. We are not going in order tonight.
No, we're not.
We're
but I was just
gonna
saying-
get the big news. We're gonna get to the big news first and foremost.
Oh,
After-
Can I-
what
The
did
elephant
Akaroth-
in the room.
Akaroth, go ahead.
can I recommend opening shot for CCP Paragon, who fucking put on some armor, despite whether you liked his SoundCloud, whatever, you know, the bit that they put out. Just apparently he's on vacation and just saw this unfolding and was like, hey, I gotta, you know, get out there and talk to people, and like went out there and just brave faced it. And I want to do a shout to that guy.
I'm done with that.
Yeah. I respect the effort.
It was, in my opinion, it was very brave.
And honestly, he was very smart in all of his responses. He wasn't making promises.
I think he did well.
I did enjoy the
And-
part where he literally said, "Fuck it, I'm gonna just say this
Yeah.
and deal with it
He was
if
like,
it's bad."
If I get flack for it, I catch flack for it.
He was like, should I? Fuck it.
I don't think he should have done that.
Hey,
I think
I do.
I don't think he should have done it either, but he did it well.
It gave
Yeah.
some
Like,
sincerity
as
to
an
everything else.
impromptu thing, not going through like the PR team or internal affairs or whatever to check what he can and cannot say. He saw this exploding and he's like, I gotta do what I can as the like lead community developer,
It was
kind of
dopamine.
kind of quell the fire a little bit.
Is it I thought dopamine was the lead.
Paragon's a community lead.
Oh, is he? Oh, okay. I thought dopamine was the lead, but dopamine was gone for paternity leave for a while, but he's back.
Okay, so Eve, his Twitter says Eve Online community developer. So maybe
Oh, okay.
maybe not lead, but he's up there.
Part of the team. Okay.
But yeah, I mean, probably going ahead with a public, bit like that without talking to the PR team might not have been a
Do you
smart
really?
idea, but I
Not-
think
not the
it's not a
smartest thing.
bad idea in the fact that pretty big issue. People have a lot of questions and concerns about it, and he's like, "Hey, let's address people.
Are we
and
100
at least address the issue to the public as opposed to just like hiding for a week until."
Are we
somebody's-
100% sure that aspect was not discussed with anybody? Like, he might have like just gotten on the horn with somebody and be like, hey, I'm going in kind of thing, and like get the okay. But obviously the whole what he can talk about, that's a whole different thing. But is there any
It didn't-
indication that they said
No.
there was nothing like
We'll
cleared?
probably never know. Honestly,
and-
that's
yeah, who
that's
cares?
internal.
I'm sure it
company
was on the up and up.
deliberation.
I'm
That's not the
sh-
point. No one cares about his stream. It was bad.
I
All
cared.
bad.
I actually cared,
All
and
of it's
I devoted
bad.
an opening shot to him, sir.
Well,
For me, it
let's get into
blunted
it.
the impact of everything else.
let's
like
get
it-
into it.
Chew the fat.
First off, the basic prices are going up. They're what is it? May? I didn't look at the
Big
exact
news
dates.
of the day, May 17th.
May 17th.
Everybody knows that already.
So
That's not true.
prices are increasing about a third. So I think
So-
On a scale.
If you sub for 1 month, I don't know if we want to throw the prices up on the screen.
Somebody did make that little
I
table.
can go. Yeah, I can go. Look
Oh,
for that.
Skyhawk
but-
linked it as well.
Yeah, I linked it in chat.
Yeah, basically, the 1 month subscription is going up to from $15 to $20. They're introducing a 2-month tier subscription, which I think is like $45. And then 3 month, 6 month, 12 month, 24 month. Everything's going up, but obviously, the more you buy in bulk, the more subscription time you buy in bulk, the cheaper overall it is. And
It's
that-
just like it used to be. There's a sliding
it's
scale
always-
of savings.
Right. It's always been like that. I'm not saying that that's new, but even so, everything is going up.
The percentage of a savings though that you get at the higher tiers is better now than it was under the previous system.
You're saying it's going to be.
Or yeah, sorry, it's going
Under
like
this
under the
new system.
proposed. Yeah,
Okay.
the at the higher tiers, so at the 1 year and then at the new 2-year tier, the percentage of like the savings you're getting by buying in bulk is more.
2-month tier, or did they
I
not
think
have
the
a 2 years tier
percentage,
before?
yes. The
But
price
there
obviously
you,
still is
you
not.
you can go all the way up to getting a 24-month.
Yeah, I don't know. I've never.
That
gone
one's
one
actually
long, but-
pretty close to the old 12-month price. So
Yeah.
like I will say, like he said, if you go deep on it, the savings is not much different than what you used to pay.
But they're also going to be adding a 2-month option that used to not.
Right,
be
which is
one.
kind of interesting.
Yeah.
Which almost, I mean, it gets it down a decent amount without having to spend a ton extra. So right off the bat, though, and Plex is going up as well. I can scroll down to the Plex increases,
Oof, I don't even like to look at that.
Yeah,
but
Plex is going to be worth more, obviously.
Yeah,
And so
I mean,
Plex prices in game right now, they're already going up.
and I think
I've
the
heard that,
Plex is a slightly more than a third increase. Like it's like not by much. I think it's like 35-36%.
And I think that's just because buying Plex has always been slightly more expensive than just getting this monthly subscription.
Yeah,
It has.
working as intended.
So my a lot of people's take is that it shouldn't go up at all, but then there's the counter take to that, which is, hey, companies, as inflation goes up, companies increase prices. Period. Like that. It's just, I mean, you remember the days of $5 footlongs at Subway? Now it's like
Yeah.
$14 for a footlong.
Fuck that.
But so prices go up. I get that. I don't have an issue with that. I mean, it's been almost 20 years, and this is the first time they've raised their price. Now, they're raising them. Normally, when companies will raise their prices, they'll raise them like 5, maybe 10%, but they do it much more often, more periodically. So this feels like it's CCP. Like, we're gonna raise our prices for the first time ever, but we're gonna jump them up to like current day. It's a significant hike. Like a 33% increase is quite the price increase for anything like in one shot. But my thing on this is that a lot of other games are trying to find ways to get rid of subscriptions altogether. They're trying to find ways to lower their prices on things. And so increasing a price, even if it's a justified option, it just kind of, it's like, I kind of wish that instead of them saying, well, we're justified in raising the prices, maybe trying to find other monetary options to subsidize, to essentially not have to raise prices.
So
I
what-
would
what
like
I work- what-
that option better, but
Eldari-
I don't know what they would
Eldari-
do for that, though.
The problem is-
Eldari Prime Pony Club, thank you for all of those
Whoa!
damn subs.
Wow, thank you, man.
Tambor dropping bombs.
Damn, what was that, 10? Hot damn. Thanks, Tamber.
Yeah. Oh, I got
So-
one. Shit.
I saw that.
So for me, what I'm concerned about is that CCP is learning the wrong lessons from the player reaction to the packs that they tried to release recently. I think they're taking the lesson of, they're just rejecting monetization, not that we were rejecting monetization that fucked with the player economy. There's tons of money that I think they're leaving on the table with monetization with other skins. And I mean, you've all seen the different proposals that have been put out there. They've got other options, and I just, like I said, I worry that they're learning the wrong lesson.
I think so. The skin thing is an interesting one, and just recently they updated this launcher, reward system with permanent skins, which I think a lot of people are. either indifferent or at least a little happy about. But it crossed my mind after all this stuff that has been going on for the last few months, and how this is just a constant conversation of why don't you monetize us in the ways that we blatantly tell you that we're comfortable with. Then they started giving away like good free skins. Like this is a big part of their launcher change, is like nice skins that people actually enjoy and like want. And I'm like, wait, that's money. Like plenty of people were comfortable just buying that already. Like why'd you get rid of that so quick?
Yeah,
Like we recently have been yelling, we'll pay for those. Like I don't know.
You're giving the good shit out for free and then giving the other stuff out for money. There was one point when I was listening to the Paragon discussion or talk that he was giving. There was one good point he made, a pretty solid point. A lot of these other games that aren't increasing their sub fees and stuff come out with regular expansions that you have to buy. 40.
In the case of WoW and stuff, yes.
Yeah, WoW, also Elder Scrolls Online.
Dude, if you play any
Paragon
game,
Lord of the Rings Online does the same thing, and that's another old MMO.
Yeah, that's an old one, but I mean, like Elder Scrolls Online is pretty popular. They sell expansions every time. They're like 40, so it's like $40
most
$50
MMOs
every
do that,
year
yeah.
or two on top of your subscription. So
counterpoint to that, is CCP offering 33% more value?
That's waiting for FanFest.
That's why we're waiting. We're all waiting for FanFest.
It's the $1 million question.
Is that when you pay for expansions, you pay for content, but you see, because EVE is a sandbox, we're the ones who make the content, so we just pay CCP for the world to do
the tools.
Now, if CCP wants to release like a lot of cool content and do all that stuff, I'll pay them for it. 100%, easy peasy. I pay for WoW expansions every couple of years, and I don't even play WoW.
Yeah, so that was the thing that so to see what else we're getting for the extra money, because essentially from what Paragon was saying, it sounds like some really cool shit is coming down the pipe, but it's going to be part of their FanFest reveal, so we're not going to get anything until there. So it's kind of one of those but again, we Manic and I was talking about right before the show. It's like it's not like they're increasing the prices right now. They're increasing.
They gave a warning
in May 17th, which is going to be after FanFest. So we're going to get to see all the new stuff they're coming out with at FanFest for the price increase before the price actually increases. So they're just giving us a heads up now that the price is going up later. So
Paragon, goddamn, was it Paragon? Whoever put out the interview thing earlier, the Q&A, also mentioned that, of course, just like after most FanFests, they're going to do like sales and stuff right immediately afterwards that are, usually pretty aggressive. One thing I wanted to touch on, though, give me a sec. One thing I wanted to touch on. So the MMO, the subscription-based MMO model is fun if you've played MMOs for a long time. And they pretty much all back in the day, except for like some outliers like RuneScape, which I would say is a completely different caliber of game. But most MMOs at that point, just kind of like how the big gaming industry all decided like every game is $60, we just came up with a number. All MMOs at one point were pretty much $14.95 or whatever. And this was back in like the early 2000s. Maybe even the late 90s for all I know. I don't know when exactly that started, but every MMO it seemed like was $14.95, as though they were all worth $14.95. It was just how it was, and that that was the industry standard, and that's fine. Price fixing, sure. But I think it was interesting that at one point it was probably a lot of profit, $14.95, based on whatever the costs and just however things were operating back then. Over the years, hardware upgrades, all these things, for a damn near 20-year-old game, to go from probably making a lot of money off $14.95 because everybody else is, your WoWs and your Dark Age of Camelots and your EverQuests and your whoever the fuck, the who's who of all the MMOs over the years. But at some point, that number staying the same, and then, all the costs and all the, like I said, the tenure of EVE, a lot of those games, with the exception of WoW, which I think came slightly after, but a lot of those games have come and gone. And so who knows what the cost ever did for them, or if they lost money or, whatever. Theoretically they weren't doing well because they closed, but I think it's interesting that now 20 years later we're having this like conversation in this moment. And of course the economy in the world is all in a weird place too right now, but it's funny to think about that number staying the same and how much less of the pie it has to have been over the course of time.
Sorry, I started scrolling.
Sorry, that was long-winded.
I had a point. Now I'm like drawing a blank. I had another point to go on.
I apologize.
I was looking for Knockhole in chat put a link there. That's the SoundCloud where Paragon is going over this. It's about 40 minutes long. He's basically, it's like a Q&A type of thing he did in Discord. So that's a decent thing. And I was gonna bring up Wolf Awakens chat. He's saying that he's a new. This is something that's interesting too. He's a newer player, just started playing. He likes the game, but like, that he just started playing, and now all of a sudden they're hiking the price up 33%. So all of us that have been playing for a long ass time, we're like, it's been a long time. We're fine with the price increase. For someone that just came in and instantly like they just come in and all of a sudden out of nowhere the price increases right off the bat, that never feels good.
I could see that a little, but that's
I
such
was
a
thinking
small
about
group.
this, like, does this price hike sort of somewhat, maybe a little bit, invalidate the work that's been put into the new player experience? Because this new cost subscription price is probably driving new players away.
I'd be interested to see more metrics around new players just in general.
Sure. I think in this day and age, that's not a crazy jump if they've only recently come to it and they have any like little inkling of reading about it or seeing, Reddit or forums or something. Because I know it's discussed on the forums, even though I heard it was heavily moderated. But they'll realize that this is something that doesn't happen frequently and it's not expected to happen frequently. So I don't see that being a huge thing. Like $20 is not much different than $15, depending on where you are in the world, which obviously in some places that is a big jump. So like if you're a new player from, a less, a country where it costs you a lot more of your wages to play this game, then yeah, that could be pretty severe.
Yeah. So there's a lot of I've been seeing a lot of references of people saying we have to make sure we get to LB's points. This is one of the things he said in part.
I sent you with notes.
Yeah, because he's gone on vacation, but
you've got his proxy.
So this is like nestled in the middle of one of his points, so it's not the whole thing. But he was saying that if $5 is the difference between you. Like, if you can't afford a $5 per month increase, then maybe you have to reprioritize your finances. Okay, so I don't think that's most people's spot. Is not like, I can't afford the $5. It's, do they want to spend $5 more on this game they're playing? That's going to be 99% of the people that don't want to do it on the price.
Is it worth it to spend more? Like, people are spending $15 a month, and a lot of them are already unhappy, but they keep spending $15 a month.
So
now they're being asked to spend 20. They're already unhappy and they're being asked to spend more.
Mm-hmm.
Well, some people also are being asked to play more to get more ISK to buy Plex. That's now more expensive in general.
So
there's nothing wrong with that. We want to see more people in the game, even if they're just grinding away
for more investment for nothing.
So where I think you're gonna
wait for FanFest.
Wait for FanFest, guys.
Where I'm
being shitty, but I actually hope that it's good, whatever they announce. Go on.
Where I think this is going to have the biggest impact really is how many alts people are willing to have. The majority of the people that I've talked to today on a couple different Discord servers, as well as people within my alliance and coalition, is I haven't heard many people saying that they're going to unsub on their main. I've heard a ton of people saying that they're going to cut back on how many alts they're running. Yeah. So really what this is going to come down to for that and how big of an impact it ends up being is the whole multiple account discount idea that Paragon talked about on the call.
Oh my god, it's CCP nerfing multi-boxing.
Yeah, that was
funnily enough
is the $5 a month, for the alts. I mean, if you're someone that, there's people that actually just pay sub fees for like 5 or 6 accounts. Well, now that's an extra $30. That's basically 2 more accounts that you're not getting 2 accounts worth for.
That is me. So I run 8 accounts. 6 of them I pay real dollars for, and I've been running them on 3-month subs, and then the other 2 I plex. So like I'm doing like actual math myself on this, and I'm waiting to decide what I'm going to do. Yeah, I'm waiting to decide what I'm going to do until FanFest. But for now, I've turned off auto renew on a couple accounts.
Yeah, because that's what I was thinking. I was like, if let's say someone's just paying for 3 accounts, that's $45 a month. They're fine doing that. Now all of a sudden it goes up $5. Now it's like, well, I don't want to spend 60, so they're going to drop one of their accounts and roll down to 2 for the $40 or the $30 a month or something. So I see this as people that are paying for a bunch of alts, dropping some of those and just doing less. But then maybe they want to keep those active, so they're like, I'll just plex them instead. So now you're going to increase the what? Now I'm no economist. This is just me speculating, but I'm just saying like, so you're gonna. I think this is going to cause an increase in demand for plex because more people are going to want plex instead of spending money. But also now plex is more expensive, so the people that buy plex and sell on the market are like, well, you know, I'm gonna have to just buy less plex now. So drop in supply, go to the market, increase in demand for it. I mean, in high school, I learned that just makes plex go up in price, right? I would think. So plex is going to be more expensive. So even if you're like, I'm only going to sub these accounts and I'll just start plexing these other ones, well, it's going to cost you more ISK. Even the in-game side is going to go up in price to keep
That's
those
exactly
accounts
what I said.
running. So did you just say that?
Yeah, and then you guys said no.
Oh.
Real quick in the
that's
chat
because,
above.
It's because we don't have the Abyssal Bear. Like, no one takes you seriously if we can't see the bear.
Yeah, where is the Abyssal Bear tonight?
Bring
Chill,
out the
dog.
bear. Bring out the
Chill, let me
bear.
play League, man.
Bring the bear.
Bring the
The
bear.
bear. Bring
Alright, give me
the
a minute.
bear.
Calm
Up in
down,
chat,
you thirsty fuck.
Roast Muffin said, "What if they went the opposite and went $10 for a sub?" Which I don't want to like jump right on that because I feel
Then-
like a lot
then
of the
you would
discussion with
see
skins is like we'd all
so
spend
many
money, and they know not everybody spends money. You know, a lot of people are more about an idea than really about it. Do you guys think it would drive more subs?
You see,
I mean,
Vlad
for the
doesn't
think it
same
would drive
price,
more
get an
alts.
extra account, probably.
Just subs
Yeah,
in general,
it would-
whether they're
it would
mains or
probably-
alts.
would
Do you think
drive-
$10 would either open it up to a lot more people who, again,
I
might be a
think-
big part of their like
well-
monthly salary, or two, a bunch of people who can rationalize alts?
I would rationalize an alt for me
people
because
would
I'd be like, oh,
rationalize
I'm already
more
spending
alts.
30. Might as well get a third account now.
I don't think it would necessarily bring more people into the game because people can already play for free. But
Free.
it would drive more alts more than anything. I don't think it would do much to bring in like new subscriptions.
I'm not suggesting it would bring in a ton of newbies roast either, but yeah,
No.
I think one we would see more alts, and two, I think it would open it up to some other cultures and places in the world where maybe it's a little bit tough to rationalize. Even if you're playing for Plex, that's still a time sink. You know, I'm not trying to assume that whole demographic is people who like play games to pay their bills. You know.
Yeah, because and so this is one of the things that they were talking about. Where one of the questions they had for Paragon, he wasn't able to necessarily answer it because he's not on the marketing team, he's not on the finance team or anything like that. It was people were asking because essentially people that are running with one account that they're subbing, they're less likely to drop it. Now some are going to, but I'm saying they're less likely to drop it as opposed to someone that's like, well, I have 4 accounts that I'm subbing, maybe I'll drop down to 3 or something like so. But they're still subbing some accounts. But the single players, it's like your option to be go completely alpha, or just pay the $5 more a month. They'll probably keep paying. They'll probably, I would guess a lot of them will probably pay the extra sub money. But so that will probably cause an overall increase in their revenue. But then you're going to be losing alts. And so someone was asking, does that balance out, you know, the increase from solo subbers? Is that going to balance out from the loss of alts that you're going to get? So I don't know.
I gotta say, we're almost half an hour into this discussion.
And we've only talked about Eve?
Well, no.
Oh.
Oh no,
This
that was
is-
nice.
I'm
to
proud
see.
of us
like-
for that.
Well, yes, but this
Here,
is
what the-
like
Shots to us.
we are so this is a very incendiary topic. This could be a very heated discussion, but we are so sober right now. Everybody's
Oh,
being
you're
very respectful of other people's times, and we're all keeping our voices like this is so weird.
You mean we're having a chill, rational discussion?
We're having a chill, rational, sober discussion
dare we.
You want to
about
fucking change it? We can change it right
monetization
now.
Yeah, let's
I
just
mean,
all
to
talk
be
over
fair,
each other
I'm-
right now.
to be-
We can just
I'm
do
not
this the rest
sober
of the
You
show.
wanna pop off, you can
whatsoever
pop
at
off
all.
right
I don't know
now.
what the fuck you're talking about.
And it went off the rails just so quick.
Way to go, Manic. Look what you did to us.
Sorry.
Darwin, thanks for the sub. What's up?
Darwin,
Hey!
hey, he's back.
My brother.
Our
I actually-
CCP appointed developer.
I actually at CCP like a second, like when it was like 3 to 5 minutes ago to see if he was in chat because I was like, oh, you know, I don't know if Darwin's gonna come around. Obviously, it's a tough day for CCP in the trenches, but
It's not a tough day
happy to
for
see you.
CCP at all, dude.
Hey, you shut the hell up.
You think this is a tough day for CCP? You don't know what a
or
tough day
CCP.
is.
I've seen
Get
plenty
the
of tough
fuck
days,
outta here,
and
man.
lots of things can be tough days, dude.
Get the fuck
I don't know
Why
what the
would
hell your
Farwin
job's
sub,
like.
dude? He needs those $5 for his Eve sub. Hello?
Maybe we
Because-
should increase our Drayden, can we increase our subscription cost?
You can
Oh
actually.
yeah,
if
we
you
should up
start
it
an
by what? I would
industry.
say 33% sounds about
Up
right.
33%.
Dude, is
Open
the
comms has
content
been
you're
free
gonna
for the
provide-
past
we're just
15
fu-
years, dude. We need
Yeah.
to up this.
But you know what?
Listen,
We're gonna put it
inflation has finally caught up to the Open Comms
what
show.
what would be 33? I think it'd be right around like 666, right? Perfect.
Damn,
what a great number.
perfect.
Nice. Wait.
Or
Wait.
no, do we go 690?
666,999. Does it work like that?
No, I think it'd just be 69.
It's like Human Centipede.
You guys
Checks
are
out.
weird.
69.96.
Like weird.
But anyway,
Anyways,
where were
All right,
we?
sorry. I wasn't
Oh.
talking much, but my grand thoughts are I don't mind it. I'm assuming you guys all had level-headed discussion from what I heard, which is
I-
nice. Like, I don't mind level-headed discussion. I saw a lot of screaming and crying, so I had lots of popcorn today.
Yeah,
But it's
the
nice having
official-
level-headed
The
discussions
official
about it.
Eve Discord was popping off hard today,
it
especially
was
during
very.
Paragon
sure.
QA.
For me,
I like-
Very lit.
I was nervous, and I'm still am somewhat nervous, but honestly, CCP Paragon made me feel at least a little bit better. I think with maybe not for everyone, but at least for me, he got me to chill out and wait for FanFest.
We're all waiting for
I
FanFest.
agree as well.
Did
I
we-
appreciated that he did it a lot.
Did we explain this meme that I came up with?
If
No.
people didn't hear
I-
the sound bit,
I
then
know,
they
we didn't.
won't get it.
So I stepped away. My pizza arrived, so I stepped away for a few minutes. So, but I want to explain the nameplates. This is, I think this is going to be a meme a little bit until we get to FanFest. So as part of CCP Paragon's QA, if you listen to the recording towards the end, in like the last half of the discussion, his answers for everything was basically wait for FanFest. Wait for FanFest. Wait for every question people were throwing at him. The answer was wait for FanFest.
In his defense, there was a lot of the same questions.
That's
That
it.
he,
That
like,
question
read
got
one, and then he
repeated a
realized
lot.
That's fine. But so basically, what he was getting at, and I think he said this out loud, and I'm probably paraphrasing, but he basically said that he feels there's going to be a big content announcement at FanFest. He said it's something to the effect of it's the biggest content release, biggest expansion CCP has probably ever done. And he said that he feels this release alone, this content that they're announcing, will be worth the extra $5 a month. So,
Do you guys have predictions, or are you guys hoping CCP has like the memeiest shit? We're gonna be like, guys,
this
Battle
was-
Royale, and
this
everyone's
was-
just like, boo, like
EPR.
raging.
This was
don't you
the-
guys have phones?
Well, this was the apprehension I had that I was talking about. My apprehension is that now they've, and you were saying this also, right? Like it's on a pedestal, right?
they've set expectations
So-
astronomically high.
So
Yeah.
we've kind of put CCP like FanFest on that pedestal. We're like, oh, we should wait. They're kind of hinting at like, and it was always something like Citadel changes, or maybe they're gonna touch Sov. Ashtarathi's like faction warfare. People kind of have their hopes and dreams, and now CCP is like, no. Whatever you've been saying, it is the biggest thing we've seen. So not like introduction of wormholes or walking in stations. It's literally bigger than that. And so
that's where
New
my
nullsec
mind went.
regions?
I
What?
was thinking like the last time Eve has seen a big content release, and it was walking in stations, and then before that it was wormholes, or maybe
like even people could
Yeah.
say like the Triglavian
was
stuff.
the
Like
other
if
way
you
around.
took sorry man, like you're really quiet to me. So but
Oh.
like if you took like the 2 years of
can
like
talk
Triglavian
louder.
Ooh.
thank you. If you took the 2 years of Triglavian stuff and put it as like one update, like that would be huge. Like you have new space, all this changes to the regions. Like I could see that. So I feel like everyone's standards are like here, but like off screen up here.
The fact that he said it's probably the biggest content
He
piece
said
of
one
content
of
we've
the biggest.
ever.
I don't. He wasn't saying the. He said like one of the biggest I've seen.
I'd have to go back and look. I think he said the,
So
because
do
I
I.
remember hearing that and I was like, duh, you know.
Well, and
And
people
yeah.
already started commenting like, let's list off some of the like most meritorious ones real
So,
quick to make sure
like I
we
said,
know which
they've
bar we're set.
if
Let's not crucify the guy, but
no.
you know,
I'm not saying like he was speaking out of turn. He,
but
like I said earlier,
he's
he handled it.
optimistic.
He handled it really well. But by saying that, the biggest piece of content we've probably ever done, that he has set expectations now, and oh boy,
Yeah.
CCP needs they need to hit a home run,
Uh,
like
My
King
hope.
high right over the fence.
real quick. I was gonna answer
Go
a
ahead,
question
go
someone asked in the chat earlier. It's a quick one. Freak was asking, do we think that CCP will actually make money off the change? I mean, I don't know, but a quick easy answer would be as long as they don't lose a third or more of their subscriber base, they'll make money on it. I mean,
Yeah, in
and,
theory,
I
they
mean,
can
just
lose
simple,
up
simple
Because
to
I'm a
math.
3
mathematician.
Simple math would say. I mean, so I highly doubt, even with this, even if people don't like what they see at FanFest, I doubt a third of the subscribers or Plex buyers are going to go away. So I think this will be an increase in revenue for them overall. It's kind of just more of like how many people do leave, how many alts leave type of thing. But
If you see
Brayden,
the
my cams
average,
are messed up.
if you see the average amount of alts go from 1.7 to 1.2, that's a problem.
wait, oh, did we get? Oh, we got a sixth person. That's what it is.
Starting soon.
Yeah,
Redline, are you
I
on
had
camera?
that set. Well,
We are
he
joined
could
by
be
the gray box.
gray screen for a little bit.
Great.
I just want to say real quick,
Common gray.
Rain, I appreciated even earlier that you were on cam, because while we were all discussing and having, you know, a nice, calm, rational conversation, you were like chattering as well on whatever you're talking on. And I just, in my head, I could hear you like contributing little tidbits. And I was like, wait, Rain said it? And I was like, no, she's still doing that other thing.
You all were just like, I really hope Rain's not talking to us because we can't fucking hear.
Couldn't hear a word she's saying.
It didn't take me long to remember each time. I was just like, oh no, Rain's still talking to other people. But like, I started hearing you like replying things.
Yeah. I mean, you guys all had valid points. I think I said this in chat, like the Twitch chat. You guys brought up like alts. And like my hope and dream is always that CCP makes it that whatever gameplay you're doing, a single character is good enough and distracting enough. Like I think I play Final Fantasy and it's like people are like, "Oh, I have my Final Fantasy alt." And it's like I've never felt the urge to create another character on the same server in Final Fantasy because there's no need. Like I can do everything I want on this single character. Everything I do, no matter what I play, it's enough. Like it's same with World of Warcraft. World of Warcraft, you need alts to switch classes. But like with Final Fantasy, you can all play the same class. Like Eve, you can do whatever you want on one character. And like that's my dream for Eve is that if you're mining, it's engaging enough to keep you distracted that you don't need more than one account. If you're
I don't-
flying a scout, you're able to scout for your fleet and contribute enough that you don't need to, a DPS ult or a Logi ult or whatever. The
I
only
sadly don't see us
situation
ever
is
getting to that point, like going like full circle back around to that without the game becoming like phenomenally more successful in some facet where like actually
Yeah.
attracts people. Because I
Yeah,
mean, like
and-
money wise, alts make sense for them on the books, and I get that. At this point, we're so far down the rabbit
Well,
hole that like,
the
how do you pull
game-
it back?
The game is built, it's designed in such a way that it really incentivizes having
Yeah, it
alts.
scales super well in
Yeah.
a
So
way.
how do you make
I agree.
Eve
I would love to
not
see that.
like,
Yep.
Yeah,
I don't,
the-
Like
how do
if I
you
could
take
just
that
be
away?
my main, and that's the thing, and like you could fly all the like I hate when people are like, you shouldn't fly capitals on your main, you shouldn't fly this, that, and the other, and it's like I get that ties me out of things sometimes, but I'm from back far enough where like for a long time my main was just me. Like that was, I didn't have a lot of other characters, so I do all the main things on my main, and sometimes that'll like lock me up from being able to do some things, sadly, or be able to join fights. Maybe it doesn't escalate and capitals don't get called in, and I chose the wrong ship to sit in at the time, or shit like that. But
that's what I did.
I don't know.
My main is like my Swiss Army knife. He does everything that I would want to do. My alts, I don't have that many alts. I have one other account with about 2 or 3 other alts that are useful, and then generally I don't use them most of the time. So, I mean,
I agree. I would love to see that. I
if
think
I generally try to just take my main and not really do much else with anything else. The other characters are just more utility.
Right.
supply
And
my
I think
main.
because of the scope of this game, that's important because some people really have specified alts, and you can either stop subbing them after you get them to whatever until you need them, and or you keep them up and you extract. I don't do anything with injectors or extractors, but like there's ways that you can build very focused alts and like benefit from having multiple characters in ways that I guess I don't know. I can understand a lot of people not wanting to have every skill on their main character, or
Yeah.
have to focus on that, or even just like for a lot of newer players, I know that they want to try out different things, but they're so like keyed in on I have to be able to fly X, Y, or Z to get involved.
It hastens the road to get to a certain point. Like, oh, if you want a dread alt, well, it's a lot faster to train one character specifically towards a dread alt, and that's all you're going for, as opposed to like, oh, well, my main I could swap over there, but if you have 10 different things you want to do, trying to do that all in your main, you'll never get it done.
Right.
Yeah,
Whereas if you specialize in alt, you can get there faster.
Yeah, alts kind of go out the wayside too once you start incorporating tie-dye. I realize this as I was like making that argument. Like as great as it would be, like in 10% tie-dye, no matter how many buttons you're pushing, it's like going to be no action for 15 minutes. The other thing I think a lot of people haven't considered, but I've heard like one or two people say is like tiered. So it's like if you have 5 accounts, instead of like, paying for the same default sub, you get like a discount. So you have $20 and maybe 15 for the next one and then 10 for the third or something like that. So then that way like CCP incentivizes the alt or like doesn't punish you for having alts, but if you're, you still have to pay for them.
He did mention something that he was.
Paragon touched on that. Yeah.
Oh, did he?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
So he talked about that. That's
was
coming.
saying that there's nothing set in stone, and it's kind of another one was like you wait for FanFest, but they're trying to do it in the works. And he was saying that they were thinking about doing something along the similar concept as like Power of Two.
Okay,
I
actually like that.
To like
linked
alts. You have one sub, and then if you're gonna do another sub, you get like a discounted price on the other sub type of thing. To where like the more alts you have, it might bring it closer and closer to the old price breakpoint. But
honestly, I think that's very important. So part of something I noticed about that recording was that he touched on like, I know a lot of people think we should have done this after, or we shouldn't have, put it out, but it was done and that's why we had to put it out. We didn't want to delay it any longer. It kind of made it sound like, tear the Band-Aid off, whatever. In my mind, when he was saying it was done, he also touched on a few times in that recording that, yeah, we're also, we're thinking about that and we're talking about how to get it done, to where people aren't penalized for running alts or maybe incentivized or whatever. It's not just a grueling price structure for those people, but we haven't figured it out yet. And I'm like, I think that would have been a really good thing to try to pin down before rolling this out, was like, here's what we feel we need to do, but here's how we're not going to kick everybody in the nuts for all the loyalty and all the whatever, utility that they try to bring to the game with this game that is so alt centric that we've developed,
I think some people were talking about that, like how, like no matter how you frame the news, it always was like really bad news. Like,
So
it's
here's
like,
an idea.
Yeah.
and so I see why they do it. Sorry, go on, Skyhawk.
So we know that they've got a new game coming down the pipeline. We don't have details specifically on exactly when, but we know that is a new game coming down the pipeline. So it stands to reason then that they've got some sort of hard deadline that they need for like some additional costs that the company's going to end up enduring. And so they're looking for additional ways to drive that revenue. I think that they had a deadline that they need to have more money coming in the door to support other things. And that's why you saw this get rushed, because there are other, this was like completely the ball dropped, I think, in how it was communicated, because that stuff should have been ready, but it wasn't. And I think we saw this play out this way because they have a deadline to reach.
I hate to think that you're probably right. It makes me uncomfortable.
That's pure speculation, though.
It is. It's connecting a lot of dots, but I think it's a rational argument. We'll see what happens.
I think enough times we've seen things not fully, at least visibly from our players, viewpoint, not fully thought out or fleshed out, that get, rolled out or attempted to roll out enough times that it wouldn't shock me if they just hadn't really considered all the different facets of it, to where like that, like I said, in my opinion, that should have been rolled out with it. That would have dampened the blow for a lot of people. And they'd be like, hey, look, I get that it has to go up if you sell it in the right way, but I'm not going to be penalized that I choose to do industry or mining or whatever, where like you, or even, I love to have like a hot drop network and I have 50 sinos, just spread out all over the place, whatever your thing is. Those
What are you
people
talking about?
talking about tiered subscription prices.
I don't want to derail it because
Don't come at me, Bear.
I'm sorry. I didn't understand. Now I'm trying to connect the dots. Like I'm circling back on myself and connecting the dots. I get it.
with
But
your
are
face.
we? But
I
who
just want to
cares?
say I hope they find a way to do it with Plex as well, because I know some people
So
who choose
what-
to Plex a lot of their accounts, and if
let's-
you link your accounts, I hope they do a tiered system for your Plex thing too. Go ahead.
Let's go around the horn. Can we go around the horn, as they say in the radio business? So if
Where's the horn though?
the announcement, so it comes from the days when they would just have a single microphone in the middle of the table
Right,
while people had a discussion go around.
Talking stick, bro.
Talking stick.
I got the
Conch.
Lord of the Flies, hell yeah.
Yes.
So if the content announcement that's coming at FanFest will put all of this into perspective, and we will all suddenly go, aha, yes, I will gladly pay $20 a month for this. What do you guys think that they could announce? For you personally, what could they announce that would cause you to say, yes, this is worth $20 a month?
Not much, buddy.
Logi on kill mails, but this time for real.
Okay, so Rain's got the bar super low.
I forget we're backwards, so I have to point the other way to point at Rain. I saw her waving her hand, and I was like, don't call out an order of names. Let people answer themselves.
I need Jove space, man.
I don't know yet.
I need more content in
Redline?
Eve.
If you were to be in the Lions
What, are you gonna
tournament, you'd
pick
be in
on
Joe's
devs?
space.
Yeah.
No, look. I need Jove space to open up and be fought over and be dynamic and be
That's
like
what
a
the
new
Alliance tournament
version
is. You take
of
10
faction
people,
warfare.
10
Like,
people, and you
I
fight it out.
I
Could you
need more
imagine
content.
like Jovian ratting? Like, although would that be?
They just one-shot you.
Dude, the
As a
Joe would
disclaimer,
fuck you
I haven't.
up.
Oh, but they.
As a
I guess
disclaimer,
they,
I
like,
haven't paid an Eve sub in almost 3 years.
Yeah, I was
just
gonna
so that
say,
we're
I
on
was
the
like, man,
same
would
page.
it be genocide if like, because there's that many Joves left
Via
after like
Plex
all
or
those
anything?
Z's, so going in there and just shooting
No.
them would probably. Be... But then again, like the Concord ships are hand-me-downs from Jove, so they'd probably just one-shot everyone.
You were in alpha before that. How long have you been a partner?
What?
I'm curious how you haven't paid an Eve sub in 3
I've
years.
never been an alpha, bro.
So he's
And
plexed-
I asked
he's
about
plexed his
Plex.
accounts.
I said, were you plexing during that? And he also said no.
He's hacked them.
So
He's
now I'm-
RMT,
now
dude.
I'm
That's the only
confused.
solution.
No,
Yeah,
I
he's
was-
RT.
Are you a dev?
Can we report?
No,
Red
this
line?
is-
It's ISD.
That's why I asked about the partner
It's
program.
I think
ISD.
Redline is a CCP dev in disguise.
Look at
He's a-
those wide
he's-
eyes.
The ears.
Have you ever seen Redline and CCP Swift in the same room?
I have
Stop.
not.
CCP Bjorn? Bjorn means bear,
I don't
dude.
know.
Dude.
Whoa.
Redline, how could you lie to us all these years?
What the fuck are you talking about?
I thought we were friends, bro.
Oh,
we
why?
hugged.
Why? Oh no.
We made out.
So for Rain, Logi
did
on kill
what?
mails and what else?
I would say a total faction warfare revamp would be like pretty. Like I would be like, damn, dude, they're really putting in this like effort. If they did something, I like cheesy me would want something like whatchamacallit, alliance skins or whatever. Not
Sure.
alliance skins,
Those are
but like
gimmies
walking,
though.
like yeah, cosmetics. Like I feel like
If
I'd be
they
like,
give
oh,
us-
yay.
If they give us alliance logos on skins and or structure skins, I will be okay with it. I think those are gimmies. I do not think
I
those should be
have-
considered a like wait till we blow you away about the shit you've been telling us to do for
But
multiple
wait.
years. It's like no, like
Okay.
come out of the fucking hat with something, but like we're hoping for those and expecting those at some point because like it needs to happen.
Go,
can I,
go,
can I-
Drayden.
Okay, so the initial question: what would I want to see that I would think is worth $5? I don't know. Like I can I flip it around a little bit and say I don't think I like the increase of the $5. Not because I think like, it's a horrible thing to do. I think there's a better option than that. Instead of upping the price by $5, why not just create things that have more incentive, like because Paragon was talking about like how they haven't been doing well with the microtransaction aspect, and it's like, but there's literally low-hanging fruit. Look at what Timbre, Calorie Pony Prime Pony, that's too long of a name. I'm calling you Timbre.
Prime Pony Club.
Like, look at what he's been doing. When they're saying like, oh, images on like skins for citadels and stuff like that, like, why don't you add that in the game? Because he throws that stuff together in a minute. We mention it like, oh, what about this on a citadel? And then like a minute later, he's like, got it done. Here's a picture of it on a Keepstar. It's like, why can't we have that? If it's that quick and easy to do, CCP could probably do something obviously a little.
Keepstars. Imagine having a GIF on a Keepstar,
dude.
Right, but the thing is obviously they can't just take art. I mean, what Timbre's doing, he's taking art from the internet and putting on there.
Sure.
So they can't do that because it's not their IPs. They can't sell that. But they have artists. They could have them create their own pictures.
But they can use the inspiration.
And so my thing is, I would like them to see them do more microtransaction work, and also like maybe excessive. Imagine if you could have a ship with googly eyes on it and shit flying around.
I would fly every ship with googly eyes.
Now that's a joke. I mean, people would buy that. I guarantee 100%. People would buy that. But
100%. I would fly ships with googly eyes.
You'd see like troll brave fleets with a bunch of like brave googlies.
It would be so worth if it was brave though.
Imagine a Dominix.
Yeah. I can't take them serious if it's a bunch of Atrons coming at me with googly eyes.
So
a big fat ass Dominix.
So my thing is like, I know skins on smaller ships are not as much of a draw because a lot of people don't fly zoomed in. So most of the people are not going to see the skin on your ship, and even most people are not going to see the skin on their own ship because they don't fly zoomed in. So you need the only skins that have a bigger draw are the bigger ones, so like Titans, super carriers, stuff like that. Those probably have a better sell rate, except for the fact that not as many people fly those, and they aren't used as often. So there's still not as big of a draw for those as well. But Citadels, I mean, even if you have a cheap Astrahus, that's not very expensive. Definitely big enough. It's bigger than a Titan. People are going to see that. So, if you have skins and stuff for that. And so that was also bringing me to what you were saying, Akaroth, is like, if at FanFest they come out with like a Citadel or Alliance skins and stuff, but that shouldn't cause an increase of $5 per month.
Right, those are gimmies.
Those are basically changes to the game that you're going to have to spend money on. So if you're going to have to buy those from the
pay for those.
Store,
don't charge us sub.
Yeah.
So the thing is with like a gimme though, like I don't know any non-gimmies. Like Triglavian space and the
so
thought
I came
of
up
like
with
Mutaplasma. Okay. I want to hear your Akaroth.
I wanted to let Drayden finish though.
Okay, well, yeah, I was just saying, like, so
Drayden, I'll fight you. Let Akaroth talk.
You can't have NES store items as the reason for the $5 increase because those are already things you're selling for money. So that doesn't justify upping the subscription cost because that's not something you're getting for the $5 extra. That's something that you're going to spend the $5 extra on your subscription and then still have to buy those on top of that. So those don't count as a justification for the increase.
I agree. Like I said, I do think those are very much just gimmies. Like we've been telling you we would pay for them, make it the microtransactions to just keep greasing the wheels, and we're fine with those. I know there's a couple technical aspects and like hoops or hurdles rather, as far as Alliance and corp ownership of skins and stuff and how they transfer. I've heard that's kind of hairy, and I didn't see somebody in like a comments of like a rage thread today talk about like just making a slot, like you put the core in a slot, you put fuel in a slot, you put ammo in a slot for these structures. Just put a skin slot and make it a consumable.
Bro, you steal your enemy's skins?
Dude,
like,
that'd be sick.
Dude, like Vietnam, you're just like, fuck goons, and you steal all the bees.
It's like taking their flags? Oh, shit.
Yeah, that's perfect.
What if they weren't available to you unless you were in their alliance?
No.
So skin espionage? No, I'm saying like you couldn't buy them off this, Nexus store or whatever unless you were in the alliance. And maybe like a director or something, so only certain people could raise the flag, let's say, but skins could be stolen.
I think that would be a harder sell, like something that you spend
that's pretty far-fetched. I just had fun with it while we were talking about it.
Yeah.
And let someone else steal it.
Seema, thanks for the sub. I think that would be a harder sell, allowing someone to steal something from you they actually just spent money on.
So here's my 2 wows, and I want to say them before I lose them again because I keep dipping in and out and having to remember what they're. So the first one is it's a melancholy admittance. So we, as somebody touched on earlier, they have been working on some sort of shooter for the past few years, as far as we know, from like dev hiring things and stuff, which is fine. Of course, CCP is going to keep trying like to make another game, and who can blame them for trying to make more income streams? But hopefully they still spend plenty of money developing our game. But anyway, so my WoW features are
Alex.
a game is released, whatever their new shooter is, with a similar Dust intention where it interacts with the EVE universe in a semi-meaningful way, nothing game breaking or you have to play the new game to even do anything in the old game or anything like that, but like a Dust way where it can be influenced, but probably just different than Dust and maybe hopefully a little bit more meaningful. But followed by, because that's just kind of arbitrary and like why link to whatever the new shooter thing is, followed by a huge upgrade in the EVE server hardware, which they just recently put out some sort of like timeline of like how the servers have upgraded over time, like a week or so ago. I don't know if anybody saw that, but I was thinking if I was going to be wowed, what if they fucking just found a way or spent a way to swing for the fences and make it where like, you know what, the next time a 5, 7, 10,000 man thing kicks off, things are going to flow at least pretty respectably.
Move tie-dye.
Yes. Well,
and I push you guys like, you know, a dev challenge of like, I want you guys to go smash something with your big group of friends and see how it performs, and it just be like, okay, well shit, you know how many people would resub just being like, I can be in a fucking massive battle with like just respectively more responsiveness and like actual by the minute interactivity. And again, this is my WoW feature thought. I don't think it's rational at all.
Yeah, I'm gonna make that my
I get
answer.
that. Oh wait, what? Sorry.
I was saying I want to make that my answer. The
like I said, the server
finding
thing
ways
recently
to-
made me think
I
like we're
like
talking
that.
about
get
server
rid of
hardware.
tie-dye,
But
but just
not-
reduce the need for it.
I would like that, but not, hey, go fight. But like, hey guys, we're gonna give everyone a free Titan. Jita is now nullsec. Don't undock. Free for all. Like if they did something like that, like we upgraded everything, we're gonna break the server, and we want to see you break it. Like something like that, where it's like you resub, you come back, you're paying $20, but you get like this like random ass ship, and you got to like blow it up.
Wait, what?
That would be so like
that's
so
a
like if they were like,
thing.
oh, repeat BTAC R5 or whatever, oh, go do M2 again, like nobody's gonna fucking do that.
That sounds like a stress test.
A one-time
Yeah,
event
a
doesn't
real life
justify
stress test.
a complete price hike of the sub cost.
Well, that's not what I'm suggesting. Mine is that they upgraded the servers to some massive level and that
They prove it.
And they
prove it.
well,
okay, I see. What
I
you're saying. All right.
didn't
we get to
link
test
to the
it to
prove it.
prove
I
it.
just want them to, because if they did that at FanFest, they would be like, hey guys, like I said, they mentioned that server like history thing recently, and it got my mind kind of churning. I'm like, you know, I wonder why they're talking about the hardware and how it's evolved over the years. And it's like, what if they were like, hey, you know, we spent a bunch of money because we're trying to come out with a nice wow factor for FanFest, even months ago, whatever, years ago potentially, because they hopefully have been working on a lot of these things for a while. And like when we drop it, the server's going to run on like 4 times their hardware now. So your little your little few dozen or few hundred people battles here and there in the fringe, like they're going to run super smooth. And your big ass massive, set piece battles that people are going to write about and talk about and whatever for years to come are going to run pretty damn good. Let's just presume. But if we're going wow factor, I'm going to say they're going to run pretty good too. That's my thing. Like, what if they just showed us like, hey, we did a bunch of virtual machines and then made them play like Battle Simulator, and
like Aether Wars.
we can see that they can just fucking rage with like 8,000 people on this grid. Like, check that out. We're rolling that out here soon.
I think we're trying to test that with Aether Wars, but I think that partnership ended. I don't really remember.
I haven't heard anything about that since 2018.
It's been a while. It's been a long while.
Yeah.
Because they had the first, and then there was a big gap, and then they had a second and a third run, and then nothing.
No, there was only the 2 test runs.
Oh, they intended a third, but it never came through.
I think they intended a third. The company rebranded a few months back. They're under a completely different name now. I just remembered that.
Oh, it's. I don't remember the name of it. I still have the thing on my Steam
I can't remember.
library.
I still have the
Aether Wars. That's what it was. That was the.
Aether Wars was the
name of the test thing, not the actual company. Though.
Wasn't the name of the company.
But
sorry, does anybody else have any?
I was like, did everyone? You okay?
I think it was just me, you, and Rain.
I don't. Okay? Yeah, it's hard to think of something that you don't know, right?
Yeah, well,
sure, yeah. Well, that's why you like. I mean, there have been
rumors for years that they're additional nullsec regions or like other content expansions that they had plans. Like I don't really know either, like for sure what's going to happen, obviously, and I don't want to like I don't want to speculate further than what I said earlier in the show.
I think a relaunch, a reboot of Walking in Stations as it was originally intended, with like actual multiplayer, talking and engaging with people in stations, players hosting or renting their own like offices to have their own kind of market spaces in stations, being able to like gamble on big fights that are going down, meeting rooms, boardrooms where CEOs can plan out heists or battles or whatever. Like a relaunch of Walking in Stations as it was originally intended, like a completely different game mode, completely new.
I'd like
would
that.
I think that would justify an increase in the sub cost, and I would come back for that, honestly.
That would be. Oh man, I don't. Would they ever dare touching something like that again though? Because that's.
I don't know.
It would cause
weird
such
theory.
a huge issue the first time.
This is completely hypothetical.
Right. You're just saying if, but I mean, man, I don't know if they would ever want to go down that road, because imagine them trying that again and then it not coming, like
if they do it again.
Yeah.
If they do it again, they do it. They've got to do it right.
Here's a weird theory. What if some big project that they've been working on? So if you create Walking in Stations with a real significance, in my mind, where people hang out in the cantina or go to each other's office and they walk through a little like shopping mall through the Walking in Stations thing or whatever, that's a lot of people who aren't out in space. And granted, in GETA that makes sense because a lot of people are just docked up and doing whatever they do. But in general, you can't take a lot of people out of space. Hold on for a second. But what if part of this big, broad, inspiring release, whatever, is some other project that they've been working on, but is almost a standalone MMO thing of its own, but interacts in a way that those are some of the populace of this game. And in kind of how Dust people showed up in chat, but those people would be like interactable when you went Walking in Stations, and they were also playing. In my mind, I'm going to like Metaverse or whatever, like some sort of like just avatar based people running around and hanging out in space stations and things like that. But
with the way Paragon worded things today, they have to be adding content for the core game of EVE Online.
Right.
Otherwise, it's going to explode in their face.
Right.
So maybe they're doing that and the new game, because like I said, we know the new game is coming. We just don't have details on when. Although I believe in one of the interviews that was given last year, they did mention that 2022 was when we would see more information on it. So hopefully that for me at least, that's what like I'm hoping happens, is there's a new content release and there's a new game that's tied into this universe. Also, nice slide in there, Rain.
That was awesome. She slid in and then shook her drink for the camera and then took a swig.
Yeah, I agree. It's so that's what I was saying. It's not going to be cosmetic stuff that they're adding. They're not adding like a new module. This is for what it sounds like, it's a huge. I don't know. Again,
that's what he's selling it as. He's billing it as.
Putting it up on the pedestal because it's like, it makes it sound like this is some kind of, water. What do they call that? Watermark, not watermark.
Watershed.
Possibly high water.
Yeah, water. Thank you.
Oh shit.
A watershed moment for the game, as far as updates go.
Waterboard moment.
Yeah, not waterboarding, not benchmark. I was like, fuck, watermark, benchmark. I was stuck on mark, but
water sports.
Shut up, right?
Yeah, like polo or whatever, right?
Yeah, like
oh
jet ski.
yeah,
Yeah.
What were you guys thinking? Pervs.
Fucking
Sorry.
perverts.
Jesus. No. So yeah, it's gotta be, man. But what? Because now I'm excited to know what it is. Because I'm like, if it's that big, what could it be? What could it be? But
so here's the thing too. Part of my big respect for Paragon earlier was because he had the balls to speak those words. And he mentioned at some point, he was like, look, if I get crucified for all this and whatever, but like, I was like, you have the balls to come out right after people are already bitching to speak to us, right out on the doorstep and proclaim some things, even if it's not as many details as anybody would want. But then, and also be like, you should expect big things. And
Wait
it's like,
and see.
whoa,
He
The biggest
has
things.
he has set
Big thing.
expectations astronomically high.
And I
Bigly
don't
high.
want people to dwell on that because he mentioned multiple times, like, please don't like crucify me for this, or
Can-
however he.
No,
Oh.
no. You don't get to say this is the biggest
It
thing
wasn't
we've ever
during that.
done,
It wasn't during that.
and
it was
then
other
say,
times.
but don't hold me to that. You can't
was
have
during
it both
other
ways.
things. It was during other things, but he did say it a few times, and I feel
Someone
bad
needs
that
to-
he just like came out. Like I said, he put on his armor, but he came out.
Someone needs
He's
to take
like,
the,
hey guys, we're getting more like NPC missions. Maybe you can side with the NPCs now and things, or like
Oh,
declare your race
shit.
as a Blood Raider. And he's out there just like, yay, I can be Angel Cartel or something. Everyone's like, what the fuck is this?
What if
update?
standings meant something real?
Right.
You
Yeah.
could join those factions.
Yeah,
Like,
and
how
when
many
you're in their
fucking
space, they
people
don't
would nerd
shoot
out
you.
on that?
But you're saying
You
the
could
big things,
like how the Diamond Rats worked, where if you got standings with those things, you would let people like come in, and the Diamond Rats would bring like a whole response fleet to fuck with them because they thought they were about
Every
to pirate you.
rat's a diamond
I
rat.
saw some
That's-
people troll with that, and it was awesome every time.
I love that idea, Akaroth. That's really good.
That would be interesting. A lot of people like they you sit there and you grind these missions for all these years, but what are the standings for? A little bit of LP store something, or maybe a little
so you
bit more
don't get
tax.
shot in.
Like what if
ISEC,
what
I
if a
guess?
lot of these people like what if they want to be a Blood Raider? They want to be a Garista, I want to be.
I'm out of Red Bull.
I'll drink to that.
Oh no, I guess
You said shot, so I did a shot by
shot.
drinking
I didn't
my
hear it
wine.
because I talked too much.
Oh
I'm sorry.
fuck!
You guys
What's
like my
this
shot?
shot?
But no,
to?
Akaroth, that's a good point. So you notice how like you used to have like all this backstory with your character and all this. They removed that because it was super confusing, and now
It
it's
was.
like it's still there.
Oh!
And so what if this was like the
Woo!
slow transition?
Sorry, Rain.
Shut
That's
up! You're
what
making
did
fun of me.
No,
This is
it was
before,
before the show.
started. We were making fun of Redline.
Oh.
Sorry to interrupt you.
He was
Oh, I
making
thought you
noises.
guys were me going, oh. But no,
Redline
like,
was
like,
making
what if
strange noises.
what if it
Oh.
is that though? Like, right? Like they're slowly transitioning to where it makes sense if you want to fly with a different group. Like Eve Echoes already does it, so why not any other game?
I think that would be pretty wow feature. As far as like letting you go down literally any group that was like a major group. I'm not gonna go so far as like all the mini corporations within which actually honestly, if you're gonna do it, if we're talking wow features, then yes. Some people want to be a friggin' Rodin shipyards, like the people who invented like drone ships or blasters or whichever,
Yeah,
like all the different things, and like you want to specify, and maybe there's perks to like going down the rabbit hole of like whatever group you join to where you get the deepest LP store rewards.
This
or
would make sense. It would align with the faction warfare change too, right? Because like
yes, and if
Ash
you're
is-
going down there, you need to touch faction
and
warfare.
Ash is saying like, hey, they're gonna do faction warfare. It's like, nah, Ash, and it's like, well, he's got a point now if that's the thing.
I think it would be so cool to see players in some of the neater anyway, like NPC corporations, not just factions, but like corporations and stuff. There's obviously there's the schools and whatnot that you default to if you drop in and out of groups and stuff like that. But like if you wanted to go down a rabbit hole, because I mean you can run missions for all those different corporations and stuff. Those are who the agents are for, like various corporations throughout, because they're all part of Caldari State or Galente or whatever, all the different things. But what if you like wanted to dive into one particular one and like play it out? Like I said, some of them have their own little specific things that they brought to the table as far as the technology that race of ships brings to the table. So then you get like LP discounts on all the friggin', like I said, for Rodin or whichever one it was that was like the drone boats. I think it was Rodin. Then like, you get all the drone pirate faction, I don't know, whatever, all the LP rewards deeper. I don't know. Redline, did you throw out any WoW features? Because I don't think you have yet.
I don't know, man. I haven't said much. There's been a lot of talking, so I'm trying not to interrupt since I have my own show.
Do you need a proper
I gave you the
introduction?
floor though.
We
Stop.
We got Abyssal Bear on the scene.
And now, on the Open Comms Show, the one and only Abyssal Bear giving his thoughts on the EVE Online subscription price increase. Abyssal Bear, over to you. Abyssal Bear.
Thanks, Manic Velocity. I'm Abyssal Bear reporting live from Jita, Caldari Space, on Moon 4.
Abyssal
People
Bear,
are
what do you see?
shooting the monument vigorously. There are lots of missiles being fired. Lots of bad things are happening.
Are they shooting the monument angrily?
Absolutely.
Are they
They are
annoyed?
pissed. I think they are.
Are they?
And they're all holding pieces
they
of
hungry?
avocado toast.
What other emotions?
Goddamn!
Can we... There's
Shots
so many
fired.
millennials. So many fucking millennials.
I don't get the avocado toast joke. Am I old?
I don't understand.
Millennials.
That's a
only-
Reddit.
Millennials
That's a classic
only
Gen X
eat
comment, dude.
avocado
Understand.
toast and drink Starbucks. That's
I'm
why
a
they're
Wait,
so
real quick.
poor.
millennial and I hate
Real-
Starbucks.
real
and I don't like avocados.
Did you guys see Reddit today though? I'm assuming most people did. There
How
was
many
one.
news broadcasts have you ever interrupted?
Go ahead, Abyssal Bear.
All of them, actually.
Back over to you, Abyssal Bear.
Bear.
No.
Back over to you, Abyssal Bear.
Thanks, Manic. Bad shit over here, y'all.
Abyssal Bear, what do you
Honestly.
see?
Nothing good, dude.
What's happening on the front lines?
This guy's got a $5 bill, right? And he's running around to everybody in the whole place and just saying, "Give me $10 for this." I'm confused. I don't understand why this man.
It's actually a smart play because that $5 will get you a new sub now, on top of the old sub. But
he's asking for more money than it's worth.
Yeah, but you know
Yeah,
what?
I don't
CCP
get
don't
it.
break bills, so if you got a 10, but you need a 5.
Abyssal Bear, do you think this man could be making some kind of statement via metaphor?
I think this man could be making a mistake.
What?
Very large.
Can you
mistake.
can you
If I'm being honest.
Elaborate
Give us more on that,
Who is
Abyssal
this
Bear.
man? What does he look like?
Well, have you ever seen? So, what are those big events? Sometimes they have animals, like
Renaissance
elephants
Parades?
and lions and tigers.
Zoos.
Circus.
And bears. Oh my.
Yeah, circuses, and then
Oh.
the guys that stand in the rings and they kind of lead things.
The ringleader?
Ringleader.
No, they've got the sometimes they've got like multicolored hair and red noses.
Oh, the
Clowns?
Clowns, yeah. That's what that fucking guy looks like.
Whoa.
That's a really long
I want to
one.
make a Britney joke because she sang a song, and it was like she was in a ring, all eyes on me, in the center of a ring, just like a circus. But I feel like none of y'all will get it.
What the hell are you
Let
Let me
me
crack
song,
that
man.
whip, everybody gonna trip just like
If
a
you like it, you should have put a
circus.
ring on it. Is that what they're talking
Don't
about?
stand there
Out
watching
of
me,
your
darling
seats.
me.
Anyways,
Tell me what you
All
can
eyes
do.
on me.
I really don't understand.
I
what
can't wait
this
for
man hopes to
karaoke.
accomplish.
That's all I'm gonna say. Can't wait for karaoke.
He keeps saying, if you give me this $10 now, I'll give you $5 worth of something later. But he's not
So-
telling anybody what it is.
So he's gonna half your money.
So you're saying he's all stick, no carrot.
I don't even know what he is.
What
I don't know
color
what
is
he's offering.
what color is his wig, Redline?
It's rainbow colored.
Oh.
And
okay.
it's shaped like an ice cream cone.
Like a dunce cap?
No, like an ice cream cone.
A cone is a dunce cap is a cone.
But not like that.
This is a conical
Abyssal-
shape,
It's a conical shape. It's conical
which
in
is
theory.
a cone. Conical just means
Yeah,
a
but-
cone.
Yeah,
What
but
is a
upside
It's the
down.
adjective of
It's
cone?
shaped like ice cream.
If something
an
is
ice cream
conical,
cone.
then is it a conic?
No. Conical is
Like
just
Harry
the
Connick Jr.?
adjective version of cone, right?
But so
What
it's
the fuck
cone.
are you talking
it's-
about?
Is it conical
know.
or is it cone-ish? Or is it cone-like?
Conically
Conish, that sounds
conical.
like a nationality.
Cone-ish? Cornish hen,
Cornish
Sure,
hen.
sure.
Corned beef.
Cornishman.
Corned
Corned
beef
beef.
hash.
corned beef
Guys,
hash.
this just in. We need the urgent news bulletin now.
Urgent news from Abyssal Bear, only on Open
Wait a
Comms.
sec, wait. Hold on. What's the guy's name in Stranded
Deep.
Stranded Death?
Stranded
Death
Deep.
Stranding.
Death Stranding.
Death Strand.
Yeah,
Oh,
Sam Bridges, right?
Sam Bridges.
Rorman
Okay,
Meadus.
great. Okay, play the music again.
Breaking news from Abyssal Bear on Open Comms. Go.
Actually, Mac, I hate to interrupt, but we're actually joined by somebody else. We're joined by Sam Bridges.
Sam Bridges.
No.
Listen.
Welcome
I'm
to
a
the
huge
show.
fan. Sam
Hey,
Bridges.
how's it-
Listen,
Thank
I've
you.
been playing
Thank
your
you for the
game
welcome.
non-stop, and I love it.
Do you like it?
Can I tell you how much I love your game? I am so starstruck right
Yeah,
now.
man.
So, okay, I recently bought the director's cut. It came out about a month ago. I've already clocked, let's see, 60.8 hours in the game. I love it. I love it so much. It's so fucking weird.
You
Your
love
game
it?
is so fucking weird. Look
You
into
love
my
it?
eyes. Look into my eyes.
Look at his eyes. Are you having a stroke, Sam Bridges?
You love
I
it?
am concerned about
I
his
love
health.
it.
I would
I
ask
didn't wanna
you-
say it, but
I
I
would
am
ask you to
concerned.
blink twice if you need help, but I don't know if
closer.
you can blink both your eyes.
Get
Like-
closer.
You love it?
Sam, how hammered are you right now? You look
Sam, what are you
awful.
drinking?
You love it?
I love it.
No, I don't love it. The mouth weirds me out. I don't like this at all.
It's bad. I don't. Yeah,
It's
it
like
makes
a
me very
puppet
uncomfortable.
mouth. It doesn't really like move. It just kind of opens and closes.
How the fuck does this software
Makes me
do better
very
with bear?
It's like one of
Right, the bear is phenomenal. Like, what happened with this guy? He's a real person. You can model him.
It's like a
You love
sock
it?
puppet. It's like a sock puppet.
It's just that, oh, I don't know what's.
Just spit everywhere.
Blink twice if you're okay, Sam.
I don't know what's wrong.
I don't
with
like it.
No, I know
don't like
everything's wrong with it. It's just indescribable.
This is why AI will never succeed.
This is
The-
this is creepy.
Oh.
Oh, and his nose is wiggling a little bit.
Wait.
He can make his nose.
How do
wiggle.
you do that? Are you?
That's
what are you
actually where the
doing?
words are coming. He's actually talking out of his nose.
Oh, it's like capturing a wrong zone. Maybe.
Listen.
Listen here.
It's like, oh, it's like his.
Listen here.
It's like his face forgot how to work.
I have news.
It's like he's like an animatronic at Chuck E. Cheese, but his battery is running low.
Oh,
Tell us your news.
Norman
What's your news,
Reedus, Sam Bridges, what news do you have? What news do you bring from the world of Death Stranding?
I bring news of a death.
A death, stranded, stranding.
Yep. So look, this is complicated, okay? So there I was, minding my own business, wandering the wilderness, delivering packages
Barbecue
to
sauce on your
people along-
titties.
is that how you do it?
Delivering
So
packages.
there I
to
was,
people
minding my
along
own
the way.
business. Barbecue sauce on my
Shut
titties.
the fuck up. What the fuck up, dude?
Sam Bridges,
I'm trying to tell a story.
don't speak to me that way. I love your game.
I'm trying to tell a story.
Whoa!
Continue with your story.
Wow!
Sam Bridges, tell us your story.
Anyway, so there I was,
Barbecue sauce.
Say it with your chest.
walking through the wilderness,
What happened?
delivering packages.
Quoth the raven.
No, bruh.
What happened, Sam Bridges?
I can't tell the story.
Do it, Sam. Do it for me. I'm your biggest fan, Sam.
I can't.
Do it for me.
Do it for me.
Alright,
Sam, don't
so
you
anyway,
quit. Don't you quit on me now.
Don't you quit.
so
You've
look,
always been a
gotta-
fighter, Sam.
Be
I
strong,
got a little
Sam.
bit-
Look at me, Sam. Look into my eyes. Sam. Sam.
Sam, don't let go, Sam.
Sam, don't let go.
Don't
Don't
let
let
go.
go.
Not like this.
You gotta hold on, Sam.
Not like this, Sam. Okay, no, Sam, tell us your story.
Don't you quit me, you son of a bitch.
All right. So listen, I was there in the wilderness.
I'm over it.
It's not even a good story. All I was gonna do is tie
Why
it to
are
me.
you winking, dude, bro? What
I'm
the
not.
fuck?
Hey, guys, I was in the wilderness.
Listen, the point of the story was eventually gonna be that I was trying to save this person named Eve, and they died.
What's the oh.
That was the moral of the story.
Oh.
Why would you let them die, dude? I can't believe you'd do that.
And you laughed at the fact that you let them die. Like, what the fuck, bruh?
They needed $5. He didn't have it, so they died.
$5?
That's what we just said.
I've been keeping a secret from everybody.
Are you a CCP developer?
I'm sorry, the mouth just looks like.
I've been keeping a secret from everybody.
Did you guys do a shot for 420?
What's the
I will.
for
reveal
420?
Oh,
the
we need
secret.
to.
Do a 420 shot.
I will.
Clearly,
reveal the
Sam's
secret
celebrating, so shot for 20.
when this show has 100 viewers.
Say it again, Redline.
I have a deep, dark secret
Oh,
that I've been hiding from everyone for
What is it?
years.
What is it?
I'll tell you once the show hits 100 viewers.
Oh,
all right.
God.
Alliance directors send
Unless
the
we
pings.
get rated.
This is the time.
Yeah,
this is the time.
Ping your
I've
alliance.
already been doing that.
Yeah,
The
ping
viewer
the
count
alliance,
has
and they'll be like,
gone
"Why?"
down.
Just click the link, or you're out of the fucking alliance.
Sam Partner Bridges.
Oh, we got 2.
I like
Oh,
how
wait,
dark it got,
wait.
like right
Did
after
you-
I stepped
did you
away too.
Get back into partner.
Did I?
I was like,
You
"There's
said
no way.
you're now
There's no
Sam
way
Part-
after the
You
blackout."
said he said Sam Partner Bridges.
Yeah, but then I said Porter.
No,
That's
you
what
said
his name
partner.
is.
Partner.
Yeah,
I
but
heard
then
it.
I said Porter because I misread Porter as partner. As you can see, I'm
You
having
already said it.
difficulty
Wishful thinking.
speaking. Also,
So
I think you just.
What
Whoa.
just happened to him?
What the
He's
fuck?
Shrek again.
Shh. No, it's not even a Shrek. It's like it's a
It's an
neck.
attempt at Shrek.
It's the ghost of Shrek.
It's a schneck.
Schneck.
You're
get
having
out of
some.
my swamp.
Wait,
Real
hold
quick,
on.
though,
Let me
Drayden.
make sure I don't have a
You-
chroma.
you look-
okay. I
You
was
look
like,
a
I
little
might be
ill
chroming
there.
here.
that's his chroma.
That's your
I
chroma.
have
You're
a
chroming
chroma.
out the
Oh,
green.
yes,
You can't chroma the Shrek skin.
Don't tell me how to live my life.
You know.
You never.
You look a little ill though, there, Shreky.
Drayden, was there any other Eve notes?
There
And
was
or
the history
LB
of the Eve database. I didn't actually read enough into that.
Which
to
I
know
touched on.
So
yeah, you were
I-
touching on it. I didn't read
my
enough into that to
conspiracy
like know what the
theory.
fuck it is.
It's if you're into like computer hardware and just like stats kind
Yeah,
of shit,
it's-
it's really cool. If you're not, you're like, what the fuck?
It's kind of one of those like they have some pictures. It looks like a server rack. That's cool. And then they talk about some tech that I don't know anything about, so I didn't pretend to.
They do this every few years, and I appreciate it because I know there's a
No,
lot of
I
industry
appreciate it.
professionals
I
be-
appreciate
like
it.
that do IT related, computer related shit. Which I'm just
No.
broad.
Yeah,
if
no,
you're
no,
in that industry, don't judge me for not
Hey.
knowing like the
Yeah,
specifics.
no,
Speaking
I'm
of
totally
IT,
down
with
that they are
computers.
like here's some of our internals. I love that. I just
But what
I
if?
didn't know what any of this was. Also, they keep showing this the picture of the. I'm hoping that's like one server rack. That's not like all of Eve on that one rack, right?
Yeah, I'm
It-
here
it
to
is.
judge
You
it.
think so? You
It,
think-
Manic, look
yeah,
at my camera.
yeah,
That
yeah,
looked at least
yeah.
like 2 to 3 inches. Like that was huge.
Yeah, that's
who's the
you're
guy
that's a
from
pretty big
San
server rack.
Andreas?
And looking at the stats, like 4 terabytes of RAM.
in each one of those, right?
But
Yeah.
why does he do
No,
this?
that's the total that
Oh.
capacity for the cluster is 4 terabytes of RAM.
For me, I imagine like when you have these big MMO games, I imagine like a whole server room just like full of like this is like one of like 24 racks in a whole room.
At that scale, that's when you're getting, unless you're talking like older hardware, like with like super like leading edge type stuff. At that kind of a scale that you're talking about as far as physical space, that's when you're looking at real supercomputers that are crunching like research level data.
Yeah, well, dude, just imagine if they had one of those
Hold it
slots
out.
for every single star system in the game. They wouldn't need that,
Tie
obviously.
dye wouldn't exist.
That would be nuts.
Well, but
Well, and hey,
it would exist in the big fights.
maybe
because
that's a WoW
they
feature.
don't they for Jita it has its own dedicated core, And
got its
then
own
when
node.
they
Yeah.
when they reinforce a node for they know a big fight's coming up, it has its own dedicated core. Now that's the
Cheetah's
whole
like
problem
the
with
mega core, yeah.
that's the problem with I guess the way Eve is coded is that they can't have multiple cores split up the work like other
Mhm.
programs and stuff do. So what they'll do is that they have the one core running the calculations, and then they use the other cores as they overclock it past what it should be able to do, and they use the other cores to act as heat sinks for the one core that's doing the calculations. So then they can disperse the heat because the heat sinks on those cores, and or the the overall heat sink, whatever. So essentially, they can basically overclock the system, overclock that one core past what it should be safe to do, and it still works. So when they reinforce a node for a fight, and also Cheetah is run on its own thing. But the thing is, like, there is still breakpoints to where even with it running like that, it still hits tie-dye heavily if enough people come in. Because there's just too many
So real quick,
calculations.
I know. So I'm just thinking on it a little bit more now. So Paragon mentioned, with people are like, how do you rationalize the cost? Whatever this, that, and the other. And he was like, I think you'll see the value. Obviously, waiting for FanFest. But when I think about things that increase in cost, obviously, there's salaries and things like that, which are not crazy in the business sense. I don't imagine. I don't think they just had to give everybody 30% raises, and Paragon touched on that as well. Like devs are not getting, that flavor of raise or anything. So that's not the concern. But what if it is like a hugely significant hardware upgrade that does like damn near game change? Now, granted, I don't know if it's that we wouldn't see it this way, because I mean that's what FanFest they're known for doing is releasing and showing off the really great amazing things. But I feel like it would be much harder to like keep it under wraps if that was the real thing, that they were like, look, we quadrupled hardware or something, whatever it is, like found the missing link and made it crazy good. But
From what I gathered, though, now maybe, but I don't think it's that their hardware is the problem. From what I have heard, their hardware is like really, really, really fucking good.
sure, and maybe that's sorry, go ahead.
Now I could be wrong. Again, I didn't. This probably, I don't know if this article really touched on that, but at least years back in the day, from what I heard was that they were basically running the best shit there was out there, the best available hardware server blades they could get. But it was just the fact that the coding did not allow for multi-threading calculations, and therefore it was basically come down to how fast could one core on the server blades run calculations. That was their limit. And so even if you had the best server core that you could get, it still just wasn't fast enough to run everything, and they couldn't divvy out the work to other blades. Brain in a Box helped. Various other things have helped, and that's so I didn't mean to like interrupt you.
No,
I was just saying, like, so coming back to the whole round the horn of like what updates we'd love to see that would be worth the money, I would say that it's got to be in most people's mind. Well, at least nullsecers, because people in low sec and stuff, they don't care about tie-dye because they don't deal with that. But at least in all the nullsecers' minds, is that would be worth the extra $5 a month, is if they could find a way to allow the servers to multi-process, because then you could essentially divvy it up between multiple blades as well, and therefore like there would be no limit essentially. There might be. I'm not a tech guy. I could be completely wrong.
Yeah, go ahead, Scott. I know you had some.
CCP has talked about this, where like if they had infinite amounts of money, they could completely solve the problem of tie-dye, and it wouldn't be a thing for the most.
What about just $5 more a month?
So that's not going to make a big difference in that. So each additional person on grid in a fight increases the server calls exponentially. So because each individual client has to react to that information sent to it from
for
the server.
Every single other person in the system.
Yep. So as fights grow, it increases exponentially with those server calls, and because of the way that the game is programmed, it has to work through everything essentially sequentially. So it can work through that faster if it has more resources. So there is like, if they could infinitely beef up the server hardware by just pouring money at it, yeah, they could deal with a lot of the problems that we have with tie-dye. The problem CCP has is dealing with that problem with limited resources.
Right. Quick question. when we're talking about a tie-dye environment, if I press my buttons as though I'm in an elevator and I don't believe that the button believes me, so I press it multiple times, am I causing more struggles on the server, or is it just like, you can't do that again?
I honestly don't know. With how I don't know enough about how Eve is like actually coded.
So
It queues it, so it's just more commands that it has to process, but it's similar to normal Eve. So when you click jump on the gate, it registers once and then does nothing else.
Yeah, well,
but like if you're in a situation where
you're pushing the button, but now I'm not positive on this, but it might be client side, because I know that when you try to do something, it's like this has already been activated. You have to wait. It has a message thing like that where like your module's already activated or something. Right?
It was mostly a joke, just based on like the normal human experience of like when I'm waiting for something that I like, I just keep fucking clicking the button. Like I think everybody's been there.
It would make
comfort
sense.
mechanism of you just clicking.
Yeah, there's still calculations.
Like it's obviously not doing it yet. Like
if it's client side, that's fine because that's on your own system and it doesn't matter as long as those aren't sent server side. Then
right. Yeah. No, I agree. The normal like whichever first one is what catches.
It would make sense if the client was programmed to recognize like, oh hey, this command you're sending,
I haven't got a response from it, so you have to wait.
It's in queue. Yeah, it's in queue. So like,
right.
You can see if it's in queue. That's.
I was gonna say, and when you're in big tie-dye battles, you open that window and you see how long your God, what's the timer called? I don't remember.
2G.
But yeah, you watch how long they take to respond. Did LB have anything else to throw out? I'm trying to keep it slightly.
Actually, I don't even hold on. We can bring up the whole LB thing. I don't think we've even touched on LB's stuff fully.
He didn't get eaten by a bear, did he?
LB would.
Did you do it?
He's on vacation, so he'll be.
I do want to let you know that LB is protected from bears and is protected by bears. If you try to hurt LB, the bears will hurt you.
So I could just we'll just he posted his thoughts, so I'll just read them verbatim. Why not? I'm of two thoughts on this. One, first price hike in 15 years. That's a pretty decent record. If $5 a month is the difference between playing a video game and keeping the lights on and feeding your family, then maybe it's time to reprioritize. Corporations exist to make money. This shouldn't be a shock. It's always been cheaper to buy Omega time in bulk anyways. If raising the price means CCP have the ability to hire devs by paying the current fair market wage or more, then we should see improvement to Eve down the road. And number two, there's no obvious reason to raise the price. So he's like, here's my pro and con point. I think there's no obvious reason to raise the price. Every investor's call with Pearl Abyss shows CCP consistently making profits. Inflation be damned. If Arizona iced tea and the Costco hot dog can remain the same price, then why can't internet spaceships?
Real talk.
Because internet spaceships isn't powered by the cheapest shit you can find.
Well, both Arizona and Costco hot dogs benefit from economies of scale in a massive way, but
and they go for the lowest possible quality ingredients.
Somewhat as well, but I appreciate the integrity behind it.
Don't you knock the Costco hot dog?
I've heard good things about it. I've never had it. I don't know.
You cannot beat. For $1.25, you cannot beat, or however much it is, you cannot beat the Costco hot dog.
For $1.25, no. For $2, fuck yes.
34% more.
I like.
You pay for what you get.
You do all that shopping. You're lifting those heavy boxes because you're a dumb fat American and you need everything in bulk. At the end of your afternoon, you want to sit down for $1.25 hot dog. That's all you want. That's all you deserve after the hell you put yourself through. There's nothing left for you. You get a $1.25 hot dog, but you know what? It's gonna taste amazing.
Yeah, I'll be honest.
You spent all afternoon shopping.
Is it really?
I've been.
Do you have to incorporate the yearly membership fee for Costco into that? I mean, it might be closer to
like you should with Amazon Prime, right?
It's probably closer to like $1.26 for that hot dog, depending on how much you spend at Costco.
I've been going to Costco now for 7 years pretty solidly, and I've actually never stopped at the little restaurant in the store. I just grab my shit and leave.
A few times. My parents have. I don't have a Costco membership because I don't ever have to buy anything in bulk. There's things I wish they sold in bulk. And I
I
don't
feel
think they
similar
do.
about IKEA. Like I've heard
I-
good things about like the food at IKEA, and I'm like, I went. For, like, a
IKEA
piece
has
of
food?
furniture.
IKEA.
Yeah, they do.
Do you have to like
they've got
I've heard
assemble
really
the
good
food
things.
yourself,
Really
or
good
do they have
meatballs.
instructions for food assembly, like
they have a whole
build your own
cafeteria.
sandwich?
They've got like a little cafeteria thing, and I've never gotten any of it, even though I've been a handful of times. Like I
The
don't go to IKEA like
meatballs
people
are
go to
really good.
Costco. But
Genuinely,
it's just like
my
you go for a
favorite.
piece of furniture. Like, why are you eating while you're in IKEA? I don't know. Maybe.
Not to sound like an alcoholic or anything, but my favorite genuine reason for going to Costco is the $13 for a 1.75 liter bottle of actually decent
Boy,
vodka.
that sounds nice.
there you
being,
go.
Being able to buy alcohol in a regular store, that sounds awesome.
Yeah,
It's nice
not in
here
a lot
too,
of
because
states.
where I lived before in Wisconsin, after 9 p.m. you couldn't buy like liquor at all unless you
9
went to a
p.m.?
bar.
What the
In
Yeah,
Wisconsin?
Wow.
yeah. So here's the funny thing about
figured
Just
you
that.
could
because of
buy-
Jesus?
No, So here's the
You'll
funny
sell
thing.
cheese at 2
Get-
a.m. but not booze?
get-
What the fuck is that?
Guess,
Whenever you
Manic.
want.
Guess what lobbying association is the biggest defender of the 9 p.m. limit in Wisconsin for liquor sales?
I
I
don't
don't
know.
know. Tell me.
The Tavern League.
Why?
What the fuck is that?
Because they want you going to the fucking bars.
But they can't sell
Oh.
after
The
9.
ta-
so
the
they-
Tavern
Okay, I see what
League-
you're saying.
After
Yeah.
9 o'clock.
Bars
Yeah,
can
that-
do it. Stores cannot. Okay,
That's-
that's what you're
well,
saying.
I don't-
Exactly.
My,
That's bullshit.
Yep, it's
That's
just
bullshit.
stores. Yeah,
They're trying to drive up the
Oh.
DWI rates.
Yeah,
So you guys have a
exactly.
problem with
It's
Tricking you into
fucking
spending
it's-
more money.
you mean DUI?
exactly. Yeah. No, well,
Both.
here's the cool thing though.
DUI is
I mean-
under the influence. DWI is
So-
while
So
intoxicated.
grocery stores and standalone
same
liquor
thing,
stores
I guess.
can't sell after 9 p.m., but a bar can totally sell you liquor and booze out of their inventory to
That's
you
fucking
in the
weird.
facility.
I always find it it's funny because I mean I've lived in this state since I was 2 years old, or not 2 since I was in second grade, and so like I just assume that a lot of the things here now I don't, but I mean like, oh, this is how it just works everywhere. Then you hear other people's like different laws on things. You're like, what the fuck?
Shit's weird.
Like
Texas has 2 grades, DWI and
I remember
DUI.
Dirt talking about this whole thing. Like, oh man, you can get beer at gas stations now. I'm like, what the what? like,
Wow.
like you,
I've never heard of
apparently
that.
in Pennsylvania, you used to like if you want beer, wine, it doesn't matter. If you want anything
Had to go to a liquor
alcoholic, you have to go to a
store?
liquor store for that. Yeah.
Up
What?
until like 8 years ago in Minnesota, you could not buy alcohol that was above, I think, like 5% on Sundays.
Oh yeah, and then
Yeah,
that's
that's
the whole thing. Like the Bible Belt, they have like dry counties, then they have like things like you can't buy alcohol on Sundays because it's God's day. It's like what, but you know.
And meanwhile, we've got poor Manic out
It's
there.
like you're
Just wanna
talking
get
about
drunk
like,
on
you
his
can't drink
blood.
alcohol
No,
on
listen,
Sundays, and yet
like-
you have the Catholic Church
what-
serving
what-
kids
even-
wine on
even
what are the
Sunday,
laws
in
like out
Utah-
there?
calling it blood.
Even-
like
Even in Utah, so okay, I want to say the liquor stores maybe close at 10.
oh,
Damn.
They're
yeah.
closed on Sundays, but hey, we
That's
can
actually-
buy even in Utah, we can buy beer at a gas station.
Beer and wine
Yeah.
in most
That name
states
is
at a
favorite
gas
too.
station.
Yeah, no,
so
here it's-
Wisconsin is the harshest in the Midwest part of the country. I'm not really familiar with the laws outside of the Midwest, but there it's 9 p.m. hard cutoff for everything unless you go
Wow.
to a bar.
That's interesting. I've never heard of that before.
Yeah,
Dude,
like-
I was
Yeah,
led
we
to
and
believe
like-
that's like a
and
heavy
even
drinking
even
state.
even if you're in line at the liquor store with your shit, it hits
They will
9 p.m.
refuse you?
You're fucked.
Whoa.
It's like the
Yeah.
computers or whatever. Yeah, they
Yeah,
should-
that's
I
why
know
they
what you're talking
usually stop letting people line up at most liquor stores. Like if it's like a busy store, 15 minutes before.
Yeah, the weird
Yeah,
thing
I'm
here
familiar
though.
with that.
the
I
weird
mean, that's
thing-
the same
so-
with beer laws in a lot of states. If they're computer based, then like they're like, honestly, my system won't let me sell
Yeah,
that
yeah.
shit.
It actually just legally
That's
won't
just
let
the
them
thing.
sell it. That's how it is here. Like, so
Yeah, that's
beer and
pretty
wine
common.
can be sold by anyone that has a beer and wine license, which is easy to get. They don't limit it or anything like that. Liquor, like actual hard liquor licenses, bars can have them, and then liquor stores can have them. So beer and wine can be sold in gas stations, grocery stores, pretty much anyone.
Right,
can,
same.
can sell that, and they're not allowed to sell it past 2 a.m.
Right.
But they can sell up to. I mean, it could be 1:58 in the morning. You can go to the grocery store and get a, 12-pack of beer if you want.
As you do.
But liquor, there's still the 2 a.m. thing. So bars can quote unquote stay open past 2, but they're not allowed to sell alcohol past 2. So no bar stays open past 2. But if you want hard alcohol bottles, you have to go. It has to be a liquor store. All the liquor stores are not state most of them are state owned here in Idaho, but there's a lot that aren't state owned, but they are state regulated. So Idaho has, this is the product list that we sell. So every Idaho liquor store will have the same products. Well, you can have less. You don't have to sell everything that Idaho. I mean, I've seen some gas stations that have gotten they're a liquor store, quote unquote, and they'll sell some of the stuff that's on the list, but you cannot, if it's not on the list of approved booze that Idaho sells, you will not find it at any liquor store in Idaho. They cannot sell it because Idaho decided these are what we sell. You can sell up to these or less than these, but not more than this. And these are the prices for all these, so all the liquor stores have the same price on everything in the state.
Bullshit.
As far as I know.
I'm gonna bounce.
Yeah, so if you want specialized liquor that is not at the liquor store, you won't find it anywhere in the whole state. You have to order it online or go elsewhere for it.
Wait, Manic, you're leaving?
Yeah, I'm gonna bounce. I'm
don't do
like
that.
winding down. I've had a long fucking week, so I'm gonna enjoy my pizza and another glass of scotch. But I'll talk to you guys later.
All right, see you, man.
Bye, buddy.
Peace.
I find that the beer and wine laws are fairly similar in most states. But yeah, liquor
Tom,
laws
that's
kind
okay,
of
but
vary.
Sorry. The intro started already.
Yeah, it looks good.
I need to turn those off, like when I switch to other scenes. Thanks for the sub, Ronnie. Hell yeah.
Can we get some gift subs in the chat?
Wow.
Yeah, sorry, that was normally I turn all those off, but like if I have the intro running on something and switch scenes, when I go back to the scene it restarts it, so that was my bad. I'm an experienced producer that does
Hey, things have come a long way on this show.
Dude, they have. And also, I mean, to be fair,
I think
Manic
that's
has
real.
done a lot of work on the thing as well.
Yeah.
I mean, like all the cool background shit we got, the new nameplates, the new intro, all like Manic's done all that work. So anything technical, like he's just taken over all that, and I'm just the one that sets it up and pushes buttons to make it work.
I just want to say I liked the old intro song better. Like it
That
was kind of like
surprisingly,
heavy and
we
rock
ran
song.
with that for like 7 years, I think, 6-7
That's
years.
fine.
That was actually, you know how we found that? We literally just went to YouTube and typed in royalty-free rock music, and it was Techno Axe by, I think Techno Axe was the artist, and I forget what the song was called, but it's really cool because he was basically like, you can use my shit wherever you want. No, you don't even have to get permission or anything like that. It was like, cool, just full royalty free of use. Excellent shit. So,
And you just mentioned his name again, so that's nice.
yeah, well, yeah, I mean, like, of course, I kind of almost feel like
I
should have
assume
put
that
a-
was the understanding is like, hey, you know, like mention us if you can.
I think technically you're supposed to put a crediting thing there, so I probably fucked up by not saying song by Techno Axe
For 6 years now.
Yeah, so whoops. He's so generous. We're still dickheads, but
What a great guy, though.
yeah, I mean, and he's just a guy. He just sit there and he has a bunch of work. He just does fucking metal riffs and records them and puts them out there for people to use.
That's awesome. It's got 15 minutes.
20.
Was
Wait.
there anything left beyond the hot topic? I assume there was,
shit.
though.
Seema, thanks for the gifted subs. Bunch of people getting gifted subs tonight.
Snap.
Holy
Hell
shit.
yeah, dude.
Dude, we're hitting those break points. A hype train is close.
The hype train is close.
Choo choo.
Whoops.
Get more for their sub money.
No, I don't think that's Skyhawk Gray. I think that is
It's me, your boy, Red.
yeah,
Line
that's the
13.
Abyssal Bear. Oh,
Excuse me. No, I do not play such things as Warcraft. I am offended.
That's right.
yeah, no.
That's
I am an
a
adult and I play games in my Eve off time, such as Lord of the Rings Online, because I'm a nerd.
Level 2 hype train though. Come on now. Just crashed my ship.
I feel like you need to not encourage people to spend too much money on these trains. And I hate to
Why?
say that, but because they need to conserve their money for their increasing sub.
Nah, fuck
Like, I'm
that.
looking out for the player.
Oh.
So I don't know. I did not think we were going to. Oh, thanks for the cheers, Secret Chef, Secret Chief, not Secret Chef. Oh, and he hit the hype.
I like
okay,
Chef
so,
though.
Yeah, yeah.
Let's go
So
with
he
that
was,
one.
he was, we
Level
hit that hype
3.
train. Hell yeah, he was. That's what them cheers are for. Got
Hey,
the hype
that
train.
thing goes to 5, by the way.
I'll do a
so
shot
you
for the
know.
hype train. Shots for all the subs and the.
It's against the rules, dog.
the
You
bits.
can't. You'll get reported.
So, were there any other things?
Oh.
Here, real quick. Somebody mentioned it earlier, and we didn't get to talk about it for very long. But I'm gonna circle back to the main topic of tonight because it's just gonna happen.
I mean,
because
we
it got
got
quiet
time.
for too long. Somebody was like, "Are you serious?" And it was from the Eve Discord with an ISD guy saying something about the avocado toast. It got touched on earlier, and he was like, "Just cut back on your Starbucks and avocado toast," making an obvious joke from an ISD member on the Eve Discord. And somebody decided to make a thread about it, and a lot of people weighed in on it, as you do sometimes on Reddit, just being enraged about a literal non-CCP employee, like a literal player that has just been vetted enough to be like, hey, you're helpful in rookie chat and whatever else. And I'm not trying to, minimize what ISD does, but I'm just like, this is just a nice person that they trust enough to like help out new players and things like that. Like they moderate a few chats, they help out newbies, whatever. It's not a GM, it's not a dev, it's not an employee, it's a player who got a special ticker, like just a hair above normal because they're nice and helpful in rookie chat. And they were like, poor timing as far as somebody making like the avocado toast joke when they were like, I can't believe the subs are going up. And I just, it made me very sad for people's level of intelligence. There was quite a few people who were like, yeah, but I don't see how a CCP representative could do such and such. And I'm like, they vetted them for the program because they were nice, active, and like told new bros things in rookie chat. Like that's, to my knowledge, that's a bulk of like the ISD thing. And I'm probably downplaying it. Again, I don't mean to like offend anybody from ISD, but it's like, that's in no way a CCP representative. That's a player who gets like a slight nod because they're a nice, helpful guy.
No, I agree with you, Akroth. I saw people being like, it's a community manager. And I'm like, no, he's fucking not. Like, the best they do is, like, moderate in some way, shape, or form. Like a Twitch chat. Like, they always have ISD moderate Twitch chat or whatever. And, like, some of them are, like, bug hunters. Like, they don't even interact with players. You have no idea who the fuck they are.
Oh, really?
Like, people were so mad at this guy making a joke. And it's like, fuck off, dude. Like,
and
anyone
it's a
can make jokes.
player, though. That's the thing. It's a fucking player. Like, if I don't try to lean on like the whole harden the fuck up thing too often because it's like I wholly realize that Eve is not what it was 15 years ago. Like or 10 years ago or 5 years ago. It is a constantly just evolving ecosystem and player mentality and just all these things. Like things change over time. That being said, some people need to thicken the fuck up a little bit when they're misinformed about what the hell ISD is and whether you can just have a sense of humor as an actual player that just helps out CCP with like, linking people in new player resources and like some light moderation tasks on their Twitch stream. Like these are player volunteers, and people are like, "That's a representative of CCP." Like this is terribly poor taste.
Yeah.
And I'm like, "No, that's not CCP.
Like,
that's a player like you and me."
Yeah, like I get if people want to be mad about the prices. Like I'm personally not. I get if people want to be mad because it's their money, but like fuck off on just attacking people. Like so, I was active for the most part in like the official CCP Discord or the official EVE Online Discord, whatever you want to call it. And like people were really fucking shitty. Like I would have not let half that shit fly. And ISD was really calm, telling people these are the rules. Like you have to follow them. Like heaven forbid they make a joke and people just throw a hissy fit and it's like just fuck off at this point. You're crying to cry. Nobody cares about your dumb shit comment. And
Yeah,
I'm so over it at this point.
this is kind of a I don't know if it counts as a rant, but just
Make it one.
a statement in general, and not just about this Eve situation. The internet in fucking general. The internet and the whole people getting offended by things, and is it okay to say things? People see it in such black and white terms of like, you either have to be okay with everything or nothing's allowed. Can we just take some common sense and apply it to social interaction as we do? Because there are things where it's like, this is a joke. There are jokes that go too far, and there are jokes that it's like, that's out of line, that's not okay, that's unacceptable. And then there's jokes where it's like, yo, you take some sarcasm, it was not offensive, it's all this stuff. And it, like I said, I've always said this, there is a line between socially acceptable behavior and socially inept behavior. And that line is constantly changing. It also changes depending on who you're interacting with and the situation you're in, the topic you're discussing. It's a dynamic line. It is not a line in the sand that one side or the other. It is a line that is fluctuating, and I don't know why it's so hard for people to see where that line moves. Like, to me, it's a light. I see it. It's like I can see where it's like, go on that side and you're an asshole. Go on that side and it's funny. Why is that so hard for people to figure out?
Yeah.
And the thing is, like, it's like, there are times where even I would be like, I don't know where my joke would fall. You know what? If you don't know where your joke's going to fall in that line, maybe just don't tell the joke. Because it's probably too on the edge to be funny. Guaranteed. And it might just be... Some people might laugh, and some people might be pissed the fuck off. And also, I mean, like, everything you say is going to, like, do one or the other. But... I don't know. It's like it's so hard to explain in words where it's like, just don't be a piece of shit.
Here's where I think it was a
like
little
the best
murky.
advice. Don't be a piece of shit.
I think it was a little murky because it was a topical like phrasing, like, you know, you just got to cut back on your Starbucks on avocado toast, which a lot of people are aware of enough. Hey, string cheese. But
what?
Aware of enough because of
Yummy.
just current events and you know, American / maybe world politics. I don't know if anybody else and anywhere else in the world has made a
like
a parallel statement, but you know, just kind of insensitive people talking about, you know, people with less money and how they can just fix their life with just these two crazy fixes that, you know, your accountant doesn't want you to know about, as though poor people have accountants.
How to
But
buy a house by eliminating avocado toast, like shit,
right. But I feel like the main disconnect was not necessarily that people didn't realize where it came from, because that's what I found the most funny. I was like, oh, this is topical because it's just, you know, world economic struggle, you know, and as an American, you know, it's relative to us and just the phrasing around our economic struggle. But it was by an ISD, and I think that's where it got a little murky. Is some people obviously thought that ISD is maybe some sort of like employer extension of CCP, which it's really just something like slightly vetted by CCP, which is like, hey, you seem like a reasonable, upstanding player, and you are helpful, and you apply to this program with, you know, whatever all the rubric is. But it's like, sure, you can continue to be helpful to this group of people, and the fact that somebody as a player, a volunteer player who sure maybe could be held to some slightly, and I mean very hairline slightly standard, just because they talk to New Bros with a fucking different ticker or like colored chat or tag or something. But it's like, that's the only place I can give anybody any credit with, you know, you guys did wrong and you shouldn't speak this way. It's the slight confusion of what ISD is. It's at the end of the day, it's like, even if CCP, there was a time where CCP would have made those kind of jokes, like on their own accounts, given the option, like in the whole, the real like peak of harden the fuck up era, you know. There was a time where CCP interacted in such a way, and the fact that people are like raging about somebody who's not actually a CCP employee, like just having fun with a joke like of that vein, I'm like, this is troublesome.
And like the other thing pointing out, so a lot of people had issue with the ISD individual, but there was also a point where they all got mad at Redline. Like everyone was like, "Oh my god, they banned Redline," because Redline was trying to start a Zor train, so it's ZOR.
Oh, yeah,
But
yeah.
all it looked like, right? So at the time, all it looked like was he was just spamming Z. And anyone paying attention to world politics know that the Russian invasion of Ukraine
Yeah.
is Z. And so they were like, "Oh my god, like first of all, the CCP
Timing is
Discord,
important.
yeah, the CCP Discord is like no politics. Like doesn't matter what side of politics you're on, they don't want to hear it. They don't want to hear you talk about real life. They don't want to hear you talk about any of that. Like unless you're making food or showing your pet, like that's the only time they care about your real life, or like obviously plans for FanFest. But that was like their big thing. They like instantly banned Redline, and Redline DM'd the guy banning them. He's like, "Yo, what did I do? Trying to start a Zor train?" They're like, "Well, spamming's not okay, but we thought you were unironically trying to
Being like
promote
an
like
edge
Russian
lord.
propaganda." Yeah, like
Yeah,
it'd be like
I
if
can
we were
see it.
typing like, "Oh, like
I
we're the
can see it.
KKK," or "Oh, we're
Why,
Nazis."
why
It's
is
like
Zor
bad
Russian?
shit like that.
What does Zor have to do with Russian anyway? Like,
Because they type Z.
Yeah, if you
Z
were
stands
spamming
for
Z, then it looks
It looks
edgy
bad.
but
in a
just the
sense.
word, just the letter Z shouldn't be a thing.
Just the letter Z at
It
the
is,
moment.
though.
This
It
is where
is
we
right
are
now.
in the world right now.
It's a thing in the world right now, Drayden. Because
If you were trying to be
they're using
edgy
it
in
over
the
there.
EVE environment, it wouldn't be shocking.
Just say
Let's be honest.
Z. I've never seen. Okay, I'm out of the loop. I haven't
Which,
seen that yet.
in respect to the fact that people were like, "So what's the deal with this?" and Paragon said, "Like, we're lacking Russian income right now." Like,
okay.
that was brought out a
So
couple
I
times.
didn't know that. That's interesting because
they can't get paid
and
from Russia.
so that's a good thing. Like, because Darwin, he's like,
Flex,
"What the fuck
though.
is the Zor train?" So obviously, the Zor train is not universally known. But so I don't actually know the origins of Zor.
I don't know the roots
why
either.
Zor is
I just know it's a comment chain.
Well,
Zor,
no, I know, I know,
Zor,
what,
and
I
it
know what
just
a Zor.
chains.
I know what a Zor train is, but I don't know the actual origins of why Zor is what they chose to be. But anyway, so Zor train was a thing that goons used to do way back in the day, and they still do it. And so it'd just be like they'd type Z, and someone else would type O, and someone else would type R, and it'd be ZOR, ZOR, and it'd just be a spam in the chat saying Zor. I don't know what Zor means. It was something.
We're puppies.
It was
We'll
something
just have to
back in the
always
day
look at
before
that.
I even joined Imperium, but it was just a when fights are happening and people are just spamming local chat, that was just a thing they did. Zor chains, they did it in their forums. So there'd be a forum post like, "Oh, I want to sell this. Oh, I might buy it. What is that? Does it help with this? Maybe." And then someone just like Z, and then all of a sudden O R, and then like in the middle of people trying to figure out maybe that this item they want to buy is going to be good for their fit, a Zor chain happens. This is ZOR, ZOR, ZOR. It's just down for like 50,000 posts. So it was just a trolly thing that goons do. It doesn't mean anything as far as I know.
Can I share something real quick?
Yeah, well, I'm just saying. So I didn't know that Z, just putting just a Z by itself, was a Russian thing in the current era. But I can see that now Zor chains are going to have difficulty with that.
They did it to in theory, we don't really know why, but we have been seeing like Russian propaganda using it in their media. But the theory is that they were using it to distinguish Russian tanks from Ukrainian tanks, because spoiler, they're not that different.
If you look at the propaganda too, if you see videos of Russia, which by the way I don't recommend looking up at all because it's actually really graphic and horrifying, you'll see Russian tanks with the Z spray painted on them.
Yeah.
And
You
then they're
also
going
saw
around.
there was also the huge uproar over the one Russian Olympian at the end of the Olympics that went up there with a Ukrainian next to him to accept his medal, and he had a Z like on his uniform.
So real quick, I googled it just because I'm literally what I'm pretty sure is a puppy, and then it's from the Goon Wiki, and it says Zor is an NPC of minor importance with an implant named after him, which I do remember actually, like Zor and little named items from running like high sec missions. In the early days of the EVE Online forums, before any semblance of effective forum moderation, community members would derail popular threads by posing a single letter of this NPC's name in each post, thus creating the first Zor chain. Zor chains are now banned on the EVO forums, but they live on in local chat, Jabber, and a few threads of the GSF forums. Traditionally, a different player posts each letter of the chain. Breaking a Zor chain or repeating the same letter back to back is considered bad form. So there you go.
It's worth
Just more of the silly
that
little world we live in.
A lot of people, so this is probably really dark and not really relevant, but it's worth pointing out that a lot of people will get around chat bans. So if you have words that are banned in chat, what they'll do is they'll type it one by one letter in chat. It used to be a huge issue in Twitch chat because if some people are typing letters, you're like, well, I'm not going to ban someone for saying Z or O or R. And then it becomes the issue of, okay, well, now your chat's spelling slurs via single letters, which is why many times Twitch, I don't know if you guys know this, Twitch won't allow single letter emotes for this exact reason. Because people could use it to spam and spell slurs and get around bot moderation. So a lot of like that also became an issue too, is okay, if we can't spell things, let's just spell a slur by typing one letter, guys. Like, tee hee, we're all working together. And it's like, that can get really derogatory really fast. So, I'm not saying that's why CCP banned Redline, but that's another reason why doing stuff like that is easily
What?
bannable.
Huh?
You're banned Redline, sorry.
Sorry
I'm
about
not
that.
banned.
Hate to tell you the bad news, dude.
Oh, did you not
I'm
know?
not what?
Oh,
I'm
this
not,
is.
I'm not what?
Anyway, the more you
I'm
know.
good,
So if you
dude.
ever see people in Twitch chat typing one letter, they might be trying to spell a bad word.
Or Zor.
Or Zor.
Weird.
I don't know yet.
Oh, you're talking about that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That thing you mentioned like 10 minutes ago.
It wasn't 10 minutes. It was like 2 hours ago. What do you mean?
No, it literally was not.
All right then. No,
Man,
but it's totally fine because he also posted in there that he was wrong. And I
He
was
used you as a
was
good
innocent,
example,
yeah.
though. Like, it's at least nice for him to say, by the way, because I banned Redline, the reason was for no politics, so please don't use politics, because there's some people who are trying to do politics.
Of course there were.
It's always.
Sema coming in with the puns. On point as always.
Also, Stragak, what's up? I know you've been here the whole time. I'm saying hi now.
Be right back a bit.
I was down there today. I should have gave you a call or a text or something to see if you could have got some lunch.
Dude, I feel like I'm on every Eve Discord server ever.
You're kind of an attention whore, and I didn't want to say it out loud, but I guess we're gonna like. We should probably talk about it at some point.
We don't have to do that at all.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
Got real quiet real quick. Is everyone okay? You guys all good? Oh, it's business. Yeah, I figured. Also, I was
I think he's
trying.
got thick
I
enough
was.
skin.
It was a bit of a long day. I was trying to get back in time for the show too, because I was like, oh man, I'm either gonna be back an hour before or like half an hour after start time. So I was kind of in a hurry. Man, I should probably get some mixer. I'm just
Some
drinking
booze
straight
up in your
now.
life?
I had a Red Bull. I was drinking that with a mixer, but now I'm
Show me
just
your
drinking,
wings.
I'm just drinking straight booze now at this point. So
They're under his shirt.
it's gonna go downhill real fast. Wait, what's under my shirt?
Your wings. You were drinking Red Bull. He said, "Show me your wings," and I
Oh.
said, "They're under your shirt."
I don't grow wings from one Red Bull.
Look, we've all seen City of
Some
Angels.
That comes from a couple vodka Red Bulls.
No, I had a vodka
Yeah,
Red
if
Bull.
you
I had
don't have wings,
two
then
glasses of
just
it because
show
I got
us
the
your
big I got the
wang.
big Red Bull. So
Whoa.
What was that red line?
Yeah, say that again.
If he doesn't have wings, he can just show us his one big wang.
Oh, he added one big now. Oh, that's
Yeah,
flattering.
I changed it.
Drayden, there's a lot of expectation that you have one big wang, if not wings.
one big wang.
If
Well,
not wings.
I don't mean to disappoint people, but you'll never know.
I just wanted to hear somebody else say it.
Big wang, dude. You know what?
If not wings.
That may or may not be a D&D character now. Big wang.
Oh no.
Is this a boss we have to deal with?
I just
Bro,
heard
my
Ray-
character hates him just by default.
I
have to-
literally just saw Ray go, "What the fuck?"
I saw y'all talking about it earlier in the week while I was busy. I do have to get with people.
No, I actually it was an idea I had before of like a side quest. And I'm not going to give you guys any information. I would say that there was a side quest that I was thinking about. I was like, oh, that. And
You were thinking about a side quest with a huge wing?
No, nothing to do with Wangs at all.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, I was lost.
But you said the
One
name.
huge wang.
And so I started thinking more into it, and I finally found the way I want to do it, and also the type of character it's supposed to be. And the funny thing is, like with this whole campaign, there's like 2 or 3 side quests that I'm way more excited about than the main campaign at all. Like
Sounds fun.
to me, I'm hoping the whole thing in its entirety is fun. But some of the side quests I think are like the highlights of all of it, honestly. I feel like there's some just stuff that's like that's gonna be when that session finishes, people are like that was fun.
That's how a good MMO, or not even MMO, sorry, regular RPG is. I don't finish like many main, whatever popular RPGs because of good side quests.
Yeah, but I am a giant though. That is true. See that? I got a simp. Hell yeah.
That's weird, dude.
No.
Is it though?
Kinda, a little bit.
Nope.
I don't think it is.
What the fuck, Seema?
Just see what they
I don't
bring
know where
out.
this- I don't even know where this came from. But anyway,
Some of those people are just gonna nod and just bring something back on a cart.
Yeah, the big wings. You need the big wang wings for the trusses.
Yeah, just throw out like a few construction terms while you do it, and then
Yeah.
make your request.
You just gotta get the giant wings at the lumber store for any kind of erect work.
Like
you
load
do.
up some shit in your cart before you go, and then like ask somebody who's like walking by, like,
Yeah,
"Hey,
if you
know,
need to
I'm gonna be over
erect a
here."
structure, you get the wings.
Giant wings."
Anyway, so that's the end of the that's the end of the main show.
It doesn't have to be.
You know, we don't have to talk about Heave anymore.
I never got to give my
What's
thoughts
Eve?
on.
I actually
The
tried to
money
solicit those.
Wait, did
You did.
not do the round the horn thing?
Nope.
Why not? We tried to give it to you and you
Didn't-
just refused.
Yep.
Are you accepting now?
No.
I don't appreciate
fine
that
then.
thick
Then we
hide
don't-
that
then
you
we don't-
deflect these questions
Then
with.
we don't need.
What do you mean?
You've got a thick bare hide, and you deflect our questions, and we wanted answers.
I've never deflected a question.
You have deflected a question.
It's the
I
bare
disagree.
deflectides. The simple bare deflectides.
Wow, that
Forget
was
about your
something.
questions and your.
That was a Disney song. That's copyrighted. Train. Be
Um,
careful.
Dude,
Right.
it's
The,
the
the bare
internet.
deflectides is. Yeah, you got to be careful with that. What's your
Yeah,
wow?
Speak your piece. Speak your truth, as you would say.
My truth?
Your truth.
What is your wow? What
I don't
what
have
are
one,
your
man.
wows? You literally just said you never got a chance, and I agree. Like
I
I'm pretty sure you
never
didn't.
got a chance.
I
That's 'cause I don't
disagree
have
that
one
I
then.
disagree that you never got a chance. I do agree that I don't think you gave good wows yet.
This Kahlua
So,
says it's a vanilla
throw it out
Kahlua. I disagree. Still tastes like chocolate coffee, but
Abyssal Bear.
Yes.
What are your wow features?
I don't think there are any.
I disagree, but I also I don't think you feel that really, but
I do. I really do.
nothing could wow you at this
Like,
point. Like you have no hope in your heart.
You take me back to EVE Online 3 years ago? I'm in.
No, 3 years ago.
You came into this game in the age of prosperity, and thus you are a spoiled brat.
Okay.
Yeah.
I say that with
I think
love in
everybody
my
can
heart.
have. I think everybody can have a wow feature. Like, and I do believe that you can think up one. Do you need more time?
I don't have one. So maybe I need more time. I'll think about it.
what if they made
I did say that they
a
could make
medium
Job's
large Citadel?
Is that your wow feature? Like
No.
you can that can be your thing if
No,
you
it's
choose
not.
to be.
That's
Not you, Drayden.
Oh, is that yours?
He was saying they can make Job Space, and he did touch on that earlier. Like, I want to go to Job
It smells
Space,
like
but
macaroni and
like, is
cheese.
that your WoW feature?
I'm gonna go grab some pizza. I'll be right back.
Dude, why does everyone have food? It smells like macaroni and cheese in my room, and I don't know why.
I made some delicious macaroni and cheese and chicken drumsticks before the show.
Yo, it literally smells like Kraft Mac in my room, and I haven't made shit. I've got Kahlua and vodka.
Just smells like a nice rainstorm here because we're having a nice, lovely storm right now.
I think there's some of the cheesiest being manufactured downstairs. Mac and cheese and gin. Oh, see, gin. I'm not a. I could drink gin mixed and stuff, but I'm not a fan of gin straight. I really am not. Although, with that being said, Bombay Sapphire, for some reason, is not bad to me.
I couldn't find a way to enjoy gin other than a Long Island, which is just fucking everything poured into a glass. But gin gimlets, super tasty. It's just gin and sweet and lime juice.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like most gin, like Beefeater, gross. Like all those other gins, but like Bombay Sapphire.
Gin's pretty unique in that like it takes so
Solid.
many different
It's probably the only
spices
gin
and
I like actually like. I would say most of the gins I could drink if it's like if someone made a drink like here it's gin and this, I'd be like, okay, thank you, and I would drink it. I wouldn't like it, but Bombay Sapphire is actually like I've actually taken shots of that and be like, that's doable.
because gin is made with like different recipes of different herbs and spices mixed into it. It varies more than other liquors do across like different brewers, just because they're using a different recipe of herbs and spices. So more than other alcohols, you really do have to shop around for
are
what you
virgin
like.
spices?
Herbs and spices. That's what he said.
Okay,
Oh, I thought you said
the
virgin.
pizza was
I
gone.
thought you said virgin spices.
So-
what
I'm
makes a spice
devastated.
virgin?
So
that it hasn't been put into a sauce yet or something.
Two bachelor parties
fresh.
that I've been to in the last handful of years have been like hiking trips in a state far away from where I'm from. One was Colorado, one was Montana, and it was like hiking up a mountain and guys weekend kind of thing. It wasn't the traditional strip club, whatever. I don't know. And they were both unique in their own right and awful in their own right because I'm terrible and out of shape, and as you see here, I chain smoke and whatnot. But one of them, while we were hiking up the mountain, I, as a non-hiker, did not pack and prepare well enough, and so I didn't have enough water, and I just like hit up one of my buddies growing up that was on the bachelor party weekend with me. It's like, hey man, can I get a drink of your drink? And he was drinking gin and water, but it was the one time ever that I've ever had gin where it was very floral. Now granted, it hit me like a little bit like gin and whatever an alcohol that you may not necessarily be keen on, but it was really unique and floral. And as we're like hiking a mountain, I'm like, motherfucker's drinking gin and like look how out of shape I am. But it was kind of nice, but at the same time it was not nearly what I wanted or needed. But it was I could see the appreciation of gin in that moment. I was like, wow, this is pleasant, and like the floral whatever is going with the herbs and spices, let's say. But yeah, I personally wasn't in good enough shape to be drinking gin and water versus hopefully just water.
To bring it back
Oh,
to
right.
Costco, Costco gin
Well, why are we
mixed
bringing
with
back to
lime juice,
Costco?
super good. I'm just
Wait.
giving cocktail. I work. I
Wait, was
work at a
that Rain
hotel.
or was that like a text to speech voice?
Do you work at Costco?
Oh,
No, I work at a bar.
Redline. Okay, like it's
At
a
Olive Garden?
No,
A bar.
I've worked at Olive Garden.
I work at a hotel bar sometimes.
I've worked at Olive Garden. No,
Where you'll be around a lot of
Redline,
gins.
Not,
Sure.
not kidding. I thought you were like Rain text to speech voice for a second.
Me?
Yeah, when you said like,
Wait,
why were you at Costco? It sounded like
It did sound a little bit weird.
It sounded text to speech tone, but like Rain voice. So that's that's why I thought she was doing it. Anyway,
I don't think she's
Rage.
even listening to us.
A little bit.
She's in. No, I think she is partially,
bit.
but she's in some missions. I was gonna say there is one Eve thing we missed tonight. Believe it or not, two Eve things. That we missed tonight.
Oh yeah.
What you got?
So what's a quick one? Now we're mainly gonna be doing this. I don't want to say celebration. The remembrance acknowledgement of it.
Vigil.
So
Yeah.
John Bellicose Day is next Friday. So that is John Bellicose was a Eve player
Eve pilot.
in
Yeah.
Brave. Lots of people loved him. Good guy. I personally did not know him, so I can't say that I know him. But I have met Mom Bellicose and Sis Bellicose plenty of times. But so John Bellicose, he committed suicide, and so it's kind of it has turned into a Remembrance Day for him, but also almost like a suicide awareness type of day as well. So it's kind of just been this annual thing that a bunch of people, Brave sets it up. Now I need to go to the thing to find the actual system they're doing in. So Brave sets it up, and it's basically a yearly Sino vigil that they do, and Brave is going to Freeport a Citadel in the system for anyone that's outside of Brave or their blues that want to come in and get stuff. They will not shoot you, and they're actually going to actively work to try and help people into the system and protect them as best they can. So if you get into the system, they will have a Freeport Citadel for you to go and buy Sino materials, liquid ozone. I'm assuming industrial Sinos are probably, they will do their best, because basically their thing is this: they are not going to shoot anyone unless they shoot first. So there's going to be ganks on the Sino Vigil. There just is. There's people that just do that. It's really fucking shitty. I mean, like, it's a game, whatever, but at the same time, it's like, leave. I don't know. Anytime there's a Sino Vigil and people go gank it, it's like, that's some really low class behavior, in my opinion. But whatever, it happens. So Brave will do their best to prevent that, but they're basically doing we only return fire, we do not initiate fire policy. So
Drayden, I think we're doing a shot for John Bellicose.
yeah, we'll do a shot, and we'll also do a shot next week.
I'm speculating. I'm not 100%.
Yeah, we're doing a shot.
Okay.
Let's do a shot for John.
I feel good feedback.
Anyway, so the system is going to be QTAC 5211. It's in Pure Blind. That's the system they're running it in next week. So, and it's next week on Friday. So it is on April 29th. And if you want to go there, have a Sino Vigil. Sino Vigil for John. Also just for anyone. It's suicide. Like I said, it's basically a suicide awareness type thing. It's kind of one of those things where it's like, hey, you got friends that or people that have some down moments mentally, like, reach out to them type of stuff.
It's an open event for sure.
It's an open event, and so you will not be ganked. It's going to be full of Brave pilots and all kinds of other people. So generally, I would assume just bring an industrial ship, light an industrial Sino. It's not it doesn't have to be a recon ship with a legit Sino. Like, that's not the point of the Sino Vigils. The Sino Vigils are just Sinos. So just bring an industrial ship, bring an industrial Sino, or go buy it from the system. They'll have tons of them there, and just light the shit. So if you want to do that will be next Friday, and we'll be doing some more shots for him next Friday. So that was the one thing that we missed.
I just want to say hi to Elby in chat, since he's checking in with us now.
Yeah, for sure.
Showing up.
Just to reiterate, like, honestly, this doesn't have to be about one person. It's a memorial event, but if anybody has anybody they want to do a memorial thing.
Oh
so
no!
Feel free to
Uncle. Okay, Uncle and I was trolling his ass. But yeah. So the other thing we missed actually was now. I normally with these proving grounds competitions, I'm just like, okay, it's another one. They have them every week. That's cool. They have them every week because there are people that are into these things. I'm not. I think most people aren't, but some people do like them. I started reading through this. It's actually kind of interesting with some of the stuff they were going with this. So this is it's a 1v1 cruiser, Proving Ground, pretty standard stuff they do like that. It starts tomorrow, so it's a 24-hour thing. So it starts, well, tomorrow for me. I think like, I mean, shit, it might even technically started by now. I don't know. What they say April 23rd to the 24th. Does that mean 0000 23rd Eve time? I don't know.
Probably downtime. Let's be honest.
Probably after downtime, and then up until downtime the next day. But here's one of the few things. So it's cruises, but like the benefits gained from. So this is like when you're in the arenas for this one. The benefits gained from overheating the following module groups will be doubled: tackle modules, propulsion modules, repair modules, resistance modules, energy warfare modules, turrets, and launchers. So double damage.
Goodness.
Double tackle range, double now tackle modules I think include webs, so double web strength, I would assume. Double propulsion, so I mean like double the bonus from MWDs. Holy shit. Double, I mean like that's actually like that fucking is pretty large. That's going to change combat and tactics and builds, I think. I'm not a theory crafter when it comes to building or fitting ships, but I assume that there will be people that will take this into account and find some pretty cool shit to do. The other thing is competing capsuleers will receive 150 million ISK for every match where they deal at least 7,000 damage to their opponent. Now with double turret and launcher damage, you essentially would have to think of doing 3,500 normally, which is not that much.
Okay, yeah.
So, and I'm assuming, so if you're bringing cruisers, if you just do enough damage to your opponent, even if they get, so that you get double the repair module and resistance module stuff, you might easily do 7,000 damage and still die. But then you're getting 150 million ISK, and you might just, like, it might just cover your ship loss plus more. So you actually might just win by losing, and just win even more by winning. I don't know. So, I mean, like, this just sounds like a fucking ISK giveaway, which is cool. So,
like, that has happened before, so.
Yeah, I mean, like, I was reading this thing, like, okay, yeah. You know, Proving Grounds, and then I saw those two stat points. I'm like, that's actually, like, that completely changes fucking everything in combat. Like, I mean, like, all of a sudden, ships that might not be good normally might be really good. And fits will change. So I don't know. If you're into that kind of stuff, that it's going on tomorrow. So log in tomorrow and do some shit. Oh, the other big one we didn't touch on tonight. I actually didn't get a chance to read this whole article, but CSM elections announcement.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Fucking A, like, how did we miss this? Because we were talking about we were talking about FanFest.
So Manic
got a little caught up.
advocated real early on. He was like, "Why don't we just talk about it right out the gate?"
That's
And
why
then we did.
I had my
We did.
Rain CSM 2022.
no I did what I call RAIN organization of tabs. Normally, I don't ever have more than like 2 internet tabs open at a time. Ever.
That's what you do?
Yeah, when I'm done with
God,
a tab,
I've
I
got,
close
like,
it.
12 to 15.
I don't open a new tab and go to something else. I close that tab and
Oh, there's a lot of things that we need to just maybe circle
and
back
if,
to in
generally,
life.
like 80% of the time, I have
On the internet.
one tab open, and it's like, oh, I want to go do something else. I don't open a new tab and go to something else. I hit the home button, go back to Google, and then go from there.
I
Did
struggle
you just
to
wipe out
comprehend.
something you didn't want to learn about, but maybe hadn't quite learned about?
I don't know. But I opened.
That's what tabs are. Like,
I
you're
opened
opening lots of other
Yeah,
options.
but I don't need them. I can only look at one thing at a time, so I need multiple tabs.
Those are for later.
But
You have RAM, and your
I will
do what
generally
you
have
need to
2 to 4 tabs open when I'm doing multiple tasking online. But 60 to 70% of the time, I have one. I'm going to the internets to do this one thing.
one literal website at a time.
I have one mission. and
Trade,
I
do you
will-
actually play EVE Online?
So
I will
so
go to that one site that I'm looking for that one time and do that one thing I'm after. And when I'm done, like, mission accomplished, close the browser. I'm done with it.
So this might kind of drive Drayden crazy. So I've got 4 monitors. I have Chrome open on monitors 1 and 3. Monitor 1 alone has 63 Chrome tabs right now. I
How
just
do you even
counted.
know what they are? It's just lines at that point.
I they
I'll
are,
get back
they're-
to that.
There is a method to the madness, but like some are for like different Eve spreadsheets. Over to the far left, I've got like Netflix, Disney, Amazon streaming, Hulu, YouTube, etc. Literally like a tab open for every streaming
I only
service.
open those when I need them. If I want to watch something
I-
on YouTube,
For
I will
streams, yes. For
open.
spreadsheets,
I will
maybe
literally click
I
on
might
my
leave them open.
browser, and then click on the YouTube tab or YouTube bookmark, and be like, boom, now I'm on YouTube. And I will watch what I want to watch, and I'm like, okay, I'm done watching that. Close.
What about if you're reading an article and it has like hyperlinks throughout, which is, let's
That
say,
is the one time where
let's
I'll be
say
like, right click, open a new
Wikipedia.
tab. Right click, yeah. So when
If you want to explore other things afterwards, but like related to.
Wikipedia dives are my one thing where I will
Okay.
have multiple tabs open, and they can often get deep where I have like an unheard of 5
Sure,
to
a few
6
levels
tabs
deep.
open at a time.
Right.
And
But now consider the following, though. A lot of people do that with the internet in general.
yeah, but
They
here's
they
the,
say, I'm reading something about something that I know like a hair about or
right,
whatever
but
drew me
here's
to
the-
this.
Apparently,
but
what
here's
you
some
all
other
do
things that
is you
touch
just
on it.
don't close that tab. Me, I'm like, oh,
But
here's a side
until
thing.
you get a chance to read it.
So
I
I just-
read it
just-
right away. When I tangent off, I tangent and involve myself. I don't tangent.
What
like,
if
I'll
you
get
can
this
read
later.
like
I don't-
6
Drayden,
plus
Drayden,
things?
if you feel like being triggered, just take a look at the link I posted in stream chat.
Oh, I'm not.
That-
I'm not
that's-
triggered.
that's-
I just don't.
I'm being a smartass. No,
I just
know.
don't think that way. I'm just saying, like, so when I'm on a Wikipedia article, especially or other articles that have links to other things, I'm like, oh, okay, I'm interested in this, and they're like, well, but what's that? But there's a hyperlink, so I'm like, okay, right click, open a new tab, and then I will read on that, and then sometimes that has another thing. So I will go down the rabbit hole. of,
But
like,
you haven't
opening
finished
a
the
link.
first thing.
Yeah, but I need to understand this other stuff to understand this because it's regarding this one thing. Which
Can we
regarding
just
this
all
one
take
thing.
a drink for how many tabs we have open and see who drinks the
I
longest?
will
Oh,
drink.
goddamn.
I have
I'll be
four,
drained.
I have
Are
4
you trying
tab-
to kill me?
I have 4 tabs
I-
open right now.
I probably have like 90 tabs open between everything total.
I have like
Don't.
box and more on Chrome.
Yeah, so my thing is like when I research stuff like that, I will go down the rabbit hole as deep as I want to go, and then I get to the one thing, and then when I finish that, my thing is like, okay, now I know what this is, so now I can go back to this other thing. Instead of just clicking back to the other thing, I close the tab that I was on, and then go back to the other thing, and then I finish that, and then I close that tab and go back. So as I can go down into a rabbit hole of tabs, but as I come back out, the tabs close and disappear behind me. I don't leave them open.
So for me, it's like
And,
I've always
my
got.
thing is like if I'm not actively using something, I close it because I don't need those tabs open. I don't. If I'm not
So-
watching Netflix, why do I have a Netflix tab open?
Well, I'll
You-
close
you
those.
take- you
those are
take the-
active tabs.
Well,
I think there's a big difference between active tabs and passive tags. Yeah.
there's a different way
No,
that
all
I'd put it.
tabs are
And if I have to open a
No,
thing again,
it's-
I'll
there's-
open it
there's-
again. I can always come back to it. The internet
So-
doesn't disappear when I close it.
So Drayden thinks about it in the forms of like if he's not actively using it, it's closed. The
Right,
way that
right.
I
Yes.
approach tabs is if I might use it in the future, I leave it open.
If I want to read about it potentially or things like that, in this sense, that's where it becomes a tab. I want to delve off further into something.
Dude.
My thing is like,
No,
if I'm
that's not
willing
what
to-
bookmarks.
like
Bookmarks are for
there's-
things
there's-
you want to circle back to multiple times.
My
Like
I don't want to bookmark
dscan.me
any of these things. I want to read them at some
like,
point.
dscan.me lives as a permanent tab that's always open, so I can just grab a screenshot or grab a copy
A
pasta
dscan
local,
is a
post it
bookmark.
in. Yeah, no, I leave that just open, so it's just
That's
a tab
fine,
that
but
I
I'm just
flip
saying
to.
that is a bookmark. You will use that tool multiple times.
Yeah, I don't bookmark.
Are you?
Let's be real. I don't. I
Oh.
literally
Well,
don't.
that's
bookmark
fine.
I
So
feel really
that okay.
here
That,
and like I want to counterpoint all of Drayden's comments, but I have to find the tab for it first. So
yeah. so that right there, Skyhawk, is a big thing of mine. Is You're like, I don't bookmark anything because I have all of it open anyway. Why would I bookmark? Me, I'm like, I bookmark everything because I don't like to have tabs open so I can close them. But then it's like, oh, I want to go back to this. Click, bookmark tab, boom. Now I'm back there. So
All right,
like, I can go
counterpoint.
back there.
If the original site's deleted, so if it was like a picture or something like that, if it's deleted, you can't get it back. But if you have the tab open, you can save the picture.
I
I've
don't
had this before.
I don't keep
I would
tabs
just
open
simply save the
with the
picture and then
mindset
close
of
the
this
tab.
internet
'Cause I
page
don't need
may
to
be
save it
deleted
unless
in the
it's deleted.
future, because generally that is rare that just randomly happens.
Who are you guys
Unless it's
trying
like
to
an
incriminate?
offensive picture or some
Yeah,
kind of
dude. Like if you're like, if the honey you're texting's deleting her nudes, you're like, damn girl, I still got open into
you
tab.
just right click save
Save.
No,
image.
because then you're the asshole saving nudes. Like that's creepy.
Save
You
image
told me,
as.
Rain.
And you're
It's like a Snapchat, right? The Snapchat
Rain,
stays
if you're
open,
keeping
it's
tabs
fine.
open, it's saved
If you're
in
like
your
screenshotting it, then you're the asshole.
Rain, no, you don't screenshot. You just right click save image as. And if you're keeping the tab open, you're still the asshole because it's saved in your RAM.
No, you just no.
Or
you
you're
use another.
lazy and don't
I'm
clean up your
saving it
tabs.
to my
You
hard
just-
drive. You're saving it
if
to your
it's-
RAM.
it-
We're both saving it to a digital medium, and we're both looking at an ass or
That just won't
Titties.
quit.
a
If it's a
penis or some
Snapchat,
titties
then it just
or
won't quit.
a vagine that you know what?
Vegetable even.
If you're trying to save something from Snapchat and you don't want someone else
We're
to see
just
it,
we're
you
just
just
all
on your
looking
diet.
at
Sure,
things that
you
aren't
just-
supposed to be there anymore, but they still are because we circumvented decency.
you just use another device to capture the screen of that device that you're playing the
Use a second
Snapchat video
phone to
on.
take a picture of your
Yeah,
phone.
there you go.
When you took a picture of your
Oh,
monitor,
right,
like, oh
screen. You
man,
actually do is
Some
pull
girl
it up on like a
Take
tab.
his boys, let me take a picture.
yeah, it's like, oh my
That-
god,
when
what if this,
screenshots come through from
what
like,
if this,
Like if you're just gonna screenshot it, you gotta screenshot it like a man where you know they know you're seeing the screenshot.
oh my god, dude, I'm
Dude,
just gonna
this
do, you know what,
person just
Akrov,
turned
I'm just
into
gonna
a
do that from now,
genius.
like, no longer right click save image as, I'm just gonna like take a picture
yeah,
of
you
my
expecting
monitor of the
FTs.
titties.
Drayden's gonna be like, guys, look at this meme. It's a picture of his fucking monitor of like Imgur or some shit.
It's gonna have the Imgur watermark.
He's like, am I doing
all of
these
his
tabs
URLs
right?
open across the top.
Oh.
Check out this.
What's
dang
up,
thing.
Ash?
You can just screen cap. No, because then they know that you're screen capping, Ash.
No.
Whoa, guy.
Wait, no. Oh, we already talked about that.
This is where Ash is gonna
you
be
missed
like,
the
wait, they know?
Ash, you missed the whole show. We talked. Well, I don't think we talked on that. Although I did mention earlier on, probably around the 30 to 40 minute mark, I would guess, that Plex is going to go way the fuck up in price because
It already
of-
did.
Like probably like
So-
It
98
already
times
went up in
the
price
expensive
because of
it is
speculation,
now.
but it's going to keep going up. So honestly,
You should
I'm
invest.
not an economist, and don't take my word for it if you lose your ass. But I'm saying
It's fucking Kramer.
buying Plex now and then sitting on it, it's going to go up in value, and you will make money just by buying it now and wait a month or two, and then you'll be able to sell it for a profit.
All I'm going to say about Plex is I'm just really happy that yesterday was the day that I actually Plexed 2 of my accounts. Just great timing for me.
Super insensitive, man.
Yeah, it's going to go up. I mean,
That's par for the
like I
course.
said, there's going to be less demand. Oh, no, higher
Yes.
demand for it.
Listen, this is
Less
really
supply.
important,
That's what I was going into. Is people are going to be cutting back on their actual subscriptions for alts, which means they need more Plex because they want to keep those alts active. So they need more Plex to keep those alts active. But
Should we
then
do a shot
also
for
the
Plex?
cost of actual real money
should.
dollars for Plex is going up. So less people are going to be buying less Plex because the people that buy Plex are probably they're not saying I have to buy this many Plex per month. They're saying I'm going to buy this many dollars worth of Plex per month. And if the dollar value of Plex goes up, that means they buy less Plex per month and sell it on the market. So less Plex available, more people that are canceling their subscription accounts and needing Plex to keep their alts active, higher demand for Plex. Plex goes up. I guarantee it. In the next month, definitely 2 to 3 months, Plex will be, I would guess, probably not a 33% increase, which would be a really funny number for it to settle at. It probably won't, but I would bet that Plex does increase at least 10 to 20% in price. Now, again, I'm a econ dunce, so don't listen to me. But
May I
Invest
You don't
in
even
propose
have the
Plex.
a
hat.
may I propose a shot for Plex investments?
Yeah, I mean, like now that the jig is up, it may have already been too late to invest in now, but maybe not.
Sure.
It might still go up more, but the real money was a week ago.
When you
right?
hear about it, it's too late. Let's be
Yeah,
honest.
the real money was a week ago. The people bought Plex and sat on it.
Years ago.
But now, I mean, once this announcement came out, you know, you could still make some money, but you're not going to make as much money as the people that were, you know, luckily just in the situation to make money. Did I just say jig? I don't think so. Did I?
You did. You
said
did.
the jig is
You
up.
said the jig is
Jig is
up.
up.
Oh, yeah, I said the jig is up. Is that not okay? Oh,
It's
no.
fine. What?
Oh, no, jig or...
It is GIF. Anyone that
Do
says
what now?
GIF is wrong.
well, the person
It is
that,
GIF.
yeah, the person that
GIF, shut
made
up.
them says they were GIF.
But he's wrong.
I agree.
He
I
made
still
them
say
GIF.
GIF, and I think everyone should say GIF, but the creator said GIF.
GIF.
But you know what?
I don't care what the creator said, and now that he's dead, I
You know
care
what's
less.
crazy?
And that's important, I think.
I never say the word GIF except for in conversations about how to say the word GIF.
Or peanut butter.
Everyone says GIF. It's a GIF.
I don't say it.
Look, if it's about peanut butter, I get it. But I
No,
don't care
but they
what you
use a
think.
J. They do it right.
So we've
Yeah,
had
let's
this
code it in
conversation for
honey, he'd
years
say it.
about Gila. Gila, whatever.
Yeah,
I don't care.
GIF is spelled GIF.
If you're saying
I don't
Gila,
care.
you're just
We
memeing.
will
You're not
develop our
actually
own
serious.
lexicon. We'll be fine. It's vernacular. It's what you use in that environment. We'll be fine.
When it comes to the internet, it's popular opinion anyway, so
It doesn't even have to be.
it usually is though.
It's what I say.
Sometimes it's even
and what I
unpopular.
say is
Popular
what
opinion is
you
GIF.
or whoever is thinking about it says.
No, I will never say GIF dragon.
Literally never say it.
Like I would rather say GIF than that.
100% every day.
But it's a GIF.
It just won't happen. Let's be honest. It it's fine.
All right, I'll be back. You guys take over.
I hear y'all mispronouncing Jife.
Yeah, that's how that happens sometimes.
I'm disappointed in all of you.
Yeah, but I mean, what did you expect?
I say this with love and respect, Ash. No.
There's actually a really great Idea Channel video from back in the day where he breaks down the different sides and proves that everybody's wrong.
Aren't we all though?
We're all wrong while we're right. It's all good.
I mean, as long as we're all wrong, I'm okay with
Right.
it. But if some of us are wrong and some of us are right, I'll die on that hill.
That is actually the thesis. Everybody's wrong, and that's okay.
You're wrong.
Exactly. But so are you.
So Ash,
Right back at you, buddy.
Since you're just now joining the conversation, I'm curious to hear what your thoughts are on the topic of the day.
Man, I'm trying to think of a clever other thing to bring up. I got nothing.
Give it time.
So, all right. Basically, I have never seen a company put more writing on a single announcement or single presentation than CCP has put on the keynote of FanFest.
Yeah.
Are you waiting for FanFest?
Well, I mean, that's what they've said the whole time. Fine, okay. CCP Rattati said this a couple months ago, and we heard that very solidly from Paragon today, that they seem very confident that what they have will be worth it. I don't know. I'm nervous. Put up or shut up. Let's prove it to us.
That's where I'm at. I've all
Kinda
day
sounds like you're
today.
waiting on FanFest.
All day today, I've had alliance members in my alliance telling me that oh Sky, you're seeming a little optimistic. I'm like, no, I'm not being optimistic. I'm at this point, we're waiting for CCP. That's really it.
You know what? People keep accusing me of being optimistic too, and I'm like, no, that assumes that I think that they'll actually do it. It's more that so the thing is that a dearth of content makes sense in a scarcity world, right? We already are having to reduce the resources of everything. So how could they possibly introduce new content? How would you reward it when you're stripping the rewards from everything else? So
You
in
would tell
theory,
it that it was good, kitty.
in
I'm
theory,
sorry.
they've
Sorry. Go on.
He's gone.
Wow.
oh shoot, did
Sorry.
I stop talking?
You dropped out.
We
yeah.
lost
Oh
you.
yeah,
Yeah.
you cut out.
This mic. Where did I cut
you
off?
cut out.
I made a cat
you said-
reference, but
you
I
said-
wasn't trying to stop you.
You said in theory, and then you cut out.
Uh-oh. What did I say right before in theory?
Cats are, in theory.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
go back like just 30 seconds.
Sure. Can I? Jesus, now I'm totally derailed.
Yeah, I heard in theory, and then he's like cat something, and then nothing.
I mean, the cat's waving its tail, like it's
Oh.
antagonizing you now.
Well, so scarcity, like they didn't have any, they couldn't come out with any new content during scarcity, right? Because they were already taking away everything. So how could they possibly put in new stuff during that time? So in theory, they've had 2 years plus to actually work on whatever it is that they have to show us. And they've straight up acted like it's big umptus, you know? So they have to explain to us, we have to walk away from that believing that scarcity was worth it, and they have a promising vision for EVE Online, and that is a big ask. I don't know, man. It's 60-40, you know?
Yeah, it's fair. I could see it.
They have every opportunity, like everything set up that they could have something truly remarkable, or they could just have nothing. And if they have nothing, then I don't know what to do at that point. Like I hope that, like, the worst case scenario is that they have so much nothing that basically all of this hype is basically deceptive. That would be a problem.
Real quick, so we touched on something earlier. What is, if you, and no pressure if you don't have a thought process in mind, because we had a little bit of time to think about it earlier, but if you had a wow feature, like what is your mental wow feature for what possibly could be discussed or dropped?
You know, it's funny. Earlier today, I was talking to Fonsui about this, I think, and I was like, never before has EVE Online needed a Jesus feature, literally, than right now. Like,
Yeah, it's tall.
to its very definition. Like, we actually, like, that term has never made more sense than right now.
A little bit,
But,
yeah.
I mean, there's a few options. So, obviously, you have the shooter, which who knows what that might end up being. You have some possible like media expansions, TV show, comic book, video, whatever that happens to be, new animation. But I mean, the diamond on the top would be basically that idea of like all of the NPCs are reworked to be basically empires that function independently, like actually have wants and needs, and we can work for, and our actions help advance or thwart their goals on top of everything else. And they can invade each other and all that sort of stuff. So that way we actually live in a living universe.
Which we did kind of touch upon earlier. Like,
Yeah.
I think that would be an incredibly fascinating topic.
I don't think that they're ready for that yet, but I think that,
I agree.
They could be in the direction that could actually like tell us that they're like show us for real that they have that potential.
The theory I was peddling earlier is that the rush nature of this announcement, given that there were things that they, Paragon even acknowledged were not ready to go with this announcement that they would have liked to have ready to go with it, tells me that they had a deadline to meet to increase revenue.
See,
why would they have that? Because they need to pay for something that they're adding on to, be it that the new game or something that they're dramatically adding on to the EVE cluster. I don't know.
I don't think that this was rushed. This happened exactly when they wanted it to. What was wrong was they were hoping to have other things ready to present by now, but they don't.
Well, yeah, but that's what I mean, is that they had to announce this part by a certain time, no matter what.
Yes.
And other things just weren't ready.
Exactly. Yes. This blog was going to be put out at this time. And the reason why is because, like, so you can either announce it before, during, or after, right? You can't do it, have too long of a layover period from announcement to release, because this is literally about money at this point. So you kind of need to, make the changeover as quick as possible. But do you do it before or after? Well, if you do it during, then now you have literally brought up something that negative during FanFest as a celebration, which would be nice to avoid. Like, just literally not having to say those words out loud while on a stage would be probably neat for them. And after could really easily cut any momentum that they've gained and any good grace gained in FanFest. So it's better to come out now where we can all get mad about it. And honestly, right now, if everybody quit the game right now, and in 2 weeks FanFest comes out that's so amazing that people want to play it, then none of our concern is going to matter. None of this is going to matter. All that matters, one way or another, is how good their thing is, right?
100%.
So the best thing that they can do is announce it now, so that way by the time it comes out and they have the good announcements, this is quote unquote old news.
I could definitely see it.
So, I don't know if we really talked about the time frame thing earlier tonight. I know that there's been a lot of people saying, like, why release this now when you're not ready to explain? If all the things that are going to justify the price hike are in the FanFest release, why are you telling us about the price hike before the info? I'm on the side of, like, you know what? Better early than later. If they know, if they've decided they're going to increase the price of things, I don't know why it's a bad thing to let people know that as soon as they made the decision, like, okay, we're going to increase the prices. Let's let the players know.
Right. It's notable that this is coming out after FanFest, right? Like, the change is happening on the 17th.
After FanFest, but
which
announcements
means that they
before
absolutely
FanFest, the reasons for it should be in FanFest, but the actual price hike is. So that's why everyone's freaking out, like, oh, well, you're telling us this now, I'm going to quit now. It's like, yo, the price hike isn't yet. Like,
do you know what Paragon said to that? Do you know what Paragon said when somebody said that? Well, that's unfortunate.
Right.
Like, again, at this point, it doesn't matter. And that's the thing. Like, they could have announced this afterwards if they wanted to. They didn't want to. They wanted to separate these two events, and they wanted to make sure we have primacy to the last thing that we've heard, right? So let the sting of this wear off, and then we can get good and excited about whatever it is that they have to show us.
Or people will be looking forward to, like, okay, let's hear it. So here's my take this situation. So everyone's saying, you're telling us about the price increase, but not giving us a good reason why. Think of it this way: like, why don't you announce them side by side? So imagine this: FanFest is supposed to be this fun party, this whole thing where they have, like, reveals of the new stuff coming out, but also imagine, like, here's the new stuff coming out. By the way, it costs more. Everyone's be like, whoa! It's like that instantly diminishes the excitement in the room, regardless of even if the stuff that's coming out is cool, and people might think, like, oh yeah, you know what? After thinking a while, it's probably worth it. The initial excitement of that is going to probably be diminished by the fact that you tell them, like, here's this new cool shit coming out, and pay us more money. I will let you out 1 second.
There's a way you can make the argument.
I love the frozen abyssal bear face. I don't know what that whole thing is, but
yeah, it's disturbing. To be honest,
you could easily make the argument that CCP
you don't like it.
Your
would like us
master is calling to you, Drayden.
Would like us to be as disappointed or as low expectation right now as possible, so that way whatever gets announced is like, oh my god, earth shatter. You know what I mean? Like, why have us be super hyped right now if what they have is so powerful that it will impress everybody?
Right. So my thing is that it's probably better to, the fact that they know that the price tag is coming, get the bad news out of the way first, let people become adjusted to it, and then before the actual price hike takes effect, so it's like you don't have to quit yet. If you're quitting because of the $5 increase, well, you don't have to quit yet. You can keep playing for the $15 a month thing, and then see what the whole releases in FanFest are and the reasons for it, and then decide after that if you want to keep playing for that much extra money. And if
So
you don't,
there's-
then you can unsub. And if you are like, oh, actually that is worth it, well then keep subbed. I don't know.
So there's two things on that though. So one, like I said earlier, most of the people that I've talked to, they haven't been canceling subs on their mains. It's all been alts. And the second
I think
thing
that's
is,
the major
mo-
area that's going to get
yeah,
hit.
it-
Yeah, sorry.
it's alts. And the second thing is, a lot of them, they're canceling the unsubs and they're saying that they're doing it to quote send a message to CCP. I don't know if CCP actually like it has a metric where they realistically look at how many people canceled,
Yeah, they
auto
do.
renew on a particular day.
I mean, yeah, absolutely they do.
Well, like those.
But people are
like it in
doing
a
that to
train
quote,
station.
like I said, quote send a message.
All of
Whether or not that message will be heard, we'll see.
all of this has happened before. Wow. All of this has happened before, and all of it will happen again.
You know what?
Except the
though?
price increase. That hasn't happened before.
You're right. I mean, but
That's the
people
one
just
thing
quit
that
the
hasn't
game
happened
over
before.
X.
Well, sure. Yeah, that's happened before.
That being said, this one is, I mean, more realistic than normal calls for unsubbing. What it'll be interesting to see how much, because this was something I was talking about. Like, to most people, is it a decision of whether or not you're willing to pay $15, or is it whether or not you want to sub to EVE Online? You know what I mean?
Well, so my thing earlier I was saying is it so you might want to play EVE Online, you might like it, and you might be like willing to pay 15, but there is a price point with people, and again, I don't think it factors into. I really don't think you're going to lose people because they now all of a sudden can't afford the extra $5 a month, unless there's someone that's like paying subscriptions for like 10 accounts, and all of a sudden now it's like, oh, that's an extra like $50 to $100 a month. Like, but so aside from people that have tons of alts that they're actually paying subs for, and honestly, I think that they might not quit the game. They might just be like, I'm going to reduce my accounts. I had to cut back like 3 or 4 accounts, and now I can
Scale
pay
back.
the same amount of money I was before, but I have less sub accounts than I was because I had to cut back. But I really don't think that people are going to quit playing because they can't afford the $5. I think what it's going to be is that they just don't. Like, they were willing, they saw a value in $15 a month, and they thought that that was, adequate because most other games charge that if they have a sub fee. When it comes to 20, they're like, this is the most expensive subscription game out there at this point.
It's pretty. Like, I asked that question directly. I was like, how is this better? How do you provide more than World of Warcraft or Final Fantasy 14?
Right. And so my thing is like, it's not that people can't afford the extra $5. They might just not think it's worth the extra $5.
Like ration.
And
Right.
that's I think that is what's going to make people unsub. Is they're like, I could afford to pay 20 a month, but do I want to?
But here's my question though: is that really going to be about the $4 or $5, or is it going to be about they actually want to play
about a
Eve?
thing where like they were fine with
I mean,
it.
I think
It's
that's
current
No, no,
state, but if
stipulation,
they're going to
though.
increase the price, like I'm not going to
That's
increase
therein.
my payment
What
to a
I'm
game
saying-
that I'm already kind of meh about.
For me,
no, you just nailed it. You just nailed it. What I'm asking is how much of it is actually a pay increase at that point, and how much of it is just the manifestation of general angst,
Yeah.
for me,
I think that's
this change is most likely going to result in me moving most of my accounts, if not all of them, to yearly subs instead of just my main. Because I've been doing just yearly subs on my main and then like quarterly subs.
so
on my
they win
alts.
then.
Yeah. Well, and
Yeah, I was gonna say that sounds like
well,
you.
and that's the thing is like people
worked
are
out,
saying like, oh,
which
if
is
you
fine.
do the yearly subs, especially if you get on sales deals, yeah, you probably won't lose
Yeah,
any money. But the thing is like, I know that that's the best deal, and could I afford that? Yes. But I just have a problem subbing for something that far in advance all at once, because what if I play for 4 months and then it was like, and it's like now I've already paid for the extra 8 months, and now I'm like, what? Not just like I'm paying. I paid for something I'm not playing now. Well, I mean, like I say that I don't ever unsub. So even when I take hiatuses from the game, several months at a time, like I still am subbed. So like in my personal situation, that wouldn't deter me. But I'm saying I'm trying to like be in
The
mindset
hypothetical
of other
person that
people
you
that are like,
represent.
if I'm paying for something and I'm not playing it anymore, why I don't want to be paying for it, but they've already done it. So so that's where my thing is, like there are people that don't want to do the 1 year or 2 year subs because like, what if I don't want to play this after 5 months? I don't want to pay for a game that I'm not playing for half a year and just wasted, $60.
I wonder
It's a
how much this is going to
commitment,
haunt
yeah.
us, right? Because like, how much is this going to always come up with new players, right? How much is every new player going to have their, or how many new players for in perpetuity will have the reaction of, wait, $20? Why not 15 like every other MMO?
Yeah, but we actually had someone earlier tonight. I don't know if they're still there, but earlier in the show, someone came on. They're like, "I'm a new player. They just subbed. They didn't specify a time, but I'm assuming within the last few months. They said, I'm a new EVE player. I love the game. I'm having fun with it, but I don't want to spend $20 a month, and I'm going to probably unsub for this, and I'm going to stop playing." So they basically are like, yeah, for new players, like this is kind of crap.
It's worth pointing out you can play EVE for free. You
That is
literally
true.
never
I was
have
gonna say,
to
I think
play.
that's
Pay.
fairly anecdotal.
No, I mean, you can totally have fun as an alpha. Trust me.
And
So
and when
for
and
me
if
though,
you can
as
upgrade, sure.
someone who is used to playing with 8 accounts, the
Right.
idea of playing of alpha, I find abhorrent. Like
Well, and
I
also
don't like going backwards. I don't either.
I
Okay.
would, I would struggle to find enjoyment if I only could play with 2 of my accounts.
It's
Like
not
I
just
would
to,
just, I would
it's
struggle.
not just to, it's more for me. It'd be more like, oh, I can't fly these Tech 2 things I want to do. I can't fly. I'm like, there's a lot of things where it's like, oh, I want to do that, but yeah, no, it's not allowed for alpha.
Yeah. But
Well,
we
yeah,
were talking
my-
about more normal.
Yeah,
Not
but I mean, like
EVE
alpha
obsessed
is
people.
pretty open now, so I think a lot of newer players. But that's the
I
thing, is,
think
like,
it's
if
worth-
they're trying to increase revenue, like shoving newer players
think
into the
revenue
alpha
is
state and just like like just that's the thing. A lot of games now are moving towards non-subscription costs, and they're like trying to focus on
Yeah.
microtransactions. So there are very few sub-cost games left, and the few that are there are the ones that are like, well, let's have World of Warcraft, Elder Scrolls Online, and then you have like things like RuneScape. RuneScape has a sub fee, but it's like $5 a month. It's cheap. I mean, it's a job.
No,
game.
the only one was more expensive from what I saw was Star Citizen, and man, do you not want to be compared with Star Citizen?
Is it even a game yet?
Well, that's my point. Like, you don't want EVE Online and Star Citizen to be like, you don't want Star Citizen to ever be a frame of reference when discussing EVE Online.
I would say like they could charge $50 a month for a sub, and it'd still be better than Star Citizen, in my opinion, because it actually is a released
Both
game.
in space and
it actually is a game you could play in its full entirety. But,
right. I'm just saying that EVE Online should try to avoid being in the same sentence as Star Citizen as much as possible.
Right. I'm just saying,
Agreed.
like, most games are $15 a month sub, and there are a few that are less than that. But the ones that are less than that are usually not quite to the same par. But still, I don't think I've ever
Or buy to
heard
play.
of a $20 a month sub game. Like,
No,
this
it's pretty.
will be the most expensive subscription based game that I can think of.
It's pretty wild. While everybody else is lowering their prices, trying to make it through other microtransactions or whatever, EVE Online is doubling down, which is pretty crazy.
Yeah,
But
that's
I have
exactly
two
what I said
side things.
earlier. I was like, every other game is trying to find ways to reduce or eliminate subscriptions and find ways to fund their game through microtransactions. That's the wave of the future, essentially, is microtransactions. You have to find the microtransactions that work. Now, you don't want pay to win. People hate that, understandably. So you have to find... Now, cosmetics is the best thing, but EVE Online has a hard time with cosmetics. I was saying it's because, most people don't fly zoomed in enough to even see the cosmetics.
Sure. Doesn't
So,
scale as well as
EVE
we'd like.
has, my opinion, EVE needs to find something to microtransaction that is not pay to win, but is not just ship skins,
Cat
And
ears.
I don't know. Well, I mean, but there
No,
are
it's-
character models could have stuff, but at the same time, you don't always see the character models. I mean,
Well, why do you think that they're making a brand new animation system and trying to make it so that we're more attached to our avatars?
I would love to see that be a thing. I'm just saying,
Could be fun.
I don't know what the answer is, but they need to find some kind of way to enhance microtransactions, and then they don't have to increase sub fees. They just go balls deep into the microtransaction field of either cosmetics or other stuff that are not pay to win. You don't want to dabble in that. That's a fucking noose around your neck if you do that. But if you can steer clear of that and find ways to get people to spend money on your shit, that is the goal of new age, not just MMOs, but just gaming in general. If you are not a purchase your title for the full thing, that's a one-time play, single player games, multiplayer games, whatever it is. But if you are an MMO, you either need to find reasons to make people want to subscribe, or you need to find microtransaction methods to
I can't profess to know the metrics that CCP looks at, but I know that if you put skins at anywhere from, let's say, $1 to a $5, at most $20 to $30 scheme outside of like some real rare, limited, whatever they choose to dive off into. If you make things actual microtransactions, people will just do it because it's a microtransaction. Like if you press the button and your credit card info is saved, or your debit card, or whatever. It's just you
Well,
just
that's
push
why you
the
convert it to
button
Flex.
and it's $1 or $2 at a time here and there.
Yeah.
Like that's easy, and that's what people want. Like it works in so many other mediums because it's
Well, I mean,
it's
we
so
have that to a certain
minute.
extent, and it is successful to that extent.
And I think it could be more leaned upon.
Sure, absolutely. But so I have two actual side things about this announcement or whatever. Would like to bring up.
Real quick, do you have any WoW features? I just want to ask you. You don't have to say them yet.
No,
but
I
do
already
you
said.
have any?
I already said.
Did you say them earlier?
Handing over the universe to AI controllers to basically make it so we all live in a giant game of Stellaris.
Oh,
Goodness. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
That's
Paradox.
That's a push.
What's it? The sweets.
So
It's a lot of DLC involved.
The two things is, first of all, I think that they just signaled the date for their next expansion without announcing the expansion.
Okay.
I think that by saying May 17th, they have basically tipped their hand that is the expansion, because this kind of change is the kind of change that you make in tandem with an expansion. They're about to announce the expansion and then roll it out 2 weeks later.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
I think
so. That's number one.
I mean, that's kind of expected. Like, usually when they have FanFest, there's announcements at FanFest, and then there is usually an update to follow. So I don't think that's outlandish. It's kind of like expected.
Right. I just want, because it's an interesting thing to think about.
Yeah.
So, and then the second thing is, what new functionality are they going to add to Omega clones to justify this?
Right. That's what everyone is asking, and that's
no. Because people keep talking about content, and they do have new content that's coming or whatever. But the thing that caught my was new functionality.
Oh, you cut out.
New functionality tied to Omega subscriptions.
Okay, hold on. You said new functionality
tied to Omega subscriptions.
Oh, okay. Yes. Okay.
So my mind immediately goes to PI on the phone.
But is PI Omega only?
No, but the feature of using the phone to access your PI colonies would be an Omega only feature. I'm just giving that as an example.
So that's my thing is this. If they're upping the subscription and Plex costs across the board, it better be more than just PI users.
No, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is
in my opinion, it's like it should be some kind of
expansion.
Next level change to the game inherent that afflicts everybody, and that's why I'm like,
Well,
they
described it today as right. They described it today as the biggest content update that they've ever had, which is Apocrypha is a thing that happened,
right?
So
one person said that, and they venture to say that in their opinion, it's the biggest one.
Right. So,
right, but I mean, like this just goes in line with all, like I said, we've been seeing this huge amount of confidence from CCP. They seem to feel that whatever they have is the trump card.
It sounds like it, and
I'm not gonna sign on to that.
I'm open until I see it. But my thing is like, now again, we've talked about Paragon. It's like he kind of did this without the leave of the company, and so the thing is like he put it really up on a pedestal, and if it really is this watershed moment, that's great, cool, they've done something like that. But my hesitancy is more on the lines of they're making this sound, because they're opening the cost for everybody. Doesn't matter if you're high sec, low sec, null sec, wormhole, industrialist, PvPer, mission runner. It doesn't matter what you do. Your cost is going up $5 a month.
Correct.
So these releases that they're going to have at FanFest that are supposed to make it worth the increase needs to be worth the increase to everybody. So this is not going to be, in my mind, this should not be a null sec SOV change. This should not be a faction warfare change. This should not be a industrialist change. This should be
all these things.
It should be either all of the, like, it should be multiple changes across all the boards, or it should be a generic change across the entire game that affects everybody, because everybody's going to be paying this extra cost, and to justify the extra cost, it needs to affect everybody generally. I mean, there might be like the one, special person that might be the wrong words. The unicorn of the game that does some weird fucking off the wall gameplay. They only fly through space in a shuttle because they like watching the warp lines, but they also like going through all three securities of space because the warp lines look different to them based on the security status. And you know what? They also don't like getting blown up, but they also don't like to fight anybody.
I'm pretty sure you just described a real person. At least
I did. And
I'm sure. That seems perfectly reasonable.
And that person is not going to get a benefit from this change. If I have a future sight Doom I can put, that one person is going to be really disappointed with the $5 increase.
So
I'm sorry, Shuttleman. Shots for you.
My point was not, will this be enough? But what could it possibly be? What addition, like not new content, not new sites, but what new functionality would they add to an Omega that makes it that they could play around? And as, by the way, my optimism here, or what I'm saying here, not optimism, but my opinions on this is not just informed on today's interview. Like CCP Rotati's interview, previous interview at the very, the latest, his latest interview and a few others. Like the thing is that not only are they confident, but they're like positively giddy to show us what it is that they have, and they're holding back.
That's what intrigues me the most, honestly.
So I don't know what it is.
What the fuck are you gentlemen doing? Plus Rain.
Even with Swift and the retriever purchases, right? Oh nope, FanFest. Trust me, it's exciting, but we can't tell you about it yet.
Rain, I know you're muted right now, but I just gotta say, when you're making
Rain, we're talking about penises.
When Rain is making this little dick symbol like this, we need
that was
Manic
a huge
to be
banana.
here. We need Manic to be here to be playing the tiny dick homies.
You know what? You don't need to knock out. No, you don't need to hit the back. You just need to knock out the sides.
If you know, you know, and if you don't, you don't. But like, look,
Rain, come on.
We're talking about a huge banana.
We're talking about a short girth.
I was trying to make memes, and I really didn't know how besides dick size, so we kind of went with it.
A short girth.
My NCO in Iraq used to always say that he had the inch and a half long.
You cut
Dick,
out
but-
inch and a half
inch and
long
a half long.
penis.
You're breaking.
All I
up.
heard was inch and a half long.
Inch and a half long, and you left us hanging.
Yeah.
That's all I
Like,
heard.
What,
Okay,
inch and a half
fine.
long what? Like,
Inch
Agree
and a
with
half
whatever
long,
Ash says.
inch and a half long dick, but 4 inches around. It's like a tuna can.
oh yeah. That's the thing I've heard.
Oh,
Like,
girth.
you
Yeah.
don't
There's
you
nothing
don't
wrong with
you
girth.
don't need to hit the back. You just need to knock out the sides. That's the I don't know where I heard that from my
Whoa.
neighbor when I was a kid. He was a Korean War fighter pilot, so he was old.
Goodness. But he knew a thing or two about
Those
knocking
things
out the
mattered
sides,
to him.
apparently.
Okay.
Yeah,
then.
he flew an F-86 Sabre, like the good old
Look,
shit.
I'm gonna give him benefit of the doubt.
He was the coolest old man you ever met. He was a bit fucking uncouth, but he was cool
Sure.
as fuck.
So the message I'm hearing from this is that even tiny dick homies can be fighter pilots.
That's what he said.
Just
He said,
break the sides out of it.
It's like Rain said it before. You know what? The first time I ever heard Tiny Dick Homies hit me up, that was him. I heard that.
Oh wow, yeah.
No, I'm kidding. He didn't say that.
He said Laocean. You
He
said what ocean?
Tiny Dick Homies lit me up because he had to eject one time because some Tiny Dick homie blew his plane up.
Ackroth just losing his
That's also
his
not
soul.
true. He didn't get shot down.
Heaven knows.
I'm just
Hey.
making up shit left and right. I'm sorry.
I just want to say,
War
Dunk,
stories,
you
you
are
know.
absolutely correct. We are perfectly on track for this time in the show.
That's probably true.
Yeah, we covered all the main.
I can't believe
bases.
Dunk is
It's
so
funny, boys.
judgmental at this hour, dude.
Wait, Dunk is
Right, though?
judging? Oh, yeah. Dunk, you missed the good part of the show. See, you always miss the good part of the show. You come in at the bullshit.
It's like, you all done bitching yet? Or and
No,
we're like,
God.
bro.
Yeah, no. Dunk, watch the first hour of the show. It's some good stuff.
We had
I even
honest,
just
like
struggling back through
really,
it.
we had a chill, fun discussion that first hour about everything. Now I'm like
It was
fucking
very
4 old
respectful.
fashioned
The
Steve.
first hour was a nice, sober, clean
Yeah.
discussion.
This is actually a really productive show if you give it a chance.
This is like the aftershocks of like an earthquake that are not the same temperance of the first ones, but you get you get the idea of what happened.
We're honestly not used to the dynamic of having something that's like breaking big news dropping on a Friday. This was kind of unique for us.
Yeah, it was big. And we started with the big topic first. That was the one thing I was a little shocked at. Usually we say that shit for the end. We did not.
It was the element in the fucking front lawn taking a dump. Like
Say,
we needed
Medic-
to talk about it.
Manic made a point of saying, "Hey, let's just dig right
yeah,
in."
I mean,
but it's worth.
honestly, I think it was a good.
It was good
call.
food for thought.
It was a good call. Because usually
Okay.
like start slow and get. But the thing is, like, this was a topic that was probably better discussed sober, so we wanted to hit it sober, and then we can get to the bullshit later on after we've been drinking.
I think we
so-
had some good discourse.
Yeah. So and now we've hit it twice. So we hit the shit sober, and then we came back for double dippins on the booze train.
Yeah, and look, I'm not squeamish about germs, but like if you're gonna double dip, like it's fine. Just
Go fucking all
I just
in.
wanna-
Like seriously.
Just wanna know.
I don't double dip.
You
I don't
guys
really
all
feel
talked
double
about
dip.
it.
It depends on who it is. Like
Well, of course it does.
if I've swapped saliva with you, I don't give a shit.
Well, of course.
Like
Y'all
I've-
talked about it for
I've-
an hour, and then you had the ash lap.
I've seen people though,
I think we
Akira,
shared a
that
blue
like
balls
refuse
shot.
to. I've seen people that refuse to like double dip with each other, yet they're in a relationship and like make out. I'm like, excuse
That's-
me,
yeah,
what the
that's-
fuck?
That's not how that
that's
works.
Just stop.
That's a
You're
weird
being
one.
fooling
dumb.
yourself
With the
right
exception
now.
of like
in this
if
moment.
one of them is sick, I mean like. yo,
That's reasonable.
so
If
that's
one of them
reasonable.
is
That's-
sick,
that's
if
smart.
you're-
Like, I mean,
If you're in a relationship together and one of you is sick, are you quarantining or are you just sick near each
Well,
other?
I mean,
Because
like,
if one of you
okay,
is sick, you're gonna get sick.
I'm not
That's
saying
what it
like
is.
quarantine like COVID. I'm saying like
And I'm not even suggesting that as well. It's just convenient in the moment.
Right,
But
like, but I'm saying
if
like,
one of you is sick, the other one's gonna get sick because you're in a relationship and in close
if,
proximity.
if I'm dating a girl and she's sick with a cold, I'm not.
Then you
drinking
caught
off-
it.
I'm not drinking off her cup. I'm not eating off.
You already
of her
caught it, Drayden.
Dip. Trey.
If you knew she had it, you already caught it. It was too late.
See,
Probably, but not
Well,
always.
let's be
not
honest, we've been
always.
there.
Not always. I've got.
Have you like evaded a cold that someone started like coughing or whatever, showing signs? You were like, "I'm gonna go ahead and back away," and then you literally just backed away
Absolutely
and never
all
caught
the
anything.
time. All the time. Like I have this
With
weird
people
thing-
that you sleep with,
I don't sleep with people.
ever?
Not often.
Well, that's. But on the rare occasion, that's what I'm talking
No,
about.
no, I don't. No, I'm saying like I have this weird. Yeah, no, I'm put on the spot. No, I haven't slept with people all the time.
You're fine.
No, so I have this thing like I know cross contamination and how things are spread, so I do my best. Like I have this weird thing where like if I'm around someone and they like cough, I will like kind of like hold my breath and like turn and breathe from a different direction. Like, and that doesn't necessarily mean that they're like sick, but I'm just like I just do that inherently because it's like, so I rarely get sick. I've been around people that have colds and flu and stuff like that, and I usually don't get it. Not that I never get sick, but I do. But I'm like I usually get sick once a year, maybe, sometimes once every other year, and I will be around people that are like sick with the flu, sick with a cold, multiple times a year, but I usually just don't get it. I have not ever had COVID. This whole thing. I have lived with a roommate. He had COVID twice. My other roommate had COVID once. Never caught it from them. Got tested. I've been around other people that had COVID. Like my brother, both my brothers had COVID. My sister had COVID. My dad had COVID. Been around them. Never got. Like I don't have a super immune system. I'm just like I think I have a decent immune system, but also when I see that people may be sick or have something, I do my best to like not just avoid them, but also do my best. If they're like talking, I will like oh yeah, like I won't like sit there and go face to face with them, but also if they cough,
Tell me about it.
if they cough, I'll be like, I will like try and just hold. I know that the cough. If you watch like air foil, like things, you see like the whole. It goes like this whole like weird like whooshing.
Fluid dynamics.
Yeah, fluid. Yeah, so it goes out, but it has like this whole like because of fluid dynamics and like gas stuff like that. So I know it's not like it's instantly everywhere, but I will sit there and be like, I will like, turn to the other side. And because like it's not whatever they just breathed out is not here yet, and I will like take a deep breath and I will hold it and I will wait, and like their shit will eventually settle and become less diffuse or more diffuse, but less concentrated, and I will. That's kind of like
goddamn
weird shit that like,
parts
I
per million.
constantly am in. Like anytime I'm around anyone that is sick or might seem sick, it's just shit I constantly take into thought, and because I don't like getting sick.
When I was in the
So-
supermarket the other day, I was going down the aisle, and a lady about 10 feet in front of me coughed, and I turned around and went out the other way and went down a different aisle.
Yeah, I mean, like, if I see people like, I'm like, yeah, you might just be having a cough from like smoking.
I don't care.
Or like some
Good
kind of
old
thing. But,
emphysema.
but if you are sick, I'm not dealing with that shit. I'm not gonna walk through it. Yeah, I will turn around. I'll go the other way. So my thing is, I get sick. I get like a common cold once every other year, maybe. I've never had the flu. I know that sounds weird, but I've never had the flu. Like, I've had like 2 fevers in my whole life, ever. One of them was
Sounds like a
from
pretty
an
good immune
infection.
system to me.
One of them was from an infection,
Keep drinking.
and
that
one of
orange
them
juice.
was from like, it was weird. Like I had a fever, had like a weird, like hot, like I felt awful. It was actually probably one of the worst feelings I ever had, like in my life. But I was not sick. I didn't have a cough. I didn't have any kind of nasal. It was not a cold. I don't know what it was, but I had a huge raging fever one night.
How high do
Almost
you
to the
remember?
point. I didn't take my temperature, but almost the point. I mean, to where like I don't go to the hospital unless I'm like, quote unquote, dying Almost. I was almost ready to go to the ER that night. I
Twice in my life I've hit 104 fever, and that's when it starts getting scary. Like you legit become loopy.
I felt. Now this is after I quit smoking weed, but I felt like I was high as fuck. But I had not taken any drugs, and I was not sick. I just had a random fever out of nowhere and felt like I was burning up.
Spoiler: it was the drugs.
It was. No, I was like, I don't know what it was. It was literally just a fever and nothing else. It was like I've had a fever from being sick. I've had infections.
It's not hard
but
to
I'm like, this
get
is
a
just
fever
like
as
I
human.
had, and I was laying in bed and felt like I had no covers on, and I was like shivering, but at the same time just like shake. I wasn't seizuring, but I've never felt that off in my life, and I was like probably an hour or two away from like calling the ER or even like 911 to like send an ambulance. I might be dying. I don't know what the fuck's going on with me.
Probably
I'm
got some
fucked
good
up.
young people, healthy, COVID.
Yeah, so I don't. It was a massive fever, but no cold associated with it. So I don't know what the hell that was. And then the next day it was gone. So I still don't know what that was.
Going back to the whole glass thing or like sharing food thing, I don't share a drinking vessel.
We're talking about chips and salsa. Let's
Well,
be
yeah,
real
chips
careful
and
here.
salsa is fine, but I have a thing like, and it's not even necessarily a germ thing. It's that like I can't stand carbonated drinks. Like it burns so badly that it like shuts down my brain. Like it stings. So I've learned to become very protective and careful about my drinks. So like I have a thing about that. Like I drink water, and it's usually separate, except for alcohol. That's fine.
Well, the
Okay.
alcohol.
Except for beer, not
Although people say the alcohol sterilizes it, but that's not true. It has to actually be 71 to 72% to technically
Okay.
count as a sanitizer. So it has to be like 140 something plus proof. So
Yeah. It's
It
not
isn't a
easy
germ
for
thing
people
for me
to get
though.
out.
so
It's
Bacardi
I don't want to mix up
151.
my drink.
Apparently, Everclear is
Bacardi
no longer
151 is a
Drayden,
sanitizer.
Drayden,
Yeah.
Drayden,
Yes.
you're mentioning a dead beverage.
What?
Bacardi 151 was discontinued like 5 years ago, maybe a little bit less than that, but roughly around 5 years ago, because they got
Everywhere?
too many fucking lawsuits because of people lighting their dumb asses on fire.
But
Everywhere, though?
But how are you
Yeah.
supposed to make
Awesome.
cherry
Bacardi-
blues?
Right?
So apparently, Everclear, as of recently, and I say recently within the last year or so,
Yeah, Everclear's
apparently
like 180, 190.
as far as I know, you
So-
cannot just go out and buy grain alcohol anymore like Everclear.
You
No, you
can,
can't in
depending on
Montana.
the state. It depends on the state.
And
Montana.
it's quite
Drayden-
possible as well,
so
just like what you just said.
so Kirazan is the brand. They make a 150 proof rum.
Isn't that a
There's
raid in
also
World of Warcraft?
So
There-
it's basically the same thing. It's one
yeah,
proof
it's
less.
similar. Yeah, but Bacardi stopped making their version of it because of too many lawsuits. They just
I
didn't
was
want to
about
deal
to
with
take
it
my headset
anymore.
off and faint, but
This sounds like Mickey's, like
It's
40s,
retarded.
where
Or
they changed
super
it to
dumb, I mean,
plastic
sorry.
bottles because people were playing Edward
yeah,
like
that
Mickey
sounds
hands.
dumb.
And
It's
just
honestly,
taping
it's
bottles
like,
to
you know
their
what?
hands and falling
Hey,
down drunk.
It's a
and
reaction to
cutting up their
stupid.
hand.
No,
it's
what
a reaction to stupid lawsuits that they don't want to waste their time with. Essentially,
I mean, that's the way the world works, I guess.
I wish lawsuits didn't work against stupidity. Honestly, in my opinion,
You mean-
it's like
well, yeah, like I'm gonna make a flaming drink.
151
Oh shit! I just lit my ass on
yeah,
fire and burnt off
151
half
proof
my
liquor
face.
is flammable. You should all fucking know that. And if you do some dumb stuff with that and light a fire and you get caught on fire, you know what? Hey, you sue yourself
You know,
for being stupid.
Play
sue,
silly
sue
games.
your own ass.
In college, throwing multiple parties, I did light things on fire, but I was at least smart enough to do it in my fucking kitchen sink.
Right? I never lit stuff on fire because it's like when you light alcohol on fire, it's like that's a waste of good alcohol. Like look at it, it's just vaporizing into the air. We could have been drinking that.
Oh, look at it go! Oh, goddamn.
Oh no! Don't go.
We hardly
I love you.
hardly knew ye.
No. It wasn't like that, but it was. We never did that.
It was a nice thought, though.
We lit fireworks on fire.
I used to make the fake trails, like in movies, where it was like gunpowder or whatever, but I would do it in nail polish remover because I grew up with a bunch of females. There was always like an abundance of that, so you would just like make a big trail, and then at the end there would be a pool.
You didn't start it.
Light it up.
Nothing. Oh, we just killed Dragunov. You know what? Hey, we just killed Dragunov's paladin. I love it. I don't love it actually, Dragunov. I'm sorry you lost.
Oh,
your
wow.
paladin, but, hey.
Yeah, it's devotion, I guess.
It was for a good cause.
Don't forget to neuter and spay your paladin.
Yeah,
that's right.
No, he was paying attention to our stream and wasn't paying attention to the fact that he was getting fucking ganked and he just lost his paladin.
I know. Read the second half of the sentence.
It stimulates the economy, though.
Oh, I was paying attention. It sinks in, Ackroth. It sinks in.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ash is the Joker.
I can't sink down farther than that. I tried.
I'm fine. They're cheap these
Spay
days. All right, Justin, I'll take one.
Price is wrong, Bob.
They're cheap these days. You say that now, but wait till Plex prices go up because of the subscription fees. Paladin's gonna be like 5 billion-isk or 2 Plex.
So the value of Plex has been independent of the value of like stuff. Like stuff remains relatively stable. Plex has had a lot of inflation.
Plex holds value based on the value of the currency itself.
Yeah.
Which is still going to go up though. I think that Plex will go up in price.
It'll be interesting.
I think it will, because
I mean it almost has to, right?
You're going to have less people subbing. You're going to have more people wanting to Plex, which means higher demand for Plex market,
which is,
but also you're gonna have less people buying as many Plex because the Plex price is going up. So people are gonna be like, "Well, I normally spend, $50 a month on Plex." Well, they're like, "Well, I don't want to spend more than 50, so maybe I spend 45 and get less Plex each month."
I find it useful,
and they'll probably get the same amount of money for it. So, I think that Plex goes up in price.
I feel it useful to look at it the other way around, right? Like, the Plex that you have, if you have 1,000 Plex right now, it is worth $40, and after this change, it'll be worth $50.
Right. So you're gonna want more out of it.
The same Plex is more money. Like the value of Plex to dollar has gone up.
That's also true. Yeah, think about that. So they want more bang for the buck, so they're gonna raise the price anyway. But then also the higher demand and lower supply. I think that's a double whammy then. It goes up even more, in my opinion.
Well, a lot of this has to do with whether or not their announcement is good or not.
True. Sure. Will quit. There's less accounts that need to be plexed, but
that's tough.
We'll see.
We can walk in and they do like Rouge Wedding 2.0, and it's like, well, I guess Plex price doesn't matter anymore.
Oh, man, it's so... I understand them announcing it early, but at the same time, man, it puts so much pressure on their announcement for FanFest.
All this shows up
really,
this barely even increases it compared to everything else they've stacked on it.
This is a real hit or miss for them, I think, and it's going to be interesting to see what they announce, because
I would argue answering for 2 years of scarcity is a much bigger deal than $5.
I agree, but at the same time, like, it just puts. This can't just be another. This can't just be another FanFest. They've hyped this up now to where, like, if this isn't the most jaw-dropping, mind-blowing announcement at FanFest, this is like Cyberpunk. This is, if it doesn't deliver to people's wildest imaginations, I feel like it might flop.
Absolutely.
And that's such a dangerous.
Oh yeah, no, it is absolutely make it break it. If this, like I was saying, if it's Rouge Wedding, like that could unironically be the death knell of Eve. You know,
I don't know if he dies because of this, but I think that Eve will diminish. It will diminish.
Yeah, it would definitely start decaying out. Who knows how long it's
if it so
going.
if it does not deliver like people are expecting, it will. It's not like a one and done. Like it just dies out of nowhere. Like just boom, it's over. It doesn't die like that. I'm saying like it will.
I'll have a totally different stream. I know that much.
It will slow and decay and go out over time. Which games do, but I'm just saying like, it's. I don't know. They've put a lot on this. I'm not saying the game will live or die by this, but they put a lot on it, and if it doesn't deliver like people want, it's going to be a huge detriment.
Caldari Prime Pony Club is asking about my reference. I said Rouge Wedding because of so that is a reference to Dust 514's announcement by CCP Rouge. Like all of the people flew to Iceland to get the big announcement for Dust, and it was, hey, we're porting it to another system.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is that we could show up there and they'd be like, we're bringing back Captain's Quarters. You're like, okay, that's really great, but that definitely does not answer for everything.
Yeah.
Sure.
Guys, but we're bringing back the jukebox.
Right. You can play porn in your, in your little office thing if you put it in your game client
system,
files.
Mac Roth. Wait, do you listen to porn or just watch porn?
A little bit of column A and B.
Wait, I've never tried column B. Is listening to porn cool?
I mean, depends on what you're into.
I bet you could like listen to various videos that are not porn.
I'm pretty into amateur shit, so I don't want to hear
I bet
like
if you listen to a lot of things that are not
noises.
porn, they might sound like porn.
I want to hear some real people make some grunts. It is.
Yeah. I'm curious now.
I believe you can find what you seek.
You know what? I'm ready. You've encouraged me to some science.
I'm glad I inspired you.
I may not like what I find, but I'm gonna look.
But I believe you will.
I will, because I can't help myself at this point. I'm committed.
Only fools rush in.
I can link this if you guys want to, but I found the forum post on the Dust archive that entitled CCP Rouge Wedding, and the top post is goodbye, old friend. So yeah, they definitely use that name.
Wait, Stray, they said that?
That was the announcement of Legion.
Oh, I'm talking about Stray. He's got an interesting post.
Well, the player base called it that.
Yeah, but he's saying
specifically the Dust.
In real life, my friend said, "You guys should fuck. It'll help me sleep." I want to know more, actually, on that.
Sure, as you would.
That's a topic I'm curious on all of a sudden.
Tell me more.
We need to get Manic to make us.
What, where,
would you
when,
like
where,
to know
how,
more?
What, where, when, why, how? Give us all the deets.
I hear what you're saying, and go on.
Yeah.
That being said, I'm going to go ahead and start winding down.
Malkath.
Are we doing movie night tonight?
You know what, Malkath? Thank you for reminding me. Now, no matter what they announce at FanFest, I'm going to be in the chat asking, but what about what do we get for the secret code?
Oh,
and while that's fun,
I remember that
it was made clear years ago. It was made clear years ago that nothing more would.
I don't care. No. I'm just.
It doesn't matter if you care or not.
Stop me. It's not
made clear.
It's not going to stop me from hounding. It doesn't matter what they say. They could give me everything I want, and I'll be like, but what do we get for the mystery code?
Don't you keep raising that.
You are Malkath's champion. You also have to inform us on the result because we need to know.
I appreciate that Falcon was like, I think it ran its course.
You know why I actually am kind of still grumpy about that? Not that they stopped giving us stuff. That's fine. But they never actually gave us the stuff that they said they were going to. We never got the Valkyrie stuff.
Oh my god.
Oh, sorry.
I get more on the Stray Egg story. So
demand what you're due.
No. This is like a fucking Storyline now. His first post, IRL to my friends. You should fuck. It will help me
Do
sleep.
a shot, you filthy slut.
I'll do a slut. I mean,
You wouldn't.
a shot. I'll do a slut. And
I thought you said you didn't. Never mind.
I bet you won't.
So no, Strang is like, I was like, give us more information on the you guys should fuck. It'll help me sleep. He says, Job Corp, 12 years ago, Nampa. Nampa's Idaho by Boise. It's a suburb of Boise.
Okay.
$30 motel. Me on the dirty floor. 5 others in the room. And
Hold on.
Strang, give us more.
No. This story is disqualified. It does not start with no shit. There I was. True story.
We assume the first person.
Are we gonna do?
No,
I'm going to.
I'm just saying.
This is me in this situation. As far as I can tell,
story.
I'm on the floor.
I get that you're role playing the guy on the floor, you know, being
I'm on the floor,
surrounded by 5 people,
$30.
but
Exactly.
Floor is dirty as hell. 5 other people. No shit. There I was. True story. There.
In the military, that's what we would just be. We would go up to each other and be like, "No shit, there I was. True story." And then it was just like stop. And then like, if like there's like some rookie or whatever, they'd be like, "Well," and we'd all be like, "What are you talking about? What?"
I was like, Straight, do you have a mic, dude? You want to come in the channel? You like give us your whole.
Oh my god.
does he want to lay out the whole true story?
I'm saying like
He was there.
I'd like to hear the story from Straight. So if you want to come into the channel, voice mic, and give us the rundown of the whole thing, like like nice and atmospheric style.
I just want to know if he's waiting for FanFest.
Can I just say,
He's going for.
how ballsy is it for Paragon
Oh wait, are
to
you
just-
playing D&D?
It was
Straight?
super ballsy.
randomly
100%
randomly
ballsy.
just be like, you know what? I'm just going to talk to everybody in the Eve Discord.
He said, "You know what? I'm on vacation, but
Yeah, I know, right?
I saw the signal in the sky, and nobody else was picking up the phone. It was ringing off the hook."
He said he
I
knew it
picked
was
it up.
coming. Like he knew this freight train was
We
coming.
might have Strayek join us in D&D then. Well,
Paragon's a legend.
so if that's the thing, Strayek, you should set up soon because we got like 2 weeks and we're starting. So is my plan. So one more. We started character creation last week. It's still going on, and then the next week. But 2 weeks from now, I want to actually like someday, start the actual campaign. So if you want to play some D&D, well, 2 weeks to start. That's when you have to have your character created before that. So I can help you if you want to jump into Discord. I still have to help Manic, and there's someone else that needs to have a character created still.
Probably myself.
Yeah, you,
Yes.
Akaroth. That's right. So you and Manic and Strayek. So we're gonna do
Did
it.
LB commit or not?
We're gonna do it in the Discord, the Open Comms Discord, Strayek. So below the stream thing, there's the thing that says about Open Comms Show. It's like in the box right below the stream picture.
So
To the right side, there's Twitter and there's Discord. Yeah, click on the Discord.
So while we're waiting, can we discuss like the actual most important news this week?
No.
Who's going to play WoW Dragonflight?
No. I got turned off of Blizzard pretty hard with the recent
Oh my God.
bullshit.
Well, yeah. It was more of a joke, but man, was I
Yeah.
uninspired by that trailer. Like even if I wanted to care, it wouldn't have been able to.
I didn't even watch it, but my thing is that I really enjoyed Shadowlands. It was I think it was probably the funnest time I've had in WoW since vanilla when I first started playing it. Now I didn't play in certain camp expansions. I heard Wrath of the Lich King was like one of the best. I didn't play there. I played Cataclysm a little bit and then quit. And then I played what was that one? It was after Pandaria. After
All I know is that all the Final Fantasy guys are clowning on the WoW guys right now.
It was after not the one because there's Pandaria. The one right after that was like Draenor. It was after that.
Warlords of Draenor. Shoot,
It was after Warlords of Draenor.
I don't know. I stopped playing
Whatever
that
that
one.
one is. So anyway, whatever that one is. It had like the
Legion. There you go.
Yes, Legion. So I played Legion a little bit, but Shadowlands I really liked. Me and my friends had a fun time with that. We loved it, and then I was waiting for we got bored with the original thing. We were waiting for the expansion pack, and then all the Blizzard shit came out. It was like, ew.
That is the first time I think I've ever heard those words in that configuration.
It was because it's one thing if it's this one employee that does something fucked up. It's like, okay, you can't blame the corporation because one employee is a piece of shit. It's not that. It was the whole culture and massive rampant infection of the entire corporation of ew.
I get what you're saying, but like, I am so distracted by the fact that you liked Shadowlands.
I liked
swear
it.
to God, I've never heard anybody ever use those words like in a sentence before.
I actually liked it because, well, I played in Legion, and Legion was like gross green sickness all the time. Shadowlands was nice. The Plague Lands, whatever realm was that, I didn't like that much. They were like the vanguard of the undead hordes to protect the Shadowlands, and they're like gross and sickly and all that shit. I didn't like that. But I did like the Elysium equivalent, if that makes sense. Like the
You're giving me the D&D terms, aren't you? I totally understand.
I'm saying it's like Elysium. It's like the fields of grain, the afterlife, the paladin type mentality, angels. Like, that was a cool one. And then I did not like the vampire zone, which a lot of people did like, but I did like the druid spiritual one. What was that?
I have no idea. I don't know. I did not realize that you were actually going to be able to run with this. I was kind of trolling.
I thought you said you played it. I played it for a bit.
I stopped playing it. I did not play Shadowlands.
So after you were a vampiric druid, like, how did that make you feel?
No, okay. So it was okay. So you didn't play it. It was actually cool. I liked the storylines for a lot of stuff. It was fun. But then it got boring, like WoW does. And then after that, then there was the whole shit of like, oh, Blizzard is a rife corporation of horrendous people, and I didn't have an interest in it anymore. And then they're like, "Oh, we're gonna have an X pack for Shadowlands." I'm like, I don't really care anymore, actually. So I stopped playing. I didn't look.
What if Microsoft buys them?
I just want to say,
what if they took the veins off of the Snickers?
I mean, you can always Here's the thing.
What if they renamed McCree?
I am not of the mentality that you can never fix something. You can always fix something. But sometimes fixing something is firing all the people that made it bad.
I just want to say real quick, thank you guys for tonight. It's been fun. I'm going to head out and go on a fleet roam with some guys from my alliance.
All right, see you, Skyhawk.
Later, guys.
Have a good night waiting for Abyss. FanFest. Waiting in the Abyss for FanFest. I'm sorry.
He was not the bear, but he ended up there. Yeah, so my thing is that I am fine with companies understanding their fuck ups and going in and doing a deep delve into their employee base and finding out where the problems are, getting rid of those employees.
Guys, I just figured out what CCP can offer for Omega.
Oh.
For Omega, you get access to your VTuber like avatar with mocap with your webcam. Doom. Sell 1 million copies. No, I'm such a troll tonight. Jesus.
I mean, Redline might like that. He's finally get his bear in the game, but yeah. So my thing is, I don't know. My thing is, it's like.
Oh, I mean, they showed us demos of it at E-Vegas, at least some of the mocap stuff.
Although I was saying before the show, actually, that was actually one of my, give CCP a kudos and a thumbs up to the fact that look at all these other gaming companies like Blizzard, like Riot, like I can't even name them all, but there's been dozens where they have all these sexual harassment cases and problems and just all kinds of
the industry's fucked.
rife inhumane treatment of their employees. It's not just sexism. It's not just all that. It's more than that. Like, all these other companies have that rife. Look at CCP. They don't really have any of that. Ever. Like, maybe they come out with it. Well, as far as I know, I could be wrong, but as far as I know, they don't have any of that. And it's like, generally, when they come with updates, like, here's our updates. Maybe people don't like them or not, but it's like, they don't have this whole thing of like, here's this employee that was sexually harassing these people, or here's this like culture in the office where women
If you're not
employees are being
Icelandic, then you
diminished and
don't get
being
listened to.
harassed, and they can't have anyone to talk to because the HR department is against them. It's like
The only example of that I can the only example of that I can think of even remotely like that is the fact that on numerous occasions I've heard that they have strong, we'll just say they have strong preference towards native Icelandic people.
Sure. Yeah.
That
common knowledge.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of times that like the non-natives have a little bit of a harder time of it.
If that's, I mean, that could be because of communication preference.
That's just
cultural.
the way the cultural. Yeah, it's cultural.
I guess that's not great, but at the same time,
No, what I'm saying is that
if
it's
that's
like
the worst of it,
that's literally the worst.
if that's the worst of it, that's better than like 90% of all the rest.
Absolutely.
Right.
Yeah.
Societally, yes.
That was more to what my point was.
Yeah.
I'm sorry you weren't born here, but it's not
like,
that bad.
Yeah, so I mean that could be a lot. I mean, like that's the thing is like, I mean, Blizzard is like blatantly in the spotlight of like horrendous ways to run a company after all the shit has come to light. But also Riot has had shit in the. Luckily not recent. Well, at least not visibly recently. But Riot in the past, League of Legends,
and Ubisoft.
producer.
Ubisoft just went.
Well, yeah, Ubisoft was really bad, but also Riot in the past had some really bad shit. Lately,
yeah, they were
better.
the first, or not the first, but they were before Blizz to have a walkout and all that stuff.
Yeah. The Riot's been better recently, and so it's kind of one of those like, we'll see how you go.
Well,
we're watching you type of thing. It's kind of like they've hopefully curbed their shit, but at the same time they do have a past. They do.
The entire industry is hyper screwed, or not screwed, but like hyper messed up, like rotten, because like there's so much money flowing into it without very much actual like infrastructure. It's a relatively these companies, suddenly a kid or a couple of kids end up with $1 million in a company, right? Like what do you do with that? And
I'd sell it.
It's just this is why we've been pushing for developers to unionize, and I strongly recommend that we organize into like guilds, like you would in like acting guilds.
Sure.
Like unions.
I mean, wouldn't it make sense for software game developers?
Unions?
Wouldn't it make sense for game developers to be organized into guilds? Come on now.
Like gaming unions.
Yeah, absolutely.
I hate to admit it, but you're 100% right.
Absolutely.
Every game developer is probably in a guild somewhere.
A guild that deals with work.
Well, I mean, somebody has to, right?
But the problem is that like a company only needs a specific role, usually for a not the entire length of the game, right? So usually they like roll them onto other projects or whatever. But like an individual person's role is divorced from the finished product in the same way that like the costume designer would be divorced from the rest of the theater or the movie production, right?
Sure.
So in that same way, like the problem is that these people just get chewed up and used, right? They get let go regardless of whether or not the thing does well or not. They don't get paid well or better if it does do well. Like it's just they're left in a there's no representation for them, because they like chances are whatever position you hold, you're probably the only one within at least your subgroup that does that thing. Did I bring everybody down? My bad.
Sure. Super bummed.
But they should unionize.
Drayden's drinking like maybe past expiration drinks and
No, I bought Losers Night. They're all new.
Wait, you buy past expiration drink? I don't know if that's a good idea.
No,
for a savings.
I
Look, it's Idaho. You
no,
know.
no. I buy
The
drinks,
cold weather,
But,
you can, things retain for much longer.
both this vodka and Kahlua were bought literally this afternoon.
So if you pay for Omega every month, they give you a free retriever.
What?
Nice. Off the market?
I did tweet like, what feature are they adding to Omega in order to justify the $5 cost? Wrong answers only. It's been a fun
Did
thread.
it come up?
Oh, I
a
saw
good
that
bit?
one. You got really upset at someone that put a really wrong answer.
Oh yeah.
I don't think I got upset. Hold on.
Not upset, but you put the
Name
what,
and
like
shame.
the what the fuck type of response. Maybe that was the one you're talking about.
Let me check.
I saw a few. Yeah, I don't know. I saw you go like with the I think it was like The Office, the what the fuck thing, but
Oh yeah. Yeah, 1 complimentary ship reimbursement per month. No, it was basically the same top.
yeah. The one they're like, oh, so you can like just fly out your like a AT
Yeah,
ship or a super carrier.
Yeah, my response
with
was
no
have the
risk
freedom
of loss, and you did the like the whole like like
because he mentioned the AT prize ship thing, which that was a shenanigan. Did you guys hear all about that?
No.
So there was a Raiju that got killed, right? And like everybody made a big deal about it. Did you see that?
I did not.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So like for 2 days, it was like, oh my God, Raiju down, right? And then it turns out like they post that it got reimbursed. Like he petitioned it and got it reimbursed.
Right.
And so of course everybody's melting down about that. And then CCP comes into the comments and was like, yes, this happened. Yes, it was a mistake. Yes, we're destroying it.
Yeah, which is perfectly
Which is
understandable.
perfectly fine, but it's hilarious.
Yeah. Here's the reality is that you have systems that you put in place, which anyone who deals with software can understand. And on occasion, things will not be, unless you put, the pointers in place for, it's like, hey, make sure this doesn't happen for your various staff or, whatever the processes are. Things will happen. Like that is the way it goes.
Yeah.
Now, the funny thing about all that was that people were like, look, what if nobody ever said anything? How many of these things just happen where somebody messages, petitions, whatever, and nobody puts it out on Reddit or brags about it,
Oh,
or
I'm
et
sure
cetera,
that
et
there's
cetera.
plenty of things get reimbursed.
And of course you
questionable.
do. At the end of the day, I don't give a fuck. Like, if people are getting them reimbursed, then go out in space again and be dumb because you got a second chance at life.
Yeah, I don't care if your
And,
Vexer gets reimbursed. I kind of care if your Raiju does.
It's worth pointing out CCP probably has a list, and after this incident, they probably went back to double check.
Sure, and again,
Yeah.
I'm not saying that outright for like to
Make
the
sure there's no
extent of
Atanas
AT
laying around.
ship,
Yeah.
but at the end of the day, like, some people will get over concerned about things being reimbursed.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
if you got something reimbursed, you're that much more likely to put it at risk because at that point it was covered, and that's just someone else's content. They don't know that you got it reimbursed, and it doesn't matter to them. They got to find it in space, catch it, and kill it.
And I said this on.
Reimbursed is not supposed to be reimbursed.
Well, I mean, I said this
Again,
on the
not about
TTT.
AT ships, not about Titans, etc. But go ahead, sorry.
Oh yeah, so I said this on TTT. Like in general, the GM reimbursement policy is to help players who may have encountered a bug or not understood something.
Positive.
So like even if it's like you're a player and you go and die to a rat, they're like, yeah, like you suck, new bro, but we'll give you your Vexer back or whatever, right? Because like that's just the game. Like it's a hard game.
Sure.
It's a lot of people don't realize. But what happens is if they find out like, hey, you're reimbursing a Raiju, like you should know better. And not only that, but like the GMs aren't supposed to reimburse it. So first of all, they had a training opportunity for the new GM. But second of all, is you manipulated a GM to do something you probably shouldn't have. You are going to get a lot more scrutiny now. kind of screwed yourself over. Because in the
True.
past, CCP would just be like, oh, whatever, new player, maybe not even an actual new player, maybe they're just helping a veteran who's just like really good at wording his GM tickets, and
Sure.
they're giving him the benefit of the doubt. But now, like, if you screw over the GMs or you try to like play the GMs,
You're on the radar.
like, yeah,
I want to believe now. I now want to, in my head canon, he got it back because he sweet talked the GM just right. Not that it was like a mistake or like sort of a batch thing, but like a GM read his thing and was like, you know what? Sure.
I feel
It was his
sorry
anniversary
for
or
the
his
guy.
birthday or something. He
should
was
have a
feeling good.
Raiju.
or maybe he's new.
I
But
don't
like
know
my
what
thing
Raiju
is like, if you're,
It's a frigate, right?
yeah,
Raiju?
yeah,
It's
the
I
lay
thought it was
last
the
one's
Orthrus
That's what he's
one.
saying. He's like, I know what a Raiju is. It's a frigate, right?
Is a
He's
Whatever,
not.
we can reimburse a
Be on
frigate.
the
Who
list
cares?
of their new ships to not reimburse. So I'm
I looked
assuming
it
the
up, it's
old
worth
ships are on
nothing.
the list.
I'm sure they see Raiju. Like that's not normally a reimbursable frigate. That is a.
They might
special
just be like,
frigate.
oh, it's not flagged in any way. Like, sure, I'm
Maybe.
brand new
I
at
don't
this
know
thing, college intern, maybe, trying to do a GM stuff.
I don't know.
But like the
what's up
thing
on
is,
the
right, is
radar.
when you screw over the
Turns out it was
GMs,
GM
like,
ice cream.
yeah, GM ice cream's like a vet. Don't throw him under the bus like that,
I
Ash.
love ice
That was the joke.
cream.
He's my favorite. Every time I have an issue, I call
Ice
GM
cream
ice
is so
cream.
good.
Like ice cream. But like the thing is though, is like when you screw up like that and you kind of screw over the GMs, they have a lot more scrutiny for you. And this is coming from somebody who's had special privileges on Tranquility, who totally screwed up. And just know that if I
Whoa,
ever
Ray.
screw up in the game ever again, I'm probably getting a permaban. Like that's coming from me. So it's one of those things where it's like if you're trying to get help from the GMs, like don't try to exploit whatever help they're giving you.
So the other
That was
day
the
I jumped
undog you
into
shouldn't have done.
a
Let us know.
Edencom system and my computer instantly crashed. Like blue screen of death died the second I
Yeah,
jumped in.
because you petition too
So
often.
so I came back in, and of course I was dead. So like, but I lost my I lost a full set of mid-grade crystals and an ore implant, among some other things. And I was like, I was so upset that I immediately put in a petition, and I was just like, fuck it, we'll see if they do anything. And the next day I come back and I saw that the GM had given a response. It's like, so describe exactly what happened. And I was like, you know what? I'm not getting a reimbursement.
So little faith, Ash. All you gotta do is
It
describe
was
it.
not about to
Describe
explain
well.
that.
Yeah, just let him know
Yeah, I'm good.
in the most sympathetic way. Just be like, God, it's
Yeah.
fucking
I'll
confusing.
just replace the crystals. It's fine. It
I
was
can't
during
even believe
hey,
it happened.
It was during the Easter event, so like 250 million of the implants dropped anyways.
Just whatever didn't drop though. Come on now.
Oh shit, we're getting a raid.
Where's your Eve spirit?
Baconator Sam? Thanks for the
goddamn.
raid.
It's Sam, Drayden.
Sam.
Oh,
Baconator Sam.
Sam. Sorry.
Those foreign words after Baconator,
No, I
you
was thinking
read
Son.
Sam in a
Damn it!
foreign
I'm
tongue.
sorry. I saw Baconator. Fuck.
Dude, I can't believe it. First you can't pronounce Jif, now you can't pronounce
Dude, I
Sam.
can't
like,
pronounce anything tonight. I'm done.
Baconator Sam.
I'm overcooked. I'm well done.
That Persian fellow named Baconator.
I intentionally
Subs.
alternate between GIF and GIF.
I don't.
And if anybody
Baconator,
brings it up, I just start calling it Jaif.
Baconator, though. Thanks for the raid.
Shut up, Ash.
My-
What the fuck,
My ex
dude?
Jife.
Yeah. That's so Baconator Sama. That's what I was thinking of. Sama.
What is a Sama, Drayden?
It's a waifu.
Like the Bin Laden,
It's
Osama?
it's a Baconator waifu is what we got coming on in.
Is that what that is?
What is Baconator Sam? Wrong answers only.
Yeah, what is a Baconator Sam? Wrong answers. Anyway, welcome to the show, everybody. Oof, I spilled. We are actually.
We'll drink to that, Sam.
Yeah,
4 hour
We're
mark.
actually at the tail end, but we're still talking about.
Nothing in particular.
We're still talking about Eve. Actually, which is surprising. It's been 3 hours, and we still have Eve topics to go on. We're
4
recycling the
hours.
Eve topics, but
We're talking about how if their FanFest presentation isn't good enough, I'm going to become a full-time Final Fantasy 14 streamer.
that's true. So we got the Ashtarothi Sama streamer.
Plan B's already enacted.
Oh, those cat ears, though.
Yeah.
It's been 4 hours. Hot damn.
So yeah, Paragon, Paragon. I was like, why don't you just like try to monetize other things like alliance skins or structure skins or cat ears? And his response was, wait till FanFest. And I was like,
Here's the thing.
Paragon promised me cat ears. That's all I know. That's the one thing I walked away from that with.
I don't want a bunch of gimmies, and I feel like we're opening the door for it. And I can't blame them if they walk through it, because we were like, look, this is what we'll pay for. Like,
Sam
a
was
lot of people
young,
have verbally
come on.
committed to this is what we'll pay for. Either cat ears or some sort of ship skins or alliance skins or structure skins or whatever.
So
But
that was my thing is I'm gonna go back onto what I was saying before. So I would love to see new stuff. If they're gonna up the subscription price and the Plex price, I want to see new content, new stuff in the game.
They've already
cat
said that
ears
this,
like I've never seen before.
they said that this was the year of content. They said that this was the year of content.
Cosmetic stuff. I'm fine with that. I would actually prefer that more. Then that's where the cost should go. I would actually prefer that they find a better way to monetize cosmetics than increase the price of the overall game. I don't know. Like, I'm fine with both, honestly.
So,
like, I'm fine
what
with
it sounds-
I'm fine with companies increasing prices, increasing costs, because costs go up as inflation goes up. Cost doesn't go up, so I'm okay with CCP increasing costs. But I want to see something for that I don't have to pay extra. But also, it's like
value.
A lot of these game companies these days, they're finding ways to microtransaction stuff. Cosmetics is the best way to do that because it's not pay to win
with the least effect,
and it brings
on
in
the
income, right? But the thing is, like, Eve has a hard time with that because a lot of the cosmetics no one sees because a lot of people don't play zoomed in.
But that's fixable.
It can be fixable. I'm saying, like, a lot of people don't play zoomed in, and so most people won't even see their own skin, and also other people won't see their skin. So why buy it? That's like kind of like the mentality of that. Unless it's in Titans or Super Carriers, or, well, they don't exist now, but maybe Citadel skins, I would think that would be a good moneymaker because you will see that zoomed in or out, doesn't matter.
It's a heck of a question, Swarthy.
So my thing is, instead of going with a bunch of different cosmetic routes, they went with a full-on increase in game subscription cost. And now that puts them up to the task of making it worth it to everybody that subscribes. So everyone that subscribes or everyone that buys Plex and sells it, is it worth the cost now? The extra increase in costs, whatever they changed. Now it puts that to question, which that was never a question before.
Except, so like, yeah, but it also doesn't necessarily all need to be answered right now because like the more things that they continue to add on later on, the more that becomes
waiting for
true.
FanFest?
So, shoot, I forgot my point.
I apologize.
It's okay. I probably just lost it on my own.
Yeah, I'm gonna do a shit. I'm not
That's
gonna
so
do a
humble.
shit. I'm gonna do a shot.
Drinks to that, dude. Hell yeah.
Yeah, shots. Thanks, Sam, for the host. Appreciate it. Well, the raid. Is there host and raid? Same thing, but raid forces people to come over.
I remember what I was going to say.
Fuck you, bros. Come along.
I appreciate that determination.
So the key here is, God damn, I just lost it again. Hold on. Oh, does the expansion that releases on the 17th, along with this change, does that, like, you know, it's just like, we're coming out with this big expansion. Oh yeah, by the way, that we're raising the text, the minimum stats that are required to run the game. Oh, it's a big expansion, but we're raising the cost to $20, right? Like, CCP wants to make it so that like it is before this announcement and after this announcement. You know what I mean? Like I said, when they start comparing it to things like Apocrypha, I'm not saying, first of all, again, I want to reiterate, I'm not saying they're going to stick the landing. I'm nervous as hell. But just what they've presented is literally like, yeah, they have the Jesus feature. Okay, well,
that's what they say. We have to see if they have it.
Yeah,
Again, I don't want to crucify Paragon, but yes,
that's
kind of sounds
my
like
biggest worry is that what they're going to present is it up to the hype that they're putting it at? So,
Well, again, I get this from also Berger and Rotati and what Swift said. Like all of them too. Like it wasn't just Paragon talking out by himself. They've been very consistent with this since about the new year. I mean, like I said, they called this the year of content 2 months ago, and they said that it was all going to start at FanFest. So here we go. They've been saying wait till FanFest since then. Trust me, I know. I've been the one that has to continue to answer for it.
It's going to be Grand Theft Auto 5 in stations. You can drive around and steal cargo from other ships docked in station.
Great in real life.
Play some
The entire thing is that the shooter's coming out for Xbox.
It's also going to be Cyberpunk 2077 in stations because the soundtrack is cool.
No, be still my heart. Don't even say that. That I unironically want so bad.
Are we getting like a Keanu cameo, or how's that work?
Imagine Cyberpunk Eve 77.
I have actually I've actually cited Cyberpunk as like, what if the actual gameplay of Eve was like interesting enough that there's like a good story that introduces you to the universe, like say Cyberpunk 2077, that when you're done, it's like, okay, now there's also everything else in the universe, and you can all go and do whatever else you want during the time. But like the game itself is also that good.
Yeah, so I don't.
I feel like wait. Can I like flex real quick?
Yeah, go flex.
So you're talking about like whatever celebrity mentions. Did you guys remember? Did we ever talk about like shout out to Mind One for being the DJ at FanFest?
No. Oh yeah.
I don't
like
think we did.
Mind One is literally DJing, and like everyone's been asking for that.
At the
it feels like
one?
forever. Yeah, like the main event,
awesome.
the Saturday night party. It's Mind One.
Who is
I didn't hear anything about that.
He's
DJing with another. I want to say probably semi-famous.
No,
I don't want to do too much credit, but I don't want to give little credit.
That's awesome.
Sounds really cool.
I've actually heard of the other one, Z-Trip. Yeah, Z-Trip.
Yeah, Z-Trip.
Yeah, so it's Mind One and Z-Trip.
I don't know a ton about Mind One because I'm outside that sphere, but I can respect the hustle.
Oh man, I still put on Mind One and I just
DJ.
jam
like,
out to it, man.
I've listened to him, yeah.
I just played.
I've tuned in a few times when I just noticed it, like on, I was at work and just tuned in to see what, who was streaming or something, and there was just, he was streaming throughout the day and listened to music. But I don't I don't know a ton about him, but I do appreciate the hustle. I've heard plenty about him, and I know that he's popular. So
yeah,
that's fine.
I'm
think
just really happy
just
that
nailed
the
it.
player has gotten it.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%.
It's interesting though, because like you say that people have been asking it forever, but honestly, Mind One's entire like rise to stardom has happened since the last major player event.
Yeah,
Definitely
that's a good point, because the last player event
from
was
the war.
DJ'd at Vegas
last player event was Base Hunter, which people have been asking for too. So.
Yeah.
Wait, Base Hunter was the last one?
Yeah, Base Hunter's an Eve player, and he was at FanFest 2018. I have pictures of him.
Saying the last major event
was 2019.
Mind Trip, wasn't he
2019, but that was like
wasn't he Vegas 2019?
I don't know. Like there were a lot of events
was.
2019, but it was
There were a lot of smaller events.
yeah.
Well, yeah, but I mean, like Eve Vegas 2010 was like the last major Eve event, even though it wasn't completely run by CCP. It was they still sent devs over.
Yeah, they had Permaband in 2019. I'm pretty sure.
They had
think
Permaband
so.
at Vegas
Yeah.
in 2019. Yeah.
Oh, that's right. They did like the whole the alternate version of
Yeah, the female vocals.
yeah, I liked that a lot.
Yep. I went up to the dev that performed that, and I was like, just so you know, this song is going to open and close every single one of my streams.
Was it?
So whoever did it, she said that she wasn't actually the original voice. But either way,
No.
CCP Tara was in Permaband, but
yeah.
Tara?
I was like, I'm going to use this for every opening and closing of my stream. And they're like,
That's
oh,
really
I'm so
good,
glad that you like it. We were talking about putting it on SoundCloud. I'm like, oh, well, that'd be great. And I'd really appreciate it. But either way, I'm going to rip it. So I'm just informing you.
Yeah, I just remember we were up on the armchair in the club.
I'm almost positive that song is my most popular video by like
It was really
at least
good.
at least a factor of 2.
It was like the calm, like mellow Wrecking Machine version, because I've heard.
Yeah.
I mean, Wrecking Machine is a great song, but like that was like it was like a melodic, almost. It almost had like
It's almost forlorn.
It almost had a sorrowful sound to it, but it wasn't necessarily.
Yeah.
But it was.
The thing I like about it though is that it actually like it not only recontextualized the song, but it recontextualized the song to its original meaning. Like I didn't understand the song until I heard it in that version, because it's not an aggressive song. Like the original one is sung like as a war anthem, like you're going to go attack somebody.
It's like an
But it's a
80s
song about
pop
the
rock
person
song.
being attacked.
Yeah, it's an 80s pop rock song. This is much more of a. Some people are asking for a version. I don't know if I can find it. Let me see if I can find it.
I have it on my stream. Like I said, I made a video.
Do you have
for
a
it.
link?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, send me the link. I can play it on here then. Are you gonna send it on Discord or are you gonna send it on
I can do it on Discord.
Okay, yeah. Just yeah, I really like the song though. It's man, I actually think it's one of my favorite ones from CCP actually. So here we go.
Yeah.
Is there music playing?
It's gonna be on the stream, so you have to watch the stream. I also have to. I have a YouTube
Turn it
thing. Oh, let me just add a source for YouTube. One sec.
Nothing like some engineering jury rigging on the fly.
Yeah, gotta do it.
What could go wrong?
Oh, my stream is a testament to what can go wrong.
You even call yourself a streamer if you don't have everything go wrong?
Yeah, what's the point?
All right, here we go. We're gonna play it.
Bring on the wrecking machine. For every city you burn, I'm gonna build high. Bring on the wrecking machine, setting your dreams of heaven on fire. Bring on the wrecking machine. Bring on the wrecking machine. Bring on the wrecking machine. Gonna ignite your every desire. Bring on the wrecking machine. For every city you burn, let it burn, let it burn, let it burn. For every city you burn, I'm gonna build one high.
There you go.
Too good.
I just love the solemn sound to it. It's just I like Wrecking
Perf.
Machine is normally like Echo was saying, like it's or Ashrothi, not Ekroth. It's thought of like a hype, kind of pop punk song or like 80s type rock song. Whereas this it's much more like melodic and like smooth. Had some height points, but I don't know. It just had a much more chill but appreciable feel to it. If that makes sense.
I will say that after all this time now, like hearing that song outside of the context of starting or stopping my show really makes my brain wig out at this point.
I only heard that song at Vegas, and I never heard that. Apparently, they released that version before.
Yeah.
Vegas,
No.
and I didn't hear it.
No, it was not released before Vegas.
Oh, okay. Because when I was in the room when they were doing that song, I was like, it was like my whole brain was like, what the fuck is this? It's so good.
The very first time that we heard it
loved it.
was they did the Invasion World Tour recap video towards the beginning of Vegas, and that was the theme. Like that was the song that played in the background.
That. Yeah, so I never saw that. So I mean, apparently other people knew about it before I did, but like at the live performance in Vegas at the Omnia room that we had, that was the first time I saw it or heard it, and she nailed it. It was it CCP Red something?
Red Cape.
Red Cape. Yeah.
Did she actually sing?
I
I know she sings like karaoke, but I don't know if she actually
thought
sang in like
she was the one on
permaband.
the stage singing, wasn't she?
2019 was Tara.
Oh, yeah. It was Tara. Yeah, not Red Cape. It was Red Cape.
Red Cape was
there.
Valkyrie.
Yeah,
but she had been Stevie SG for a while.
Yeah, so Red Cape was there in 2019, but Tara was the one singing on stage, and I think that was her on the actual video too.
No, that was not her.
That was not Tara?
No, she's French. It's very easy to identify her voice.
Oh, okay. Well, Tara was the one that sang at the Omnia, and she nailed it. I didn't know the difference, so.
I'm sorry, I struggle with my French accents.
I can't do them. That's my biggest worry. When we're coming up
Could have been a Canadian.
When we're coming up with a D&D thing, I'm
Literally
gonna try
could
to
have
like
been
do
a
different
Canadian.
voices for things. It was like I have such bad control of accents. Like if I try to do a Scottish thing, it like transitions from like British to Scottish to Irish to Scottish to British to it's all over the place. Same with like every other accent. And there's a character I really like, and I want him to be Australian so bad, and I don't think I can do an Australian accent very well. I may have to.
Dude, just narrate it. Just be like, my character is talking in an Australian accent, and then just say what you want to say.
I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get a hold of November and be like, "Yo, can I
Yes, dude, have him roleplay it. That would be so cool.
That could be pretty
well,
fun.
that would be easier. I was just saying, like, I need to like listen to him
Speed him
talk for a
lines.
long time, and have me talk back to him in a faux Australian accent, and he would be like, "Yeah, nah, mate, that's shit." You know, like, it's
I think you got it, man. You nailed
well,
it.
I'm like, oh fuck, mate. Yeah. Fucking hell. Although, fucking hell, that's more like British,
Send it
right?
to post.
That's more British. That's more Cockney.
No, dude, it's fine, dude. I'm bad at accents too. You're fine.
Yeah, so I'm
the Cockney and Australian isn't too far away from each other on the continuum. I'll put it that way.
I might just like,
I bet they feel differently.
I might just be like, you know what? He's a mix of Cockney, Australian, Irish, and Scottish. Deal with it. He's all of them combined.
So speaking of reading, though, I do want to pimp the fact that I just came out with another Chronicle reading.
Oh.
I did Sine Wave Alpha, so that's available on my YouTube now.
At this point, you really have hijacked the show. Like I see what the comments are saying now.
Yeah, that's what I'm here for.
That was a good product placement, though. I liked it.
No,
strategic.
Sine Wave Alpha and Sine Wave Omega often they get overlooked, but they're the two last Chronicles that we ever got, and the more I look at them, the more I realize that there's a lot more to it that they don't actually like bring attention to. So like for instance, the intelligence officer in Sine Wave Omega, the Amar intelligence officer that they're talking about in the Chronicle, is now the senior intelligence director for Edencom. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Whatever, man. It's exciting to me.
Is that? I didn't know what we were talking about.
Edencom is an Amarian plot, is what I'm trying to say.
How do you eat a com?
It's an inside
You-
job,
Are you,
dude.
are you really calling a what's Edencom? Are you really pulling a what's Edencom on me?
Oh,
Eden.
He's explaining it to the newbies, Ash.
I thought
Can't
you were
believe you'd be so
saying
mean to new bros.
eating.
Did it
Eating
do like the lightning
eating
weapons?
comms. I was like, how do you eat a com?
All right.
Sorry, no, I'm kidding.
Well, Drain, only one way to find out.
I know what you're
Edencom
talking
is. They have several of my kill mails now,
Edencom.
including my crystal pod. So
how do you
fuck
eat-
off.
How do you eat a com?
You know,
Eden
gag
cum sauce.
reflex is difficult when it comes to eating cum.
The gastro reflex.
Reflexes don't matter when you're crashed.
Ship reflux. You can have fixed by.
Tums.
Look, it's a willpower thing.
No,
Space
not
Tums?
Jums. from
Mind over
Jovians.
matter.
Jovian Tums. Jums.
Anywho, Crystal
They
Chronicles is
fix
amazing.
Space acid. Sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
Crystal Chronicles is amazing.
Open
That's
your
all.
throat to space acid.
I just
Sorry.
I'm literally banning you all.
I see a lot of
Wow.
Crystal Chronicles or Crystal Conflict in my future. That's all I know. How much Crystal Conflict in my future is all dependent on CCP's announcement at FanFest.
Are you invested?
Crystal Conflict is the new PvP in Final Fantasy 14.
I feel like you're like
Very
recharging your crystals.
Wait, would you
like-
call it crystal content?
Crystal Conflict.
Oh, okay.
So CC.
Yep, that's what we call it.
Crowd control.
I know, right?
Holy shit! It's like a video game inspired this video game.
I'm not through the new MSQ, but I beat the first Savage, so I'm pretty stoked.
Yeah, but I'm through the
Okay.
BGH, and you haven't got through the TSR, so it's fine.
I'm gold right now, so
These are words.
You're what?
I'm gold ranked.
Oh, you doing PvP? That's
Dude,
fun.
Like I didn't do I did nothing else but Crystal Conflict for
That
like 2 days.
GQC,
I'm
so
just talking about
good.
like from video games point of view. I mean like just it's one more queue, one more queue, one more queue, one more queue. I swear to God, oh my God, it's 4 a.m. Like it is that good.
I've heard really good things about
Overwatch
it.
is
I've
an
done it,
MMO.
but I haven't done so I think I'm missing out. So
It's really good.
yeah. Right now I'm leveling both Warrior and Bard, so I'm pretty stoked.
Mm.
Bard's over 50. I need to get Warrior over 50, and then I can trash my old fucking gear or whatever.
It's 10:20. Did we watch a movie?
What are you talking about?
Sorry, that was a
Like what movie?
That
though?
was Drunk
Say.
Speech. Do we want to watch a movie?
I do. I'm just
We
curious
understood
what
what
movie
you
you're talking
said,
about.
but we didn't understand what you.
I
We're asking.
rolled it out. I'm a little inebriated. If
We should watch like Mulan or something.
you want to
Fuck
watch Mulan?
yeah, Mulan. I had a young
Right.
female ask
The
me a few
live
days ago
action or
what my
the-
A
favorite
woman?
Disney princess was. Sure,
You had a
that
woman?
as well. I think she was
Earlier-
6 to 8 years old.
Earlier, he described people that I'm pretty sure are his family as females. So I mean, that's where we're at right
You
now.
had a.
She was
Well,
not a. I don't think she was a woman yet, but
You were right here in the CCP FanFest hype. You were right here, and now you're like right here, dude.
Oof. You
long
should-
story short, she asked who my
Wow.
favorite Disney princess was, and I mentioned Mulan,
Snow
and I was
White.
informed that Mulan was not a Disney princess.
It doesn't
Uh,
matter. She's an empress.
So
like,
here's the
same
thing.
shit.
Here's the thing: she's an
important,
informal
like,
Disney princess.
She's important,
And
like
I found that
princess
out.
don't
Oh my
matter.
God.
I found that out, and I feel informed now.
Yeah,
Leia as a
Shy Guy,
princess.
You know, we can make a man
Leia's a
out of you.
Disney
You just have to like be as
Well,
strong.
now Leia is the Disney princess.
You just have
yes,
to be
I
as
agree.
strong as the coursing river and as swift as the raging.
Must be swift as a coursing
Look,
river.
I'm
It's
just
just
gonna
as
be a
force
man.
as a great typhoon.
Yeah.
And
swift
all the
as-
strength of a raging fire, Drayden.
Yeah.
Mysterious as the dark side of the moon.
Yeah, if you're just those, Shy Guy, you could be a man, right?
Somebody clip that.
Yeah, so you know all those
fuck
things.
up.
I don't know how to be a man because I don't know how to be anything other than like swift as
I
a.
don't- I don't know if
Coursing
I can be a
river.
man at this point.
No, I wouldn't say coursing. I'd say swift as a like mediocre
A
brook,
lukewarm pot of
a mediocre
water?
creek.
As swift as a stagnant pond.
I would say swift as a stagnant pond and
Stop.
as strong as a piece of Play-Doh. You know,
With all the
things-
force of a
with the force of a
slight
CCP.
breeze.
A sneeze of a
with
breeze.
the force of a Britney Spears bass drop.
Hey,
Okay, now that's some
leave Britney alone.
BPM, dude.
So I have
I'm
the
reporting
CCP
this
announcement.
man.
So I have promise then, right? I'll take the silence as a no. So I will just play some songs or something. You know, I don't mind me.
Speaking of
just a
songs,
problem.
I'm
fine.
hyped because Loud Luxury is probably going to be playing in Vegas, and I'm gonna like suck some titties. So
You're gonna suck some titties at Loud Luxury?
I really didn't know like how to say like I
You'll get
love
that on
them a
those big
lot, so I'm gonna
jobs,
be like
though.
a groupie.
They don't.
but
They
like
don't. They
that
don't have
works.
titties at all.
Every dude
It
has
doesn't
titties.
matter about them.
Well, but
it
they
doesn't
don't
matter
call.
about
They
them.
don't call them that. You just gotta suck some nip.
Drayden, there will
Sip
be
some
titties
nip, dude.
Yeah,
in
like,
presence.
Although honestly, if I'm giving you the best advice, you just gotta flick some nip, suck some tip. That's gonna get you backstage. Just to say, you know.
Wait.
Sorry.
I was trying
Are
to
you
make
giving-
like a wrong
are you
sort of
giving
joke,
Ryan-
and you make it
Are-
worse.
Are you giving her advice on how to, like,
Hey, Rain.
a guy?
Mansplaining seducing men, yes.
I'm just
Ash.
saying, yeah. You wanna,
Did
you
you-
wanna be a groupie.
Do you want to know how
gotta
you
be a
get
groupie.
backstage?
Takes one to know one, I guess.
I'm not a groupie. I've never had success in that.
You literally just described how to get there.
No, turns out most bands I like are full of men, and I'm not into that. And they told me how to be groupie. I'm like, you know what? I don't want to take that tip. And they're like, you know what?
It's just the tip, Drayden.
Back to the row with you, peasant. That's what they told me. So,
Drayden's
Sure
not in
not.
the nosebleeds of his favorite
that's
band.
fine.
'cause
You
he
know what?
won't
You know
get
what? I
some tip,
disobeyed.
dude.
I went to the middle row. Fuck them.
Every time I look over, Akaroth's just losing his shit, dude. I can't handle it. What the fuck, bro? Did you guys ever hear the story about how Drayden got into like the crowd for Loud Luxury? He's like,
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
I'm with this bachelorette party, bro.
I didn't
and
even
he
say
just walks in.
I didn't even say that.
I
No,
did hear about that.
He was literally like, I'm with these women, and just
no, I
walks
didn't even
in.
say. No, I didn't say anything. No, I just
He's so
blended
tall,
it.
though.
It was just camouflage. No, so I was. we were at the Omnia.
What?
Big, nice. One of the best nightclubs in Las Vegas. It's like the Caesars Palace top end nightclub.
Shut the
So
fuck up.
awesome nightclub, and we were sitting there, and it was Rain, and me and Delana and
Mace and
Mace
BT.
and BT. That's right, Mace BT. So we were sitting there, and I was like, I gotta go to the bathroom. I'm gonna go to the bathroom over there. I found it, and I came back, and like Rain and Mace were missing, and I'm like, where'd everyone go? So Delana and BT were like, oh, they went on to the dance floor. I'm like, oh, okay, well, I'll go over there. I want to dance. And so I just go over to the line, and it's like, it's a block. I'm like, is there like, can we not get out there? And that's when I started texting Rain. I'm like, where are you guys at? She's like, we're on the dance floor. I'm like, okay, well, I'm going to head out there. She's like, you have to get invited in. And before I even read that text, I'm just looking, and I was standing in line. And apparently one of the side tables, apparently the VIP tables, they all lined up to get in line. I'm just standing with them. And so then the guy just opens the chain, and they all start walking. I'm like, oh, I'm fucking going too. And so I just walk in with them. So I like camouflaged in with like the VIP table group, and I'm not supposed to actually get in to the floor. But I'm like, fuck it, no one's stopping me. So I walk in there, and I'm like, all right, cool, I'm on the floor. I just started dancing with people, and I was like, where are you guys at? I'm fucking dancing. And they're like, we're in the front. I'm like, okay, I'll just like move close to the front. And I was like, whoa!
Every time the lights turn on, we turn around and there's Drayden in the background, like,
just closer.
where are they? And Mace is like
Well,
waving
because,
them
like,
over. I can't see
he's
anything.
like over
I'm
here.
short.
I'm like, yo, everyone has their hands up. I don't fucking see shit. But I was like, my plan was like, not in this area. I'm tall enough I see everyone in the next 50 feet of me. They're not here. Let me move on. And then I started moving on and no one there. Then I moved forward and I'm like, whoa, there they
Dancing
are.
along the
And
way.
then so I moved up and I got in front over there. So it was fun. So it was supposed to be, apparently, if you're not on a VIP table, it's supposed to be like, what you said, like
$20 a person.
yeah, $20 per person. I didn't pay shit to get in there. I just walked in there. They knew me. It's fine. They didn't know me at all.
Speaking of Vegas,
Yeah, this one totally checks out.
what are you guys' feelings about them giving away Vegas skins?
I'm fine with that.
I'll get over it.
I'm like kind of grumpy about it, but at the same time, like, it doesn't affect me. So
I mean,
It's still pretty
like,
freaking rare.
If you're paying to go to Vegas, like, give them skins. I'm fine with that. I like that.
I think since they've
It
been able to
gives-
buy it on the market, then like the true majesty of it has already popped. So it's like let some people
wanna
be
sell
lucky.
the skins, it's fine. It doesn't matter. It's like if you want to go to an event that's a limited event and that's the only time you can get that one thing, you get a collector's item. If it's up to you if you want to keep
No.
it or sell it. And
No,
if you
the
wanna
new
keep it,
login
cool.
reward
release
squeeze
it.
out Casino Clash.
Right. So here's something that I'm saying. I'm confused by the fact that they put out things that I think a lot of people would just agree with because it's a nice feature, but it was unnecessary, and that was something that we've all been pushing them to monetize. So it was kind of weird where they were like, hey, we're going to go from these 30-day skins, which nobody necessarily cared about, if not a very small percentage, just like sampling skins, which I think was hopefully the intention once upon a time. They were like, hey, we hear you guys are kind of pissed off, and we're going to release this, new launcher experience, which was hopefully already in the works anyway. It wasn't.
Yeah, this is
response
not
to
this
anything.
was not a response to them to us being quote.
But
pissed
here's
off.
let's just give you 200 some odd / 400 some odd, because I can't remember that there's a certain amount of new and a certain amount of recirculated skins. But these were things that I think a lot of people have been like, hey, people will pay for these things. Like you should.
Well, but
try
these
to
are things that
monetize
we
where you
wouldn't want them
can.
to be able to like sell again. The whole point of it is
Well, and
that
so
it's
some
random.
of them are. Some of them are. That's where I'm like, it's.
I'd be fine
I
with
think
these people selling them
it's-
again.
So the
It
requirement
was a really nice gesture for them to give permanent skins with the new launcher experience.
so
But I don't think anybody needed that. So
The
I
new-
feel like that was
so
giving
the
up
new-
income.
the rule is that it has to be an event in the past that cannot happen again, and the skins were not sold for cash.
Okay.
That
Oh, so
that
it's
is the
rules.
that is the standard that I've sussed out so far. So we
Wait,
have
sussed
everything
out
from
or like confirmed?
well, I've talked to CCP
You
Fozzie.
said the rule was.
Well, okay. Based on what
is that
CCP
how it
Fozzie
goes?
has said, like I don't like nothing violates that rule.
Are
Not
we putting
everything
this
that
on the
follows
record
that
now
rule
that
is
like
in the list.
Fozzie said and you
Well, no.
were
So what I'm
confirming?
saying is that not
should
not
blame
everything that
Fozzie.
follows that rule is available.
So
but
now we
Everything
know.
that is available follows that rule.
I'm fine with the. When it
So you have
comes to
Doctor Who,
collector
some of the
stuff,
previous
I'm fine
events,
with the,
Purity of the Throne.
Like going quite a ways back if they
fine with the
included Purity
collector
of the Throne,
items and
honestly.
stuff.
But that was one of the
they're
broader
worth
events
more.
early on.
Because they're
Yeah.
cool stories.
Purity of
know.
the Throne is the entire Marline.
Well, yeah, it was very broad when it happened. Yeah, it was just a bunch of matte white skins, but
Yep.
whatever.
But the point is that like Cold Iron they can re-release, but Purity of the Throne.
Matte black.
But this is always so this is the reason why they did it, honestly, more than anything else when it comes to these kind of things. They kind of have a problem with Purity with some of these skins because they're really cool skins and people find them and they're like, "Oh man, I want that skin." And they're told, "Oh, you can't have it."
That couldn't be the case with Purity of the Throne, though.
It is,
like,
though.
lgoing can't be.
Well, I mean
though.
like they
Really?
they
was
keep
so
going up in
widely
price and now
released.
they're
I have
increasingly
one- I
rarer
have
to
one of
find.
those.
Purity of the Throne was so widely released.
It was. It was just,
Have you looked at the
you
price
just
of
buy
some
it
of
and you
them?
get it.
I have not because it was so
Curse,
widely released.
the
That's what
Curse
I'm
Purity of
trying
the
to lean
Throne
on
goes
right
for
now.
60 to 90 million now.
You're talking about a
What?
single specific skin, which
Yep.
is the Curse, which people would actively give a
Yo,
shit about.
Well,
someone.
I'm just giving you an example. Like they're all over 10 million.
I feel so bad
10
because
million? Come
someone
on.
bought. I
They're
was.
all over 10 million.
I remember
Never mind.
talking about. I was
Come
like, I have
on.
an Arc and there's a Purity of the Throne skin that I really want, but I don't want to buy it. And someone bought it for me for like 200 million.
The real
gave
problem
it,
is
and
that
gave it to me and I injected it, and now it's worth like 60 billion.
either way, the point is
Fuck.
that
Eat that.
the point is that
Thank you, sir.
Purity
that
of the
bought me my
Throne-
Purity of the Throne skin for my Arc.
Purity of
Is
the
there
Throne
really a
can't
60
happen
billion
again.
Purity of the Throne skin?
I don't know.
The key
I
here
don't
is
think
that
that's the thing.
Purity of the Throne can't happen again in the same way that Cold Iron does. So
Why not?
that stuff is locked away. But rather than give out the skin again, which would then have an influence on the market, they're giving you it's outside of your control.
Rando chance.
You
sure.
can't predict it, but you can get it.
And you also can't sell it. So that's
Yeah,
the,
you can't sell
the
it. It's
rub.
just like
it's a nice gesture without offending too many.
yeah.
It's slightly offensive, but it
On a
doesn't offend
timeline,
too
you'll
many.
probably get it because it
If you
tries
had
to not
your
give you
heart set
duplicates.
on it, you would have spent the money on it. And if you didn't, it was a nice little, maybe you'll stumble upon it.
Right. Well, like I said, it avoids duplicates. So on a long enough timeline, you should get it.
Right. Well, I'm also saying though, but you're not going to throw off the market if people have their
Right.
heart set on it. They'll buy it.
Oh,
because
yeah,
it's still
absolutely.
available. And
Absolutely.
if not, and they just wanted it, then you'll eventually roll it because that's just the way they've set the system up. So if you
Right.
were never going to buy it, you will find it eventually. It'll just potentially take years and months, whatever.
But I think this is so much better than like limited time skins.
30 days.
That's useless.
Yeah, I agree. I assume that there was some aspect of give you a hint to what they are, but I don't think people paid
Well,
attention to it in that respect.
It was
Like,
actually
they weren't gonna
it's
test drive it,
like the
It
BPCs.
didn't
It's
mean
designed to
enough
like
on the kit.
incentivize you to try a new ship, but like you don't really react that way. You know what I mean?
I think the
Like,
BPCs were I think it was multifold, but sure.
well, I mean,
I
that
don't
also
know
that,
that
I mean,
it
that
was
wasn't
about try a new ship. I think it was to make replacements easy and comfortable, but also allow you to dip your toes in industry without a huge amount of any real investment.
so.
They were already
What it was
pre-researched
commonly
and
used
things
for.
like that.
What it was commonly used for, and from my
Invention.
understanding was intended for, was basically, I'm a new player. What's this thing that the login reward gave me? I can build a catalyst. Oh, cool. Well, let's look into that. Like it's just a thing to do.
Okay.
And a lot of people do that. Like I've had so many people come to me with that being their objective. It's like, I want to build a catalyst. Why? What led you to put those words together? And they're like, because I
got a
got this
BPC.
blueprint and now I want to make it. Well, okay, but you probably won't
I
make
hear
it
they
as
kill the shit out of things in high
it
set.
won't be economically viable. You might as well just buy it off the market. I don't care. I want to learn how to build it. Oh, okay. Well, great. This is how. You know what I mean? Like you'd be surprised. Like that is really how people work.
I can
And
see it with the way like normal games login rewards work and how people would interact with it if they were new in this game.
it's just an arbitrary objective. It's a thing to figure out and do and complete.
Sure. I can see it. I agree with them being removed because I think for a lot of people it was slightly convenient in, like I said, in my respect, where it was like people who were already going to do industry just use them as free like invention copies, and people who weren't, or maybe were only lightly, like they would either lightly interact with it or they wouldn't at all, which I think was probably the bulk of it.
Yeah. But I think that the temporary skins was by far the worst.
It was egregious.
That's so worthless.
Like I said, though,
Yeah,
here's the thing. In the moment when we're talking about these serious topics of tonight, and I'm not going to rehash it all, but I find it very curious that they would just dedicate 200 to 400 plus skins to just give to us outright and just give them to you when everybody has been telling them, hey, here's the levels of monetization that we're comfortable with, and here's what you should do.
Do you really not so first of all, they can't sell the event skins
I'm not necessarily
regardless.
referring to those. They
Well,
released 2 new lines of skins as well as all the
one new. Yes, you're right. There was 2. But Halcyon Dawn is literally biosecurity recolored.
I don't care.
They're not,
That
but they're not
matters
going to sell
none to
that.
me.
It's the same
that
thing as
matters none
biosecurity.
to
They're
me.
rewarding a task that they want people to do.
We have mentioned, hey, these are the levels of microtransaction that we are comfortable with, and instead of just outright removing the 30-day skins, which I could completely understand, and I think we're all probably on a similar page on, they replace them with something that I think is really cool, and I like it. Like, I like that they're giving those skins out, because I think a lot of people like skins on at least some minor level, but a lot of people have been saying, hey, like, monetize this stuff. Like, this is what we're comfortable with, is monetize skins, monetize this, that, and the other. And they were like, hey, we're going to give you a few hundred just for free.
Can you imagine? Can you
have that.
imagine the backlash that CCP would get if right now they announced that a recolor of a free skin was going on sale?
No, I think that is actually a non-issue 100%, actually.
People would lose their goddamn mind.
Many of the skins over the years have been essentially that sort of thing, and nobody has lost their mind. Like, people have complained about skins off and on over the course of many years now, but nobody's lost their mind over, like, wow, you really, like, swapped the colors? Like,
No, but
look at this
of a
shit.
free skin.
Well, if it's free, then who fucking cares?
Right. What,
People aren't going to lose their mind over. I get that. Actually, literally,
given
they
the
will.
current
I get that.
environment,
Literally, they will. But in my opinion, it's a non-issue. It's not gonna be a noticeable hurdle on the things that people hang their hat on, or sign up for when they light their torches and their grab their pitchforks. I don't think it's real. I think it's curious that they are giving away skins that they could easily monetize.
I think that some skins should be monetized and some skins should be seeded as rewards, and that's a good way to make it fair and fun.
And that's perfectly fine. And I like it because I benefit from it.
Because they've been releasing
These
plenty
are
of
free
monetized
skins.
skin too.
Well, and these are free skins. This is not a terrible thing. I'm just confused as to why, when people are like, hey, here's what we're not happy about and here's what we can tolerate. We'll pay money for skins on this level, and we don't like X, Y, and Z thing. They were like, well, we hear you. Let's give you some free skins. And it's like, okay, well.
Well, I wouldn't say that the free skins were.
But
I don't think that the free skins were a response to that, but I mean, they had the Interstellar
find it odd.
Convergence skins. I mean, I don't think that they had any new skins for Easter. They added some more.
There's 2 new races of skins, or whatever, lines. And then there's
Red
a lot of
versus blue and
re-releases.
blue.
And then for the anniversary, there's going to be we're going to get the basic ones for free, and then the premium ones for cash. So I mean,
And when you say for free, I mean, you mean obviously these are
for login
included
rewards
and value that we're paying for in one way or another.
Right. Well, I mean, it's
Included.
For the anniversary for Capsuleer Day.
Sure.
For the login rewards, you will get all 3 Synesis, Gnosis, and Praxis, the ship, and this year's skin for it.
Right. I'm just.
Then there's that same skin for other ships that you can buy for cash.
Because obviously, nothing in this world is free.
Fair, but nothing additional.
Right.
Whereas the other one is cash.
Like I said, I find it moderately confusing. It's not terribly, but moderately. Nothing.
Cool.
I don't think CCP is taking monetization seriously until there's cat ears. Boom! I said it.
I think that would be a little bit in the same vein of gimme as what I considered the Stain Gate, but I'm pretty.
So hold on, what?
I said
so you know that there's like a real reason why it was a Stain Gate. Like the meme is just a cover.
I mean, you can say that if you so choose.
Well, Okay.
Ouch. I touched my eyeball.
Wow. Okay.
It hurt.
So
I'm not sure how to
basically,
respond to that, but
It hurt a little bit. It's fine.
Tash Murkon wants to invade Stain.
okay. And so let's craft a new gate out of it,
Yes, that's exactly it.
and then there you do.
Yep.
Well, there you go.
And of
It's all been
course,
solved.
the president got her way with her gate. The Caldari gate was a pretty fun solution to the fact that we took away Tama. And the Mimitar gate interests me because CCP Fozzie said that it would be relevant that or important that Mimitar has built a gate near Concord again. So the Mimitar, so like at the beginning of the Empyrean Age, the Mimitar attacked Uli.
Okay.
So they've been setting up a lot of stuff, which we might learn more about in 2 weeks.
So you're saying that the Stain Gate was 100% warranted,
Yes,
and I disagree. That's
it
all
was built.
I'm saying.
It was in universe justified without any tongue in cheek.
Okay. I mean, I still disagree, but I'm not gonna say it's the right way to be. It's just how I feel.
Okay.
I also, and because I'm gonna say it already, I'm gonna qualify it with I had a strong distaste for the fact that players had some sort of agency in it, and they really didn't. You know, that kind of thing. I think it was a
But
neat
they
idea.
never ever suggested that we would have agency.
They actually did suggest. They didn't
No, they didn't.
say. They
No,
did
they didn't.
suggest. They didn't
No, they
say.
didn't.
Agroth
Okay, well, I
hates
disagree.
I
alliances
said
and
it.
corporations
Okay,
in general.
and we disagree here, and that's fine.
Sorry, I'm
They
kidding.
did suggest, in my opinion, they didn't say.
I'm kidding.
And if you
I
disagree,
was
and that's perfectly
bullshitting.
fine, but I'm gonna say I believe
Right.
they did suggest. They didn't say. And
Being
if you disagree
one
that
of the
they didn't
people that were on,
suggest,
no,
the
being
dev blogs suggested. We were told that there would be player agency. It was suggested. We weren't outright told that, you know, you could hang your hat on. It was suggested via the dev blogs and how they discussed the changes and you know, whatever the upcoming
CCP
content.
pretty aggressively corrected me. I mean, not like in a mean way,
It
but
was
I mean like.
it was suggested.
Hold on, let me.
If you disagree, again,
string
that's
cheese.
fine, and I'm not here to to convince you otherwise. Everybody can think whatever they want to think about this. I believe in my heart, it was heavily suggested.
Well,
Now, did it play out that way? No, it did not. And I think plenty of
Like-
people were very vocally like, "Hey, this was kind of shitty that you made it seem like we had agency in this and we didn't."
I understand, and
Indicating
that's
to
what I'm
me
trying
that
to
a
say.
lot of people took it the same way, that it was suggested. It wasn't outright said. It was suggested that we would have agency over it, and that was.
Wasn't that when they were talking about Agroth? Wasn't that when they were talking about like, hey, players who do XYZ, then we might get this thing, and then everyone, yeah, dude, let's fight for it or not or whatever. Am I remembering correctly with
Possibly? I don't know that.
gates? Like I thought, like the
Dude, this
gates
thing
were
is kinda
determined
vague.
by who
So
participated and helped.
No,
it was a recycling of the Resource Wars
Yeah.
game mechanics, but they suggested, or there was enough people who interpreted it in such a way that we would have a way to affect the changes that possibly could be coming down the pipe, and that just wasn't the case. And
Right.
it was made clear afterwards
that's-
that was not gonna be the case, but it was not made clear initially that
but
was.
that's what I'm trying to say. This
You're
is
trying
why
to say that it was never suggested,
No.
or you're trying to
What I'm
say
saying
that
is that I feel at fault personally. I was the one who went on Hobo Leaks and saw it and said it must be contentious because it's in these different pieces that would be interesting for it to be contentious. I'm the one that convinced everybody it was that.
I disagree. I don't think that was
I
the
remember-
cause.
Okay.
I do recall the various aspects around it, but I don't recall that specifically, and I'm not going to say that you were no influence on it at all. But I don't think that was like the crux of it at all.
I'm trying to look up find the actual dev blog.
that's fair enough. I don't think it's hugely important, and I feel free to dig into it, and if you find that it
Yeah,
wasn't the case at
I'm
all,
more
then feel free
more
to
curious at this point.
to wave the flag and show that I was wrong, because it won't hurt my feelings much. But that being said, I do think that plenty of people thought that it came to the same conclusion, that it was suggested. It wasn't the case, and I do give them commendation in that they didn't let us like run with it to the extent that like everything ran its course and then they like pulled the band-aid off or anything. They made it clear before it ended that it was like, hey, it's not actually what you think.
They made it clear before it started.
Well, that I disagree on.
Dude,
I
they literally
think-
corrected me before it started.
Okay, well, and you told all of us, so now we know, right?
I'm just saying, like, they were actively correcting people before it was started.
Okay.
Fozzie, the first thing I ever heard from Fozzie after my speculation was, unfortunately, players won't be able to stop it from being able to be built. We didn't do that this time.
Well, then there it is.
They should have put that in the dev blog then, rather than saying it on a stream.
Well, hold on. The thing
I
is
mean,
that I data mined it from HoboLeaks.
that's great.
So I was
I
talking
want
about it
CCP
before
to put it on
CCP.
official P channel.
Right, but my point is that we were talking about it before they even officially announced it. Hold on, I'm looking at the thing.
That's great. I still want CCP to officially say it though on a CCP forum, or avenue, not official forums, unless that's what they choose.
And here's the thing: is if you're going to open the door and give the inkling of something where people will take it and run with it, then let's either make it clear or make it not. If you want to leave it vague to where people think they have player agency on something, then that's great. And a lot of people thought they did. That was the confusion in that situation. So a lot of people thought they could have agency on it, and it was shut down before it ever actually like got deep into it. And that's what I was just saying. I was like, they didn't let us run with it, and then at the end was like, but you never had a chance. It was before it got too far, but they led us to believe initially that players would have agency over whether there would be an option of some of those things, and it just they corrected it shortly thereafter that you're not actually going to be able to change this event.
I would be interested to see what you consider to be that, to be honest. But
I mean,
either way,
that's fair. At this point, it honestly doesn't matter because
right.
it just doesn't.
I know. I just to me, it's kind of personal because I do feel
grinding old
legitimately bad about that situation. I've tried to be very, very careful.
You can take
ever
back the
since.
Stain Gate if you want, but I don't think you should feel too bad.
Well, I think it's delicious that the Stain Gate is very, very likely about to be relevant.
It could be cool.
The
Stain Gate itself doesn't matter to me. The idea that it was kind of visibly succumbing to what in my mind was essentially a meme for a moderate amount of time. Not
to
a
be
long
fair,
amount
hold
of
on.
time, but
By the way, Stain Guy had a good argument. That was part of the problem. Like his reasoning
opinion.
is sound.
Your
Well,
opinion.
at least no, you can agree with it or not, but I mean, like,
it wasn't. I can or I can't.
What I'm saying is that it's not just a meme.
I don't see
there was
shit
cohesive
posting
logic.
as Reddit as any sort of logic, but that's just me.
No, but like, what he was actually
had a
arguing
platform.
was an argument. It wasn't just bullshit. It wasn't just like a troll or something.
Okay, that's fair. I'd still considered it a meme on some level, but I
mean,
won't say it was
sure.
outright silly. I'll give you that I don't think it was, that there was no thought put towards it. I'll give you that. I thought it was kind of like a gimme in the sense of like succumbing to a meme and like, hey, we can get a little bit of crowd favor because we're going to give into something that people have been kind of lightly rallying around, and it will gain us some crowd favor.
I do think it was hilarious, just a little bit amusing that in the end, Stain Guy was still a little bit bitter because the problem was solved through a mining event.
Could have been affected though.
Because the Stain Gate like had nobody participating on it, like the first pull of the data. So I made the joke that like, well, we could very easily get Stain Guy at the top of the Stain Gate, and he's like, I refuse to participate in a mining event. Like, bittersweet victory, I guess. To his credit, he also biomassed.
Allegedly.
Okay, that's a good point, actually.
A meme account that you can make named something that doesn't necessarily have to be your main in
Oh,
any
yeah.
way, shape, or form.
Absolutely. Oh yeah, no.
Like there was nothing conclusive about that. It was that could easily be done.
Yeah, well, yeah. Sorry, I guess I didn't mean to make it sound like it was that big of a deal. But
No,
yes, you're absolutely
that was
correct. Like
that was
like
the thing, though. Is in my opinion, it was kind of a big deal because he was like, "Hey, look, when we, if I can ever achieve this, then I will wholeheartedly, biomass my shit." I don't believe that was ever his shit. That was a meme account. That was an idea, and not even so far down the rabbit hole of meme that you might consider it. That was an idea that he wanted to push forward, but still, it was kind of a meme, and I think in the moment CCP was like, hey, how can we gain some crowd favor, and people will rally or appreciate the fact that we do something that benefits the community, or plays into something that the community could sign on, and just latch on to. And I think they took the opportunity. And like I said, the main reason I feel that way is because there was no player manifestation involved. There was no way for anybody to affect it. It was determined outright.
but those two things are unrelated.
I disagree.
But there was 3 other Stargates.
And
CCP literally
I-
would have never made a gate to Stain had the meme lord or whatever the fuck it was not said it.
I don't think it would have happened. No.
Like, it's really not that hard to figure out.
But to say that the entire thing was to placate a meme.
Yeah, it
Like-
was a good way to incorporate a meme
I
while
think-
making an event.
Yeah, I think they
But
could tack
what about
things
the other
onto
3
it, but I
gates?
don't think it's hard.
Well, they're
No,
just
that
random
wasn't
fucking
hard at all.
gates. They're
Not
like, hey,
random.
let's
None
go
of them were
check it out.
random.
Are they not random?
Because
I'm just
one
saying,
of
I
them
don't think they were
specifically
influential
because
at all.
I explained one of them was specifically addressed the issue of Niarja. One of them was to connect Minmatar space closer to Uli for some reason, and the third was more or
It's
less
really
lore
random.
reasons, but it was that's the
It
point.
sounds pretty murky what you're saying right now.
Yeah.
Like as you're trying to explain this.
Like, CCP is like, hey guys, how do we incorporate this meme
I
into
get
our
that they can
lore?
tack
Because it's
things
a really
onto
good
it.
meme. Like, oh
You're
wow.
telling me that
figured it out.
think that they fixed Niarja because of Stain? Come
No,
on.
I think they did the Stain guy shit
I
because of
think that
Stain
they
guy. Like,
latched
that's
things
the
onto
fucking
it because it was an
meme.
easy win. Yes, I do. And
There
it
was
was.
It's really
It
not that hard
literally
to
was
figure
different
out.
reasons.
It literally was though. That's
There was
that's
4
the thing.
different great gates for 4 different
I don't
reasons.
care. Stain guy was still Stain
was
guy, and he
not-
got shit
none of those
changed.
were
Like, it's not that
hugely
hard to figure
influential.
out.
I mean,
Like, not
yes, he
everything
got
has to be
his, but to
accredited
say
to
that the
someone else.
entire
Stain
event
guy can do
happened
his
because of
shit.
him is absolutely nonsense.
It was a neat change,
No,
and
it's
I
literally
appreciate that they
him.
gave
No,
people an
you could
attaboy
say,
and like
you
a
could say that
gimme.
that's why the Amar gate was there, but to say the entire event happened because of that is just absolutely absurd.
CCP included him in the entire event because of him.
That's
There literally would have
that's-
been nothing else. If no
it
one
was
had
an
brought it up,
easy win.
CCP
It
probably
was
would have
an
never brought it
easy
up.
win.
no,
They
they would
probably
have
would have
just
never
built
had
a
the
different
event.
gate somewhere else because they needed to
Yeah.
build the gates.
And they wanted him there. And then they're like, you know what? We can include this. Like, that's not a big deal, right, guys?
But that's
So
not
Fozzie
why
did
they
it.
did the event. They managed. They just they knocked
I mean,
it out
I
as
don't know why
part of the
you're
event.
so against giving this dude credit, but it's really super fucking cringe right now.
I mean, he
Because
biomass.
it's-
Like, can you give this martyr his credit or can't you?
On him.
Sure, that's why they chose that spot for the Amar. That's not why they did the event in total. They did not justify.
I didn't
making
say
the
they
Then why
did
did
the
they do the
entire
event?
event
Because
for
I've yet
him.
to see a
Yes,
reason for them doing the fucking
That's all
event.
I'm arguing. They didn't do it
I
because
didn't
of
suggest
him.
they did the entire event because of him. I
They
think
incorporated
they
him
included
into
it
the event.
easily
Yes.
and made it,
Possibly.
I would say greatly based around that, and the other systems were
It's
kind
not
of.
possibly. They 100% did.
I agree with Rain. It wouldn't have happened.
Like,
this.
Jesus, dude. It's
100%
not that hard
wouldn't
to
have
be like,
happened
Stain
otherwise.
guy did something. Yeah, some shit poster on Reddit did something.
I'm not going to
there's-
argue
and there's
whether or not
literally
they were
nothing
gonna
wrong with
make
that.
a
They're
gate
arguing it right
distinct,
now,
but I'm not
dude.
going to
I
argue
take
whether or not
offense to
they're
that
going to make
because-
it
You're
do a
arguing it
gate
right
event.
now.
I take offense to
listen
it
to what
because I
I'm
don't
saying.
like them so
Like,
coming.
What I'm
dude,
saying is-
like, get
the
over
meme
it.
aspect.
It's
What I'm
like,
saying
just
is
admit some
not-
shitbag Redditor, like, had to
That
change
being
the game.
said-
It's
I'm
not that
not
hard.
saying that
That
they
being
didn't
said-
choose Amar. I'm saying they didn't do the event because of that.
That
How do you
being
know?
said,
How do
they
you know?
didn't-
Did you
one
use
of the things
Fozzie?
that-
Like, how the fuck do you know?
because Niarja was a far more pressing issue.
how
you
pressing
sure?
was it?
Are you serious?
Was it
Yeah.
super
How the
pressing?
fuck do you know? I'm asking you that.
Because that was like a gigantic fucking concern after fucking.
cares?
How
Okay.
concerned were we?
You're right. It's not the thing
like-
that was a current pressing
Jesus.
concern. It's the fucking meme that's been around for 5 years. Are you kidding
Yeah,
me?
same as Stain Guy, dude. Like, he's been around for 5 years. Like, get
That's
over
what I'm
it.
saying. It's not the thing that's been sitting around and failing to update something for 5 years. It's probably the thing that's a current and pressing issue.
Are you saying that you can't see in any way, shape, or form that was a gimme to the
I
player
said
base?
that what I think is that Amar might have gotten it because of him, but it wasn't the entire event.
But you
wasn't
can't see anything
The
elaborated
entire event
because
was
of
some
him.
shitty
Nah.
fucking
The entire-
mining event to let
the
Stain Guy have
event
his
was
game.
It was
going to happen,
recycling.
It's
and
literally
when they
trash.
decided that they were
It was
going to build
recycling the
gates, they
Resource
decided
Wars
that one of them would
tools.
Like,
be
oh wow,
would
this
be
great event
Stain.
team. Like, literally
It was-
nothing.
That's the thing, Ashtarothi. It was touched on highly upon, like, while it was happening. They were recycling the Resource Wars tools, but not letting any of them play out in the real way.
Absolutely.
Can
So
they never
it was
suggested
100%
otherwise.
the thing. They didn't let Resource Wars happen and say, "Hey, you guys can choose which gates happen," which initially they let players
Never
think was
did.
going to be a
I
thing.
looked at the blog. They
They
didn't.
didn't
They
let
didn't.
players
They didn't.
actually
Go
give
find
agency
evidence of
as
it.
to
I
what
don't
those
believe
things
you.
were.
Go find
Okay.
evidence of it.
Okay.
You
I-
can't
I-
just disagree with me. I was there.
I literally can.
We all were there,
I'm doing
dude,
it.
like,
That's one
fine.
of
full
American
story.
freedoms is that I literally can disagree with you anytime I want.
Well, then you're just wrong.
Well,
It's and that's my freedoms
You
too.
stating an opinion isn't being
No,
wrong.
he's
can
saying
I-
that they
can I
did
post a
something. So they
thought?
either did it or they didn't. And if they didn't, then he's wrong.
Yeah, they did it
And
because
I-
of
and I
Stain
could be.
Guy. Get
No,
over it.
But
what
I'm
I'm
pretty
saying
sure
is that they didn't
what
say
happened-
anything about whether or not we'd be. They never suggested that we'd be able to
They
control it.
alluded to the fact that
Yeah.
we would
Find
have
it. Find it.
agency
Said, hey, if you
over
don't
which
do
gates
anything,
would happen or would
Like,
not.
you have, like,
Find it.
players
You
need
disagree,
input.
that's fine, but I think
No,
you're-
I don't disagree. I doubt. Find it or whatever, man.
And
can,
I'm-
You
can
got
I
I
I'm
went and
geared up
looked.
too.
hold on? Can I post a thought real quick?
Sure.
No.
Fine. No, so I'm gonna go play a movie.
Movie.
What movie?
So
Tremors?
in the past, I was pressured
Oh,
to
fuck
play the Lord of the Rings extended edition. Now I've
Bro,
never,
you need like a whole weekend for that.
no.
It's tough.
But no, I played that, and I am a huge Lord of the Rings Tolkien fan. I've read the Silmarillion multiple times. I've listened to it on tape multiple times. I've read the Children of Hurin. I've read the Unfinished Tales, the Lost People, all that stuff. And apparently, I've never seen the extended editions of these movies. And
Dude, recently
it
I
blew
illegally
my-
streamed them,
it
and they
blew
were
my
all
fucking
extended.
mind. The fact
Illegally? Why would you illegally
well,
stream
no.
it?
So the thing's like, it
what
blew
you
my
gotta do.
mind. I thought that, like, oh, they added what, like a couple scenes? No, they added
Extended
like
editions are
45
amazing.
They added like 45 minutes to an hour worth of extra shit.
Yeah,
And,
The
you
Fellowship,
literally
I was
need
like,
like
what
a
is
whole
this
weekend to
movie,
watch
right?
it in a
so
healthy manner.
it's like I watched the Fellowship of the Ring, and it blew my
The
fucking
extended-
mind.
I agree.
And now I want to
Drayden,
watch.
I agree.
and I
100%.
went and bought the other two. I bought the Two Towers
The
extended,
extended are
and
amazing.
the Return of the King extended. I'm gonna play the Two Towers extended tonight, right now.
They're amazing. The Two
Like-
Towers is the first one I bought on extended. I
So-
recently watched Fellowship extended,
I'm
and I was
going
like,
to play the Two Towers extended
this
edition
movie?
right now. For anyone that wants to watch it, you can watch it. Now,
Wait.
I'm not.
but did
Starting
CCP
in
say
at
how the
1
Two Towers were going to end up, or did the players say that they wanted them to end up that way?
I don't care. I don't care about the money. I'm just. You know what? You don't have to give me $5 to watch this.
That's
You don't
fair.
have to give me $5 extra to watch this. You just
These are
have
free
to
things.
give me your
Only
time
your love.
and let me tell you about the Lord and Savior Jesus Christ.
Bro, that's
No,
RNG.
no, I'm kidding. So I'm.
There's
I'm
no way
kidding.
I'm
So,
starting a movie right now. Have a good night.
Oh,
That
bye.
I can't. I got to be up for my son.
All right,
That's
see you,
fair.
Ash. Have a good night.
Yep.
Good talking to
So
you. man.
I'm gonna play
Yeah, of
this movie. Anyone that wants to, I didn't mean to interrupt you guys' combo.
You're fine. It was probably
Yeah.
safe.
It
But
was
it's a
probably-
long fucking movie. I need to get in there because it's like a 3.5 hour movie at least.
Wait, it's 3.5 hours and it's 1 o'clock in the morning. I
Dude,
have not
it's
watched.
11 p.m. for me. It's fine. It's fine.
You're in your
Bro, just
damn
start it
time
tomorrow at like
zones.
9.
It's the weekend. It
Look,
don't
put it on
matter.
and I'll watch a little bit of it and
All right,
probably
all right,
fall
so-
asleep.
so,
but that's not
um,
on you. That's on
So
me.
anyone in the chat that wants to watch the Two Towers
Dude, the
extended
extended-
edition.
If nothing else, start out with the Fellowship. Come on now.
No, we played that like 2 weeks ago. We already
Can't.
played that.
No, you never played that for everyone.
I did. You guys left. You guys were
I
either
was there.
watched
Yeah,
some
I
of
was
it.
sleeping.
No,
That's
you were
why I was
there,
so
and I said I was
amazed.
going to play the Fellowship, and Rain, you're like, oh, I'm going to go to bed instead. So you were
Yeah.
given the opportunity, and you missed it.
Okay, well then put on the Two Towers. I get.
So
I
we're
get
gonna.
what you're saying.
I told them.
feel like
was
I should go
"You
back and watch
can't
the
do that
Fellowship
every
some
week.
more."
So we did the Fellowship.
You
Excellent.
gonna stream it, dude? Like
Yeah,
get that
I'm
DMCA?
gonna stream it. That
He's gonna do
DVA.
it.
So anyway, if you guys want to watch it, below the stream picture, down the About Open Comms, there should be to the right a Discord, small text, but Discord. Click that. That will give you access to the Discord channel. Join in the public.
Hey, Rain.
Is that how we do it? Yeah, public.
You ever
Cheers.
notice how Drayden is such a bad boy? Just like illegally streaming and shit? Like, goddamn.
Who would do that, dude? Just illegally
Just, like,
share
ask my
videos.
balls.
Bad boy. No, I'm not a bad boy.
It's a fucking bad boy.
I feel like we need Vlad here to karaoke Bad Boys for us.
Hell yeah. What am I gonna do? What am I gonna do?
What
Hey,
you
I mean-
gone?
What
Gonna
you going?
do?
What you going to do?
Bam-ba-dam-ba-dam-ba-dam-ba-do.
When they
When
the get the
when the
Come
day
for
will
you.
come for you.
When they may home away.
It's very much Cajun, and I don't know what they're saying.
No, it's the Circle is the band. It's
I don't ruin this
Creole.
for me.
I think it's more Creole
ruin this
than
for me,
anything.
That's
what
he
I'm saying,
said.
Cajun. Cajun and Creole? Are you literally making a distinction?
The come for you. That don't make sense.
Fuck up. We're gonna get DMCA'd for singing this.
You probably are. We're gonna get like super. Anyway, so join the Discord. Jump in the public voice channel. We'll move over there, and then we'll play the movie, and we'll go from that.
But keep your inside voice on, or he'll put you outside.
Right. I'll go over that when we start this film. No fucking talking over the
we
movie.
Screaming when the Nazgul show up.
The Nazgul
Dude.
already came.
Ugh.
Actually, I don't
They
think the
come
Nazgul.
in every movie.
Well, yeah, they're
Not
prevalent.
really in the Two Towers. Although in the books they do in the Two Towers, but not really in the movies.
That's what she's going off.
They come
Trying to
over
keep true to the
although
story.
I haven't seen the extended editions. Maybe they come, but in the books they come in the river,
So
by the falls of Raros, by the Argonath. But
Two Towers was the first one I bought like on DVD, and it was like the extended whatever directors.
Yeah, so
etc.
I don't know.
It was nice.
You
It
gotta
was, like,
watch
4
the
hours
director's
long.
cut. We hear the actors
Yeah,
over it. Holy shit,
but
dude! I love it.
maybe by the Argonath. But that's the only time in the Two Towers book that they really come around. Well, I don't know. Anyway, we're gonna watch the Two Towers. So good night, everybody. Have a good night. And if
Later,
you want to come
bitches.
watch a movie, come hang out on Discord and we'll watch a movie. Bye.
Join it if you got it.